MPP candidate was in the vehicle, and it took Samir Oku and others to now get down, interact with people while he was sitting in the vehicle.
The footages didn't suggest to you, that he's quite overwhelmed, because I saw the electorates, rushing the car.
Yeah.
If that's anything to go by, it should still come out.
Just show up. Even if you stand out and the people see you. Sometimes somebody...
Make sure the people just want to see him.
Oh, no, sometimes. You see, you call me a politician, but everyone on this table is a politician.
Doc is not. Doc is not.
You want me to go into defining who a politician is?
No.
They may not be partisan as I am, but they are all politicians.
Oh, okay. Dr. Osayo.
No, we'll do this discussion next.
No, I'm saying that everyone is a politician. And what is politics? Define it. I am partisan. There's no doubt. You may not be partisan. I agree. Doctor may not be partisan.
Yes.
You certainly by your work is not partisan. But being a politician, if you say you are not a politician, then I have something else to ask.
Well, because I won't ask you. I won't let you ask that question. Dr. Osai, so there's been calls that our by-elections are quite costly, very expensive. The level at which our democracy is, do you think that is still a potent way to test our democracy? And if not, do you think that we should have alternatives?
I think that if you want to test our democracy, it should not be by means of bylaws. I was thinking you were going to ask me the question whether we should continue to do bylaws anytime there is a vacancy. That I would say yes, because you need to get the people, give them the opportunity to choose their candidates. So far as we have partisan politics in the system, you cannot take away the by-election concept. But as to whether or not we can use by-election to test the potency of our democracy, I doubt. Because it is just one constituency out of the lot. When you talk about our democracy, a lot of factors plays out. Financing political parties is one. How the political parties conduct themselves is another. How Electoral Commission conduct themselves is another. How Parliament conduct themselves is another. How the executive, how the judiciary, they all contribute to our democratic system because they are chains and blocks. So just one by-election should not test our democracy. But what I think it will test is our ability to sustain the peaceful environment we have, our ability to continue to carry people along and give them the opportunity to elect who represents them without diluting the participatory power. Our ability to make sure that we get a system running, whether we like it or not, that's the constitution we have. And the constitutional provision indicates that once there is a vacancy, these are the mechanisms to be followed to get someone to replace the person. We just have to follow through. Except that in our part of the world, we exaggerate everything. We take advantage of everything. Even when laws have been made with all the good intent, when it comes to implementation, we try to modify the implementation to our advantage. That's where the problem is. But if we are to go back to basics, to allow the laws to work, to allow the systems to work, and the foundation challenge I've always said is about financing political parties. If we are not able to get a comprehensive solution to that challenge, everything else will be lost out. How people get to parliament, how people get to political offices, how political parties win the elections, after the election, what happens, and all of that. It boils down to political party financing. As they are contesting, who is asking them how much they've spent? The NPP candidate and the NDC candidate and the other political party. Nobody is following the cost and nobody knows where they got the money from. Their political parties are mobilizing the money, whether they are paying money or they are paying 200 or 400, nobody knows where they are going to get the money from. After the elections, they will definitely have to pay it some way, somehow. We don't follow through to check how they pay. And that's where the problem is. So it can't be a test of our democracy. Our democracy is running and it should run as it is. But my advice is that we should allow the laws to work in the positive sense so we don't implement it to our personal advantage.
This one will be the 34th by-election since the first parliament. And if we go to Tamale Central later, it will be the 35th. Would you say that all of our by-elections that we have had and the ones that have been marred by violence, really, is it enough to say that it's impacted in Ghana's democratic development?
Yes,
the number, out of the 33, because of the 34th one that's happening, the few ones that were marred by violence, is it enough if you did a test of it? Is it enough to say that it's impacted us?
Well, I have not done the scientific polling or the survey, I don't have direct evidence, but I can say that most of the by-elections that are marred with violence would always have previous violence undertone. When you look at Akwatia, we can refer to previous violence undertones. What we have to do is that we should learn from the past and improve the process going forward.
This previous, Doc, would you say that from that same constituency or previous from other constituencies?
Previous from that same constituency. If you look at other constituencies, then it will depend on what the dynamics are. Which party as candidate was on the seat, and then the dynamics in parliament, what that one vote would do for that particular political party, and the point that particular political party wants to prove, and then even the years left for the next general election also count. Okay. In this particular instance, we are just in the first year of NDC's administration. So they have about 3 years. NDC already commands supermajority in parliament. So yes, it will play out, but it may not be a critical factor. So I think that a lot of factors plays out. Whether it is positive or negative, we should be able to tone down the tension when it comes to by-elections. And we should know that it is also part of our democratic process. The two political parties should not turn constituencies where by-election is being held as battlegrounds. They are not battlegrounds. They are opportunities for citizens to express their views and to choose their leaders. And it should be done in a cordial environment, like Bernard is saying, Mona is saying. Look, by 8 p.m., all those leadership, they will leave you. They will leave you to your fate between you and the elected person. And this elected person is coming to work with all of you. Please, it is an opportunity to serve your country. And that's one thing that people don't know, that even casting your vote is an opportunity to contribute to deepen democracy and serve your country. People must know that, and let us give peace a chance.
One of the questions I've been asking our panelists before Doc, you joined us, is that many have said that, well, does the NDC need this seat? Then the others are also saying that, well, the NPP really, even if you want this, it won't mean anything. But I'm quite curious, especially because of the amount of campaigning in Akwatia, because of the amount of money maybe that may have been spent during this process. In fact, 5,500 police personnel dispatched or who have been sent to Akwatia. What do you think is really in it for the NDC separately, and what is in it for the NPP that we cannot see?
Okay, well, same as you cannot see, I cannot also see. Whatever I'll say, they are all speculations on the basis of what I read from afar. I think for the NDC, they want to prove a point that, look, we have super majority and we are doing well in government, though we are in 8 years. For the NPP, they also want to prove a point that it was our seat, we were able to maintain it. The citizens do not have confidence in the government, that the government promises a lot, the government is not doing it well. That is where the NPP may be coming from. The NDC wants to prove a point that, look, we are doing well, the citizens have seen that President Mahama's government is working, so they will vote for us again. And another point that will push the NDC to win or to do everything possible to win the seat is to let them know that they are wrestling it from the NPP. But when you realize it is a swing seat, it is a swing seat. Baba Jama has won the seat before, and then he lost it to the NPP. You know, so it's a swing seat. So they may also want to prove that point. But please, NPP and NDC, whether you win this seat or not, Ghana will continue to be Ghana. Akwatia will continue to be Akwatia. The most important thing is they need a leader who would bring the needed development to the people and promote unity going forward. That is all.
Well, I know that the Global Info Analytics has said that people are going to make a choice based on development. You may have heard or seen that as of today, there's road construction happening. Well, maybe if you've not seen, let me show you. No, come back.
areas here in Akwatia. Now, what you can see right behind me is the machine leveling up the ground. There are 7 polling centers here in Kusi, and on our way to one of the other centers here, we observed the machine leveling up the road. And we go down to engage the residents here, and what some of them have been saying is that within most part of their lives that they lived in Kusi, they've never seen a tarred road here. So that is the machine that you see here. But then they are saying that this work started some days ago, just before the election here in Akwatia. We've seen a couple of the youth and other people gathered around looking at this ongoing construction here in Kusi area, right inside Akwatia.
This is your election headquarters. We've been bringing you a 360 coverage of the by-elections that's happening in Akwatia. And back in the studio, I promised I was going to show you. So we didn't just read it, but it's true. So there is road construction going on in Akwatia. Dr. Norman.
Yes.
Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised. But too much expectation that just because you have an MP in parliament, that development will come to your constituency is something that is unrealistic. Because there are many, many constituencies with MPs that have been serving 3-4 terms and there have been no development. My constituency, there have been various MPs every election cycle, and we don't see any development in Gomo East. We don't. I've lived there for 30 years under MPP and NDC and MPP and NDC, and now it's in the hands of NDC. So far, I haven't seen anything. So to expect that just because you're MP, you elect somebody from your constituency, and because of that there's going to be development, I think you are deluding yourself.
Quickly, Dr. Sai, is this true?
Which one is
the fact that people vote based on development, and as of today, it's happening. Election is going on, is ongoing, and then development is as well going on.
If I can tell you that in this day and age, we have discerning Ghanaians, and there have been instances where this development have gone on throughout an election period, and the party, the government in power lost. This may not influence them. People have made their choices long ago. And I can tell you, some of the people standing there may have even voted already. You will not know. So my candid view is that this will not influence them. If they will vote for the government candidate, they will vote. If they will not, they will not. I think we've gotten to a point where the people in Akwatia, yes, they need development, but I believe there may be other factors. They have come to realize that, look, when you vote for somebody, you've looked for a job for somebody's father or mother.
Right.
At the end of the day, that's the thing. So I don't think this can have direct impact on the elections.
Well, I promised you that Kofi was going to be back in studio. Kofi, what do you have?
I mean, since morning we've been looking at the voter turnout, and for us that is very important because that will determine the direction of where this election or this by-election will go. Because whatever happens today is going to be a tiebreaker in terms of who rules Akwatia. Both political parties have won it for each in the last 8 election, and this election will be that tiebreaker. And what we're expecting is that, well, because of what is happening across the length and breadth of the country, if you look at the turnouts, that's about 69.7%, and we're expecting over 36,000 people to go out there and vote. And I have been looking at the numbers, trying to understand Akwatia itself. And in the morning, we showed you the demography of the Dentrebo, district, which Akwatia is the capital, town. And in fact, if you look at that area, if you select 7 out of 10 voters, the likelihood that 7 out of 10 will be Akans is very, very high, because you have about 65.6% of them being Akans. You saw the demography also there, and other, ethnic groups. And so it's not one that is, definitely dominated by Akans, but it's a cocktail of, other ethnic groups. But in fact, this over 36,000 registered voters that we are expecting, it is interesting to note that the entire, Akwatia as a district, or Denchembo as a district, has about, if you look at it, population about 34% being between the ages of 18 and 35 years, youth. And the reason why that is important is that this is the age group that it is so difficult to convince them to go out there and vote. Somebody can make a decision that they will go and vote. A simple call or a game or anything can actually change that person's mind. And so propensity to vote in this by-election is very, very important. And let's look at the top 10 that we were trying to, go through in the morning to tell us, even before that, if I remember, we told a story about the by-elections that we've had so far. This will be our 34th by-election. And in terms of the probability of winning by-elections, just by going according to this data, holding all other factors constant, the NPP is slightly ahead with 52% probability, NDC being around 45%, and independent candidates also in there. And so if you look at the areas that we are going to go through in terms of the top 10 polling stations with very, very high numbers, and that's what we are going to do for you to actually understand. But even breaking down that 33 by-elections we've had so far, in the morning we showed you this picture without this composite, bar chart. Let's look at incumbency. Does it have any form of influence on by-elections? You can see from the first parliament to the 8th parliament, this is a very beautiful composite bar chart where even in the 3rd parliament, there were 7 by-elections. NPP was in power. They won all 7 by-elections, right? And in the areas that they happened, it's also very important, or regions very important. The first parliament had 4 by-elections. NDC was in power, won 3 of them, left 1 for an independent candidate to also win. Second parliament, 2 by-election, got split among the 2 big parties, NPP 1, NDC 1. Then comes the 3rd parliament, which is the outlier in this whole equation. 7 by-elections with the NPP winning everything. Then the 4th parliament, where NDC or NPP was in power again, where we had 6 by-elections, got split between the 2 political parties. 3 for NPP, 3 for NDC. 5th parliament, 3 by-elections. You can see the distribution there. And then also the 6th parliament also having that same, in terms of the distribution and all of that. And so if you look at this on the whole, by-elections are gradually becoming a thing in our democracy, where almost there has never been any parliament, lifespan that we've not had by-election. And unfortunately, a significant component of them have come from the demise of certain members of parliament, which is another conversation that we need to have. And I want us to quickly go through the top 10.
Before you go to the top 10, let me just come to Dr. Osai. So it would appear that the 3rd and the 6th parliament have had the highest by-elections that we have recorded. But if you put the 2 together, MPP is quite noted for winning by-elections. I know that you say that you don't have the data for that. You haven't put the numbers to it, but what do you think is accounting for? Is it the type of political party at a particular time that is accounting for the winning? Why do you think the MPP gets to win by-elections? Why are they noted for that?
I think it will depend on where the vacancy occurred. If it is an MPP stronghold, it's most likely they will win. If it is not and also if it's an MPP stronghold and the MPP is in government, it is most likely they will win. If it is not an MPP stronghold and MPP is not in power, it is 50-50. Same applies to NDC. If it is NDC stronghold and NDC is in power, it's most likely NDC would win. But then if it's an NPP stronghold and NDC is in power, it will be 50-50. So I think that the incumbency advantage also helps here. And the consistency with which a particular political party has won a particular seat. The way Akwatia is a bit dicey. Akwatia is a bit dicey because NPP has won, NDC has won. And the circumstances under which NPP won was such that they ended up in court, and it even went to the Supreme Court. And realized that because of the slim win, NDC thinks that, look, this is a seat, if they push hard, they will be able to win. The NPP also wants to prove a point that it is their seat, they will beat NDC to it. So as it is now, NPP had the seat, NDC is in government. So it is 50-50. Any of the two political parties can win. And anyone that would win, the win will be a slim win.
A 50-50 even within the general 50-50 principle of by-elections.
Definitely.
Justin, Bernard, what's your take?
Well, the analysis that was just done did not indicate the locations where these by-elections occurred. If you do the analysis and leave it at that, it will be difficult for us to make the conclusion that you are requiring of us.
Okay.
So it will be important to get to know where did these by-elections occur. And as soon as you mention the areas, I can confidently tell you which political party could have won.
Okay.
Or which would have lost.
I will pull that out for you quickly. In the third parliament between 2001 to 2004, 7 by-elections, Kumewu in 2002, the NPP won.
NPP. Kumewu is natural.
Bimbela 2002 as well, NPP won.
It's natural.
NPP won. Navrongo Central, NPP won. Gomwa East, NPP won. Amenfi West, NPP won. Upper Dentra, NPP won as well.
So the only variant will be Navrongo.
Yes.
And even Gomwa East.
Yeah.
Gomwa East.
Those will be a
My
variant.
place.
Yeah, so, yeah, and the central region is always flipping anyway.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at the trend, and even Navrongo, the NPP has won it a couple of times,
Yes.
the NDC has won it a couple of times. So it is clear that these are constituencies that have not been that stable. But all the other areas, you know that it is a clear-cut win. Since Bin Chambers left Bimbela, it has always been MPP. Right?
Okay.
So, and Nitiwul came immediately after Bin Chambers, and since then he has been there. And so if you put everything together, it's obvious that MPP won where they were stronger, and NDC will lose out. Yeah, there was one NDC constituency, I think it was still under the President Kufuor era, that the candidate actually resigned. I think Kofi Asante.
Kofi Asante.
Yeah, Kofi Asante resigned, and the MPP won the seat.
Okay.
So that is probably one of the few by-elections that occurred without death. But all others, and then the Tamale Central one, that Wayoseni decided that he was going to do crossover, and he was told that he was alien in Parliament. That is one of the few that also occurred, that you say that there was no death, and yet there was a by-election. But all the others, I can say, they occurred as a result of death. And sympathy votes could count, and sometimes it didn't really matter. People were looking at the immediate benefit. In Akwatia, as you can see,
Right.
I was just admiring the video you showed, where
road construction.
the road construction. Now, if you look at the road construction, this tells you that it's actually in a community. And normally, to do a construction, you finish the drainage work. The gutters must be completed before you come and finish the road. But the gutter you can see was done some years ago, and it's not extended to where the road is being constructed to. So I don't know which engineer would have advised that you should go and construct a road.
An Akwatia engineer.
Kofi, I had to take you back on that, but please proceed on the.
Well, I mean, we need to take a geospatial, journey to the Denchebo district for us to look at all the, the key hotspots in terms of not, in terms of violence, but in terms of registered voters. And when the votes begin to trickle in, these are the areas that we need to focus. This is a geospatial dive that we are taking into the Denchemboa district and then also into Akwatia to look at the top 10 areas or in terms of polling stations with very, very high registered voters. And in fact, in one of the polling stations, for instance, you see, an MPP, a giant, being the polling agent there. That tells you how important such areas with very high numbers, and in this instance where voter turnout or propensity to vote is a big factor in here, you would want to actually guard some of these areas with very, very high, numbers. And so we take you to Akwatia proper, and in an area that has more than 500 registered voters, we will take you to that place to look at what is going to happen in terms of the voter turnout. And as you can see on the smart wall, we're taking you deep into the constituency called Akwatia. And we have done the math. And what you see is that the highest, in terms of the polling station with the highest registered voters is around 704. And the range is between 215 registered voters and 704. We take you to Akwatia Technical, which we will do that 3D geospatial analysis for you with more than 600 registered voters. And if you listen to our team on the ground, if you go to Akwatia proper, you will find pockets of polling stations that many will say that they belong to the NDC side. If you go to the Wenchi areas, which will take you very, very soon, many will tell you that these are areas that are won by the NPP. There are also areas that continue to remain swing polling stations where the vote in not one direction, but the votes can go to any of the two political parties. And that's what we are showing you. That's telling you how important this top 10 list we are bringing you is. In fact, if you look at the Deba grounds in New Wenchi, which has the highest number of registered voters, 704 are expected to turn out and vote. But looking at that close to about 70% voter turnout, it is expected that that number could be less in terms of those who will be expecting. And Presby Church, also again, New Wenchi, 699 polling stations, registered voters. And these are the areas that if you speak to those who are on the ground will tell you that these are the strongholds of the NPP. So I was not surprised when I saw that this new Deba ground in Wenchi, Titus Glover is actually the polling agent for the NPP. Because why? Because it has the highest number of registered voters. And they have their eyes and ears on the ground for these areas. Because if you are able to win, especially by a very big margin, in these top 10 areas, you are likely on your way to win Akwatia. And as we have seen in the 8 election cycles, we have seen both political parties winning 4 each. And so this is going to be a tiebreaker. So it's not just about the numbers, but also that PR power that winning this seat will come with is also very important. And so in fact, we're taking you to Church of Christ, Akwatia, which also has a higher number of voters, over 500 registered voters. That is where we are also taking you to.
Polling station.
In fact, if you look at the top 10, 119 polling stations. If you add the total, registered voters in the top 10, they actually take about close about 30% of the registered voters in Akwatia. That tells you that these are areas that both political parties will definitely look at. In fact, if you look at a place like Yoruba Mosque in Akwatia proper, where we were in the morning with Kojo Bray speaking to those who are familiar with issues around Akwatia, they will tell you that this is an area that the NDC predominantly wins in the this area which is about 653. We'll take you to Akumenin Deba grounds another area that is also very, very important. 660 registered voters are expected to come out and come and vote in the Akumenin Deba area, and you can see that geospatial view over there. So the Denchamboa itself is a very interesting district where we have looked at the multi-dimensional poverty in that area, and many have said that this is a constituency that is increasingly becoming an urban constituency. Why? Because you have services sector leading in terms of the top source of employment, followed by agric before industry. And in fact, if you look at the literacy rate of Akwatia, we are talking about 77% literacy rate. So this is a constituency that is very nuanced. They know what they want. And in fact, that is why in all the electoral cycles, they've been bellwether constituency before. There's been a swing before. It's been all manner of elements when it comes to election analysis. Akwatia has actually been through it all. And in fact, this is the reason why we are saying that to win Akwatia, you need to be able to scoop a bigger component of this top 10 that we are bringing you. In terms of the last ones, for instance, if you look at the Topraman, where about 643 registered voters are expected to come out. Nanabuachi Yadom has been there since morning. It's been calm. But definitely the reason why you see Samia Uku also spending time there is because this is an area that is believed to be an MPP stronghold. They need to be able to cement their position there because the numbers at stake very, very high. If you're able to win a significant component of that, it will do a lot of good in terms of what is going to happen when we begin to actually tally the votes. And so, MFR, that is the analysis we have for you in terms of the top 10. Winning a significant component of, the votes in these areas will be key. And both political parties are aware, and that is why in an area like New Wenchi Deba grounds, where it has the highest number of registered voters with about 704, you have Titus Glover, a former, Greater Accra Regional Minister, being the polling agent in that polling station, MFA.
Kofi, you're amazing. Thank you for putting this in even a better perspective. But in all of this, 77% of all of these voters, they have high illiteracy. They're literate, they're not illiterate. And this will come back to what Doc is saying, that the voter has become like the Joy FM listener. They're discerning. So constructing the road today really will not mean that to be the deciding factor for the voter. I've just got a few minutes left. Maybe I'd give 30 seconds each for you to share your, at least going forward, this view. This is the critical and the crunch time for security, because then counting will start soon. Tensions will start going high up. It will be a make or break for people. For you, Dr. Norman, what do you have to say?
Yes, I think I congratulate the people of Akwatia for maintaining themselves well, managing themselves well. And let us vote in peace, give peace a chance. Don't bring disgrace to Ghana. We thank you.
Bernard?
Well, it still remains that whether NDC win or NPP wins, the numbers in Parliament will not change. The whip system will still deny people their capacity to speak and to advocate for what their constituencies deserve, except what the party in power actually wants to be done. So why do you have to fight? Worst of all is that the bulk of the people that are the reason for which there's tension there do not have a vote there, yet they are the source of tension. I think that the Ghana Police Service, they've done tremendous well at this time, but we don't need such numbers. Those numbers are by themselves an exhausting expenditure for our weak economy. We can do better than to just put up such huge visibilities that probably is not accompanied. Because see, Azoka and then Buga Buga were exchanging blows. Why are they still working? Afenyo Markens was seen pulling posters. Why is still working? I'm saying that they should have had their time in the Black Maria. And that would have informed lower activists that you cannot do that when your leaders are already in there. And if you want to go and station yourself at the Black Maria so that the polling stations will be free of the miscreants.
Dr. Sai,
I think
it won't be your final words for the viewers, because then we will still station you here. My colleague Elton would join you and continue the conversation. But for this set, I'd like to hear your final words.
I think so far so good. They should allow the electoral officers to do their work. I mean, we are getting into the hours where the role of the Electoral Commission staff is very critical. Security agencies must continue to provide security. Citizens must remain calm.
Seriously,
in an election, either you win or you lose. It's one of the two. If you win, celebrate in modesty. If you lose, do not create problems. At the end of it all, that person will represent both of you, both the winners and the losers. So let's continue to give peace a chance.
MFA, just a point. I think that it still calls for us to look at the length and the duration of our election.
Voting.
Yeah.
It's generally or for by-elections?
For all elections.
Okay.
I mean, from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. is too much of a time wasting. We can finish our elections by 2 or 3, do the counting, and before the sun can set, everyone is settled.
Okay. All right, Bernard. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here. Dr. Osai will stay. My colleague Elton John Brobe will join and continue. It is the 360 coverage of the Akwatia by-elections, and this is your election headquarters. I am MFA Akwatia. It has been a pleasure serving you. Elton comes up shortly.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry. Would you actually? Oh, what are you?
Was that thing? What the cat never won?
We can catch him. Hey! Na ampai.
Between the pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pie menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yannick gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe Ben Abe you see.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No, hala.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Some at the foundation and others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. App Bako, Services Bebre. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters. Door masters, the best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited, let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Interplast, we make sure water reaches you even in space. Gilbert Security Doors, protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investment. Western Villas, where dream meet reality. EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Something new is coming. Something exciting is coming. Joy 99.7 FM is giving you more of what you love sooner.
Well, you can tell everybody.
That's right.
Fam, listen, I've got news for you. This is Lexus Bill, host of Drive Time on Joy FM. And now we have an early start. Drive Time on Joy starts from 2 p.m. from hence. Monday to Thursday from 2 p.m. to 5:30. Join me on the best late afternoon radio show. More time means more great stuff, more great conversations, more giveaways, more interviews, and all the fun that you get to enjoy on the best late afternoon radio show. Drive Time on Joy with Lexus Bill.
One side, one side.
Let's meet at 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and on Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Drive Time on Joy. Yo, 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 yo!
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Some at the foundation and others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Bako, Services Bibre. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters, door masters, the best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited. Let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank. Air strong, air tough. Interplast. We make sure water reaches you even in space. Gilbert Security Doors. Protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes. Beautiful homes. Wise investment. Western Villas. Where dream meet reality. EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it. Own it, live it.
Of course, this is your election headquarters, and this is our continuous coverage of the parliamentary by-election at Akwatia in the Eastern region ongoing. This is Joynews, independent, fearless, and credible, and we are live across the constituency for the very later. We're just 2 hours for polls to close. The parties are doing all they can to ramp up support for their various candidates ahead of declaration much later in the day. And of course, we are also on X Spaces, on YouTube, and of course on Facebook. Your comments are welcome as we look forward to who will eventually emerge winner in the Akwatia parliamentary by-election. Now, a lot has happened so far since the election got underway at 7 a.m. We've got 2 hours for everything to come to a close, and then we'll move to the era of sorting, counting, and declaration at the various polling centers, 119 of them before the final declaration at the Collation Center. We're just barely 2 hours on to close. Queues are swelling at polling stations across the constituency. And there are also 55,000 people eligible to cast their vote in this particular by-election. Let me bring in Rashid Tanko. Rashid Tanko is a deputy director of elections with the NDC and is on the field. So, Mr. Tanko, 2 hours to end polls. How do you describe the conduct so far?
Elton, let me say good afternoon to you and your cherished viewers across Ghana. I must say it's very positive. It's been very peaceful. We've gone through all the polling stations and everything looks very peaceful. The IGP must be commended. In fact, we have not closed yet, but I can assure you they're on top of issues here. Very peaceful process. The people are voting seamlessly without any incident, and they are living to their ways. And we are satisfied as a political party. We are satisfied with the conduct of the police so far at the polling stations. Although we left with some 2 hours, in terms of the voters, we are doing our best by whipping up interest to bring them to come and vote. Although in the morning there was a bit sluggish in terms of them coming out to vote, but now it has picked up. It's picking up gradually, and then we are very sure of confidence looking at the caliber of persons who are coming to vote, because we've done our work very well behind the scene, and we know the type of persons who are coming to vote, and then so we can confidently say that we are winning this election.
I mean, few issues since polls opened in the morning at 7 a.m. We've seen some videos, suggesting altercation between Alhaji Chief Sofo Azoka and the MPP second vice chair. We've also seen ongoing road construction and a few other things that, some say that it's what is happening on the ground. You say these have not marred the beauty of today's polls?
Well, Elton, these are just minute issues in terms of the altercation between the two vices. Well, if you look at it, I'll call it it's a friendly fire. It was just a friendly fire out there. I mean, the MPP vice chairman need to know the difference between speaking on TV when you are in the studio and then speaking like what I'm doing now publicly out there and then in the surrounding of people. Of course, if you are talking about somebody and you are not liking, the person is very close to you and hearing what you are saying, it can lead to all manner of things. That led to this. He was speaking about Azoka and all that. Little did they know that Azoka was just within the vicinity and was close by him. And then that led to all this. I mean, after that, everything died down and then they continued their business. That one is just a friendly fire. As to the other unfortunate incident, which we saw the minority leader involving himself in some activity that should have been left for the foot soldiers. You don't go to polling stations, see posters pasted around, and then you begin removing those posters. It was just uncalled for because we had a lot of billboards, a lot of huge, in fact, big posters of their candidate being pasted very close to a polling station. No NDC member went and said they should remove it because before a voter will vote, you have to see that one. Nobody. And so it was just an unfortunate part of the minority leader. And I think that such things should be left for the foot soldiers and not senior party members like that. I mean, so apart from that, and
then Tanko, the response to what you describe as unwelcoming conduct of the minority leader was that if he does not desist from it, there was going to be a parliamentary by-election in a Futu. Should that, I mean, this obviously was taking the matter rather too far from Chief Sofo Azoka and some members of the NDC, some even suggesting that he will be cemeteried. I don't think that should be the response.
Well, you see, my vice chairman, Sofo Azoka, he hasn't educated himself to that level. So when he's speaking in English, don't take him out of context. Are you getting what I'm saying? Don't take him out of context. I mean, he's not to that level. Hey, he's an allergy, he's a businessman, he's done well in his business field. He's not into education. But the English, he's also learning it. And so when he's speaking, please, let's not take it out of context and just look at it because of what he has said. In fact, you were saying that that office is our party office. That's the NDC party office. What business has Akrenyomati got to do with our party office to come and attack that place? That's what he was trying to tell them. And it's unfortunate that people took it out of context as if he was wishing death for Afro. That's not the case.
All right.
He was not wishing death for anybody.
We are also in the hometown of the NDC's candidate. My colleague, Nana Boakye Adom, is live. Henry Nana Boakye is the national organizer of the MPP. I will come to you shortly, Nana B. But Nana Boakye Adom, I mean, where exactly are you? We see ongoing construction works. Is that what you are also witnessing?
See is one of the communities in the Akwatia Constituency, and this is a huge electoral area as well, and this place has become a source of controversy because of the road construction that is going on election day. Quite surprising, but that is what we see here. And on this road that I'm standing on, the residents have described to me that it is one of the bad roads in the Akwatia constituency. When you come here, the Kusi road is very, very poor. But earlier this morning, they saw excavators and then machines on the road fixing it and putting it into proper shape. This is what they are saying, that it is unfair to them that government would start to do something like this on a day that is it's having its election. And so you can see that on my far right, the sons are being packed there. And all of that was brought in, or were brought in earlier this morning for the construction of the road. We've seen that some people are up there and then they are dealing with the road construction. They tell us that they are putting the road in proper shape, but this is what the residents are not happy about, claiming that this is a bad mood for government, especially when it is being done on election day. But let me show you some of the other machines also here. You can see that the earth moving machines are also coming. Some of them are putting the road in shape from the very far end, the very first junction that leads you into the Kusi community. And that is the machines that you see over there. This particular vehicle is blocking the road, but you can see the machines are coming from afar, and they are all leading to the construction or coming in here to construct the Kusi road. We are being told that this happens to be the stronghold of the NDC, and the parliamentary candidate lawyer Bernard Bediako also comes from one of the towns nearby Kusi. And so that is why the residents are accusing government of using this kind of move to sort of buy their votes. And so those are the machines coming in, and we've shown you the signs indicating that the road was being constructed or started getting its construction or its shape earlier this morning. And it is not just far, it's just some few meters away from the polling station. The first Kusi polling station is on my left, and it's just some few meters away. And the second one is just behind me, where you see the heavy truck coming from. That is where the second polling center is. And that is where a lot of people are also packed there. And now you can see the machines that are being used to construct the roads are coming in or coming out from the very second polling station in the Kusi community. And you can see up there we have the NDC flags even on top of the various wires up there. And these are the machines that you can see here. Now they are done with the first layer. We have been told that they are moving to the other end of the community to also go and work over there. And so this is a loader, and the other heavy machine also coming in. These are all the items or equipment used in the construction of the road. We made our move or a stop to the very far end where this machine is coming from, and we realized that that place has been patched very well, and they've put it into proper shape, or it's been shaped well, just as they've been told to do. Where I am standing is also well shaped, and we see the machine now moving out or probably going into the community itself. Let's try to see if we can get some of the residents to speak to on this matter, especially the drivers who stay here. We try to get interactive with some of them. This happens to also be the Kusi station. This happens to be the Kusi lorry station as well. And so over here, you can see that a lot of people ply the road. I'm trying to get to speak to some of the gentlemen here. Boss, Mimawaha, alive on Joynews so. And a year to about Akwatia Hanum say, and a year who say, or more Yama Quina Mamo, any gisem.
Any gisem my pan, cause if you say me back, Kusi, I mean, who say be that, and I'm more bomb more than so my Okusi dream.
What's an Akusi for how long?
Matran be 8 years.
8 years. No one who say a gumo kwanso da ye dwi soda.
Fatwa Devi.
Enne ene who say ye dwi kwanso.
Ai, entina ye ni jese mama ye kusifo e wa nyina.
Na for 8 years awatena enne ye to aba ye be dwi kwanso e yade e nwa kakra.
Nwa mum ba ye be fa ne sa. Cause well ye be fa ne sa, ye be fa ne se be ni jese mum ba ye be fa ne sa.
I didn't tell the man ye nwa cheme.
O cause yen ye already say ye be to aba no. Obi amma ba obe share bo so be momogusun so ye. So ye jese man pa.
Na wo hwa ade a ya hyeda yesede be ya be to ma adwama ma akwato aba ma obi ana.
Oh, we dey make an say there be cause obe share bo say oluso wan luso obegu kwan no. Nten ye nyesa.
So what he's saying is that he has stayed here for 8 years, been a resident of Kusi for 8 years, and for the 8 years, this is his very first time seeing that there's road construction going on, especially on the very day that election is being held at Akwatia. And he's refusing to believe that this is to lure them to vote in a certain direction, indicating that they were promised that whether a win or a loss, the road will be constructed for them, and that is what they are seeing over here. I'm also trying to engage another gentleman I see here. And here to about Kusi and I'm say almost putimu mwakwano in shape. Idea mama.
Kakra. It's say be matra almost be 18 years ni me hu say obia basoba be kwan obia de ne sabe kan no wafiri ho ba ene na o maka se o mbegu ne de ade aye ne giseman pa ade aye ne giseman
18 years now so what na hanum say
18 years fitimi nkola brima me de nyi beduru ne no obia anya na adwe so be kwan ba ene de o ma ye o ma adwe so be ne de aya won asem de ba ema aye mpuntu ndwuma Oma beya ama o mine so ye de eni agi ama kro na ni so agi
18 years na say what o bro sir o di 18 pepepe
me bro sir
ene o to aba
na me to aba
okay na kwan na ye construct no omo chance no influence you kakra
influence me if you say de o matena ho no mama me ya ama about one dru say o ma beto aba na o matimi aba so ma be ni ti ama asa aye wan kakra
nti treo nipa akone kotuma ade wetimi sisan wadwen
itimi sisan ma adwen isan say eye wan wade ba how am guso amoye no nti ama ya nya arehemu say o mbetimi awie
okay better sepa ye try say betimi aso nya obi from anene na kasa onso so watena krom fi say ni
atena ha be fan say 10 years ni
for 10 years ni onso so where the 18
Oh bro, more 21 years.
21 years. It's an auto aba.
Metro aba pa.
Road construction no ade e mama.
Oh, enyo anwa bi asa to the extent say, God, abre bia no pay for ne ba ha be yman. O mbegu kwan say aba e to aba ni no ma dey. O ma dwane gyan. Enti yes we ya won so aye say ba we no wa ya ase level na fa krom nyina. O mo be ba no gu so no bu gu so no ma dwane ko. Ba we no wa ye ne dey wa rehemu say, dey wa ye ne say ni dey wa be gu aman e kwan no. Nti abano de yetuma no a
na when the di ani mama be constructed kwan no ma
ti edu di ani me de fa ne say yen de sia di ani de ni say lawyer no ha on di ani mo ye bibia ne sa hye bibia ase our promise so be yaman ani hu se mpanyifo aba ha mo be level kwan ye bibia hu so maguso o mo gusu ye wa hwe a hu so mo gusu ye
na wo hwa o mo beto aso ye to aba ne wi o meto aso
si na ya yem hihye kakra na ba ye onya gidi onyankopɔ mu say abani wie nko ade a wafa nko ade o meto aso
o si yem hihye o ade ntina e de ayem hihye bro
because omo ta ye bi omo be ya sa na ye to aba ni wi anapa what you say but we dey nti say gina so ye to aba na man potin say o gide so be ni say o fi kromu a ha to fi ha no nko a ye say to aba no de eputu djuma bia ne kwan ni so aba dey o de be brɛn wa
So these are the sentiments being shared by some of the voters here at Kusi. The last person says that he's been here for 10 years and he's saying that he believes that the road would continue, the construction would continue even after the election is over. And that after the candidate who is leading the road construction emerges winner of this particular election, he believes that lawyer...
Right, so that's Nana Boakye Adom obviously reporting ongoing construction of major roads in part of the Akwatia Constituency. This place we are told is called Kusi and is the hometown of the NDC's candidate. And as you can see, that is what is being witnessed on the ground. Let me bring in the national organizer of the New Patriotic Party, Henry Nana Boakye, also known as Nanabi. Nanabi, so first let me pick your talks on how far things have panned out for you. We've less than 2 hours for polls to come to a close.
Thank you very much, Alton. So far, I can say it's been very serene, very calm, but for some few unfortunate incidents at Akwatia. And I'm even surprised that my brother Rashid Tanko is saying that Chief Azoka doesn't understand English and he doesn't understand what he says. And for that matter, if he says that there will be a by-election in a Futu constituency, if he had met the minority leader, I mean, it's most unfortunate. We should not be defending everything at all costs. It is bad. This is threatened somebody of death. Quite recently, you recall that there were some TikTokers who were arrested, and their offense was that they had caused threat of death. You remember?
Right.
Exactly. And they were incarcerated for about a week or 2 weeks or so. As I speak, some are still even in police custody. So for the whole vice chairman of the NDC party saying that if he had met Honorable Atunyo Martin, he would have killed him, it's most unfortunate. And I think that the police should, as a matter of urgency, apprehend him. They said that they brought the Black Maria, which I've seen around as well.
Right.
Chief Azoka should be in the Black Maria by now for such unfortunate and criminal words from him. And again, I've even seen a particular video, I don't know whether you have seen it, where a gentleman is also mentioning my name, the minority leader's name, and Afanyo Martin's name.
Yes, exactly. A gentleman in a white apparel.
Exactly. I don't know whether you have seen that video.
I've seen it.
Exactly. I mean, so these are some of the unfortunate instances where we think that the police should act. They have promised the entire nation that Akwatia by-election is going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections. Again, I visited the polling station, Wenchi Presby, where I again also saw some national security operatives led by Japa. They had positioned themselves very, very close to the ballot box. And I protested strongly. And the leadership of the police at that place had to remove them from that place and then position them far off from the voting center. We are hoping that we would continue to witness the overall calmness that we've seen, apart from these small pictures I've just mentioned to you. Usually, when it's getting to the close of polls, and then also during counting, the sorting period, counting period, and then the collation, that is where we see some of these unfortunate instances also happening. We are hoping that the police will tighten up security when it's getting closer to the end of polls. We have 2 more hours to go. They should continue to do so. And after polls, sorting, counting, and they need to keep an eye on the ballot boxes. So, so far, so good.
Well, I mean, yes. So
you're saying something?
Yes, I was talking about the fact that you heard one of our reporters on the ground reporting of ongoing construction works in some part of the Akwatia Constituency, precisely Kusi. And I mean, to what extent does this influence the voting pattern going forward?
As much ado about nothing. It's not going to have any influence on the elections. Solomon Kwame Asumadu will win this election. It's not going to have any influence on the elections at all.
All right. Just a quick breather for me, Nanabi. Just give me 1 second. Let me cross over to my colleague, Jacqueline Asumadu. I was also reporting from another part of the constituency. So, Jackie, what can you report where you are?
Well, Elton, currently I'm at Takoradi, and this is the home of the NDC parliamentary candidate. He hails from here, but then his mother is from Kusi, which is just the neighboring town. And so I've been moving to and fro between these 2 towns, Kusi and Takoradi. And currently I'm just right in front of one of the polling centers here. And in Takoradi, there are roughly about 10 polling centers, but when you go to Kusi, there are 7. But then earlier, we brought a story about the road construction, and it's still the same here in Takoradi. Even before we came live, we saw the same machines that my colleague Nana Boakye talked about. It moved from here to Kusi. It was just on this very road, and they were leveling it up, and that's the situation in here. But I have a couple of the residents here to join me. You have already cast your vote today. You've cast your ballot, right? Yes, ma'am. And how was it for you? It was very long. Okay, now let's talk about the road here. How long has this road been like this? Because when we went to Kusi residents have been saying that, I mean, the road, they've never seen a third road there. What is it? What's the situation here for you?
It's very good because Law is a very nice person. Like Niti Amenta can say, and I'm the I'm a
how long now are you saying?
But yes, actually, from last week, Yana almost started to film.
Oh, okay. The years start for a very long time.
Yes, madam.
Oh, okay. So last week, almost started. Right. Okay. So to you, what do you think about it?
Madam, they made me a fan say, me okada. Some of my and yet that time you be back, you know, 5 series. You know, to me, the Abuami.
Oh, okay. So you need the Abuao. Okay. All right. Sure. Thank you. So Elton, this is also one other resident. Thank you very much. One other resident here in the Takoradi community where the NDC parliamentary candidate is from. So we who say what can say or ballots, what voted that?
But I voted that.
Now,
let me just say, you say Abana Abain Papa NDC Abain. Ana Wadaroma, yeah, NDC Abain now community IDP. It's your mama Abain, you know. They say no, talk as a final budget in you. A final.
How long the final you say? Because young Maya Meneka say
8 years. I apply that. They said Mama Bantino. I buy it to Mama Bantama and contact Abato. And
I been a contract and start saying.
I started my sister, me, who's I without starting about 2 weeks. It's a 2 weeks. I was so attacking my contract another. My contract anywhere. I don't know when she. If you want your what's up,
I also want Akwatia here. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I contact ya. Oh, madam, no, my answer. Kishi, I can't kishi. I can't kishi. I didn't talk about it. I mean, after my, MP. Bediako. MP. Oh, no, I'm about to see another one. Oh, no,
on your buyer.
Back to Baba. And then one ballot. It's a doma. And this is here, woman. ati ayama kasi se kension na obeja sisi kension buso ona ya pempa aka ensure beguso mai ekwana kola abene pota bosi guno
ebi mo aye ni omo ka say especially e wokusi they are doing the road to no omo ka say kwan no omo beguso wo musa na omo jai omo se we no nye anything new ma omo
anya sa ya ka job say so ma anya no omo say che say honorable Bediako say kesiano Okwano, so when you or the contractor, oh baby, a trade on the Gini said, a Fabiano, I can now how it as to obey my or the book of good fear anymore. Collect I born quarter bonny board, so obey my.
Okay, all right.
You are here.
Okay,
catch a plane and throw for you not just say, obey my.
Okay, Matthew. All right, so may that say. Now, me pastor also have voted that home. Oh, don't worry, me hold them out. Now, also, so I find one is saying, and I know most I say, now, and I'm almost at that being.
I'm here and I cover 4 days. Like, what did you say on the
Okay.
Like I said, and now one woman is going to be a Juma, to be winning, woman is going to send you Juma. Yes, I'm wire.
Okay, all right, sure. Matthew. All right. So, Elton, this is all the issues that is being raised here in the Takwase community center, where we've heard from them, and some are saying it started 2 weeks ago. The lady that we just spoke to said this project started 4 days ago. The young man we spoke to earlier said it started about 1 week ago. But then we have also been speaking to lawyer Bernard himself, who casts ballots at the Takwase Senior High School, and he reacted to this, and he said that he didn't see anything wrong with this because they've been in power for 8 months, and starting this today, there's no problem with that. It was the same thing. This same statement was reaffirmed by Mustafa Gbande when we met him earlier. He also talked about the same thing. Yamin also said the same thing when we met them earlier. So this is what has been transpiring here. But one thing that we can observe here is that security is still tight. As I'm speaking to you right now, I still see a lot of police cars moving from up there and coming from up there. And also the security, they are still seated here at the polling stations, seated quietly, sit tight here. But for Takwase, we haven't heard of any violence. We haven't heard of any issue. But then one issue that we heard earlier was an issue of vote buying that was in Kusi. It was the two major political parties that they were talking about. They were accusing each other of vote buying. So, Elton, this is what has been transpiring in both Kusi and Takwase, where lawyer Bernard claims that these two areas are his strongholds because he comes from here and then his mother comes from Kusi. Elton.
All right, thank you very much, Jackie. So surely we'll touch base very soon. But let me again bring in Tanko Rashid Computer. So, Mr. Computer, the idea to construct the road, was it conceived after the death of the member of parliament for the area?
Elton, when we came into office, we inherited this drip equipment.
Okay.
I'm sure you are aware of that. The drip equipment.
Yes.
Yes. And what is the purpose of the drip equipment? One of the key purposes for those equipment is to make sure that they use it to work on the roads in the district so that you don't rely on central government too much. That was the purpose. Our colleagues, when they brought it, they didn't even pay for them. We are here to pay for them. We are now putting the drip equipment into good use for the benefit of the communities. So it's just the assembly doing their work and making sure that the equipment bequeathed to us will make good use of it. The people should benefit from it. It's their tax money, and we are using it to open up the roads and make the roads more travel for the people. What is wrong with that?
The concentration of the construction works in the stronghold of the NDs is what isn't that concerning?
We are looking at areas where the services are most needed. The roads in the I've trekked through almost most of the roads on the constituency, and I can tell you that Kusi stretch very bad. I don't know why the NPP left it for 8 years. Didn't do anything in those areas. Very, very bad. Even motor riders are suffering. Not to talk of car drivers. And so to fix the place for them so that it can be more trouble for the good people of Akwatia to use it. Is there a problem with that?
But clearly,
problem with that. It's not a new contract that you go and quickly arrange contractors and bring them from Accra with F-moving machine. This is a district drip equipment. That's what they are using. And we must applaud the district for coming up with this laudable idea to make sure that these equipments are put into good use so that they don't park them at the assembly to beautify the assembly, like what our colleagues used to do. We are not going to do that. We are going to make sure that the equipments are put into good use, and you have just seen that we should be applauded, and the assembly should also be applauded for standing up to make sure that the people get the benefit of their labor.
You don't find this concerning? All right, so we've lost Akwatia on the line, but Adam Senanu is with the anti-corruption umbrella, and he joins me. Mr. Senanu, I mean, what we are seeing on the ground, where there is concentration of construction of roads, especially in the stronghold of the NDC, does this constitute vote buying?
No. On the surface of it, the elements of vote buying, you have to show who is receiving something material, some exchange for a particular vote. But it is intriguing when you find these things happening all of a sudden around election time. In the past, we probably would have worried much more about it. But the historical data shows that the Ghanaian voter has become quite sophisticated. And so new roads, new infrastructure do not necessarily translate into definite votes on your behalf. So I think that it's always good when governments of the day avoid the optics of doing these things at a time that there is a decision to be taken. Ideally, we probably should avoid such periods and do any such national developments within the normal windows where there is nothing of a choice being made. Having said that, I doubt that this is going to make much of an influence on the vote for the day.
But again, doesn't some of these developments rather insult the intelligence of the voter? Because you only get to see this when there's an opportunity for the political parties to exploit you for your vote. And then you've got all manner of things happening, construction of roads, provision of street lights, and other things that they would have been asking for years. I mean, the videos that the comments that we brought you, some said they've been living in the constituency for 18 years. This is the first time they are seeing construction of roads. I mean, doesn't that insult their intelligence? I mean, clearly amplifying the point that we only need your vote. That's why we are coming to you with this development.
Well, I don't know about the word insult, but certainly it would appear that the political class are taking for granted or assuming that the electorate cannot read between the lines. And they repeat this over and over again. Perhaps an intense survey that captured commentary from citizens on this issue may convince them much and let them know that really, for the citizen, sometimes it becomes humorous. Because really, we have to take up our mind based on what we think is going to produce the result. If doing the that and I think may have start complete if they're vigilant. So yes, there's a way in which they are not appreciating that the Ghanaians as well as can reach the line.
All right, Adam Senanu, thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and of course we are so live in the Akwatia Constituency, and I'll bring Rachid Tanko on for some few issues, and then I can let him go because obviously as Deputy Director of Elections, very busy at this very time when voting is just about ending. So, Mr. Tanko, I mean, both parties, the NDC and the NDC, all of you have come under criticism for vote buying. I mean, we've seen evidence of sharing of money. I mean, why is this happening? I thought we may have outgrown this practice, especially on election day.
Elton, I can speak for my party, the NDC, that we are not involved in this act of vote buying. Indeed, it has not been part of us. It's not part of our processes. We hardly do that in any of our elections. If we were to involve in vote buying, do you think we would have won the 2024 election? Look at the massive victory Ghanaians gave us. Did we have that money? Being in opposition for 8 years, we couldn't have withstand MPP with tons of money they were distributing all over. But we won the election because we have superior message. And the people bought our message and voted massively for us. So why would all of a sudden we have to now use money to go and induce them to vote for us? When we are barely just 8 months, we have done enough for them. The people are living testimony. They are telling us what they used to buy in the market. Now the prices are slashed drastically. So they have a lot of money in their pocket. They are enjoying this thing. So why would we use money to induce them? It is our colleagues. That's their modus operandi. They have been doing it. And today, they haven't changed. They are all over the place. So, dashing money left and right. They still have huge monies with them. For them, that is their cup of tea. But I can assure you, the NDC, we are not involved in this.
My few issues, I mean, before I came on, I heard Bernard Mona, the national chairman, who wanted to contest the 2024 election was taken of the NDC, but was disqualified by the Electoral Commission. He makes the point that perhaps it's about time that all the political parties come together under IPAC and get the Electoral Commission to perhaps sponsor, a bill to Parliament that will reduce the voting time, because he thinks that 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. is just too long. Will you support such a move?
For now, it's not an issue for consideration, but we're looking at if we are able to reduce the voter population for each polling station. It used to be more than 750.
Right.
And that was carrying us up to 6 to 7 and sometime in the night. Now they've reduced it to 750. For now, the highest polling station you can get is about 750. And so that one, if there's a talk that we can still divide it and have it, reduce it to somewhere maybe 500 per polling station, then we can be talking of reducing the timing. Because if you have less than 500 voters, I don't think you need to stay up to 5 o'clock. We as a political party, in our internal elections, we use 7 to 4 p.m.
Yes.
That's what we use in our internal elections. And because of the numbers and then the way we divide the polling booths. So it makes it easier within that period for us to cover up. So if this one comes in, yes, at IPAC, we can discuss it, look at the numbers and decide that, look, these numbers should still be reduced from the 750 to a lesser number. Will allow us so that the voting time can reduce.
All right, thank you so much. Rashid Tanko is the Deputy Director of Elections with the NDC. Let me take you back to the continent where my colleague, Kwajo Brace, is also engaging some constituents ahead of the closing of polls at 5 p.m.
Thank you very much. I know this will be exhausting.
Very.
But let's understand from your point of view, how has it been really?
Well, it's been good. We chose this path to represent the people, and it's a long path, which starts from being elected. And so if you want to represent the people, you never get tired. You have to forge on and make sure you do the needful. And so it's been good. It's been good. I've been touring the whole constituency. I've been going from one polling station to the other. And so far, it's been very good. I mean, generally calm. People are, you've seen the security officers. I mean, they are not even bothered because there is nothing to even protect. We are all cool. It's as if, but for their uniforms, you will be identified as their security officers. But nobody is doing anything that would warrant their intervention. We are good to go. It's been very good.
I've been speaking to some people who say that, well, some people allege that they don't know you and therefore, they cannot vote for you. How do you respond to those people?
Let 5 p.m. come and you understand whether I'm known or I'm not known. I've been a constituency secretary of my party. I led the campaign in 2024. by virtue of the fact that I am a constituency secretary. I led the campaign in the constituency. I took my candidate everywhere. I was the head of the campaign. And so, as for those things, today, whatever you may have said prior to today, here is it. The box is there. Go and do the needful. We will open the box, pour the ballots on the table. We'll count and declare, and you will see whether I'm known or I'm not known.
Will you be surprised if you don't win this?
I won't lose it. I can assure you. I'm not losing the election. We've come far. We know how. I've been a politician for a while. Every indication points to the fact that I've won the elections. Trust me. The margin is what we are looking at. But as for winning, I've won the elections. Trust me. I'm here. Did you see anybody following me apart from my aide? They didn't even notice that it was the candidate who was coming. So if this had happened before I entered, if this interview had happened, you would have said that maybe I decided to go this way because you asked the question. I entered before, and these are the people I entered with. Harmless. He's the constituency youth organizer. Whom am I intimidating? I'm not even with the police. What have I done? So these things happen. Oh, let's focus on the most important thing. Trust me, the ballot is there. We are doing the needful. It will be counted. It will be declared. Akwatia will move on. Grateful.
So that is the parliamentary candidate of the NDC for the Akwatia Constituency. But we've been speaking to quite a number of people here. Let's try and speak to some observers as well, people who've been observing this. And I have the World Peace volunteers. They are found out here to help us, understand how this is. Chief, I'm grateful to you. Your name, you're the president of the volunteers, right?
Yeah.
And your name is?
My name is Setose Echampo.
Okay. So you've been observing this election.
Yes, Chris, yeah.
From the point of view of people who are monitoring these elections, what do you say about what you've seen?
So far, so good. Since morning, we have been to so many places, like Wenchi, Akwatia, Bodua, and so many places. We have not encountered any incidents. We are yet to receive any incidents. And per what are our checks, as at now, the vote is okay because we have gone at least about 60%. So we are hoping that before 5 o'clock, we have maybe about almost 90%. Sure.
In terms of security, people have said we have a large security contingent here. What do you say to that?
Well, it's good. It's good with that. Looking at the what we have heard and what we know already in this constituency, it's good on that way that we have received it. It makes the place so smooth for everybody to come and cast his or her vote. Yeah.
I'm grateful to you, sir. But before we let you go, you are the World Peace volunteers. What peace message are you leaving to for the people of Akwatia?
Akwatia. The only thing I would tell them is just exercise patience. Because looking at the resource the government has put into this particular elections is too much. So I would just play to them that they should exercise patience. Always, peace is not an event. Peace is a process. So the only thing I would tell them is they should exercise patience, and then everything will be okay.
What's your name again?
I'm Setose Champon.
Setose, president of the World Peace Volunteers. So there you have it. And we've been speaking to both the NDC and MPP, who are all upbeat about winning this particular by-election. We'll bring you that interaction plus other interactions that we've had with people who've come here to monitor this election shortly here on the Joynews channel. So do stay with us.
Samuel Kojo Brace coming to you live from the Akwatia Constituency. You heard him speak to the NDC's candidate, who is very confident of victory. With just what? We've got an hour and 5 minutes for the polls to come to a close, and then we'll enter into the most tense moment of the election, and that will be the sorting and the counting of the ballot. 119 polling centers across the constituency voting. 55,000 eligible voters in the Akwatia constituency also voting. We've heard the political parties so far, they are okay with the way in which the election has been conducted, the security arrangement, the conduct of the Electoral Commission officials, and everybody involved in the election. With the exception of few skirmishes, all of them agree that so far it's been free and fair and it's been orderly. But for those who look at the security aspect of it, how are they also measuring how the election has gone so far? Let me bring in security experts, Mr. Doke. Mr. Doke, it's good to have you here. Good afternoon and welcome to the poll. So, poll started at exactly 7 a.m. We've got an hour and a few minutes to end it. So far, what would be your description in terms of security arrangement and the conduct of it? How will you describe it?
Well, thank you. I think so far, so good. The security, the police, for that matter, have shown assertiveness, and they've really exhibited the aspect of taking control and command of the area. So it's been calm, serene. As you mentioned, just a few confusion, that's what I call it, and misunderstandings, that's all. But apart from that, the whole process has been very good and there's been calm. I think people have got the message about not misbehaving, and whoever had that thought has rescinded. Notwithstanding, we have about 1 hour plus to go. I think they shouldn't just take their foot off the pedal yet. They should still be assertive, and they should, exhibit commanding aspects and respond to any threats quickly as possible and take hold of the area. The counting itself is a very dicey situation.
Right.
And what happens in that area. So I think that is also an aspect where they need to be more vigilant. And the counting, some may extend into the dark in areas where they may likely not have the electricity. So they need to look at how they can also assist with regards to provision of electricity and all of that. And when it comes to working in the dark as a security personnel, it can be challenging. So they need to look at how they can put in measures to, safeguard the process so we can have a violent, free by-election.
Clearly, after the voting, the next stage will be the sorting and counting. And that is where the police, adopted strategies will come to play. Now, already we've been told that the police will not allow anybody on motorbike 100 meters to the polling center. Also, VVIPs that will include ministers of state, members of parliament, and other high-ranking dignitaries will not be allowed to carry sidearms. Their bodyguards will not be allowed to carry sidearms to any polling center. They will be detained 100 meters to a polling center. You think that these arrangements, if adhered to, will ensure an incident-free counting? Because this is where the police, strategies will come to play, and people, and they will be measured by how far they will be able to control the centers.
Very true. Now, I have always maintained that not only with regards to stopping the bodyguards of ministers of VVIPs, but those who wear smock also can smuggle any weapons under there. So it's good. 100 meters, you are not supposed to come there. Those on motorbikes and those bodyguards or aides of these VVIPs. Now, the VVIPs themselves should restrain themselves from going to the centers to stay.
If you can kindly give me a breather, let me cross over to the constituency, because the General Secretary of the NDC is also addressing my colleague Samuel Kojo, and I'll come back to you to conclude.
At the end of the day, we can say we have a relatively high number. So we are regionally, I think it's been peaceful. So I'm impressed about that.
Your first chair, your vice chair is called to be involved in a draw with the NPP second deputy chairman, Masaudu. What do you have to say about that?
Brawl? What kind of brawl is that?
There was a confrontation, and they punched Masaudu at the police station in Akwatia.
I see. I've not really taken time to abreast myself of that. So I think I will try and find out and know what's going on.
Was involving Chief Sofo Azoka
then
Alhaji Masaudu, who is the third national vice chairman of the NPP.
I see.
And Masaudu says that he has reported the matter to the police.
Okay, then that's okay. Once it's reported, then I think we should allow the police to do an investigation.
General,
whoever is found culpable, the right thing needs to be done.
What do you say to proposals that this is an expensive exercise to have, and therefore there should be a tweak in the constitution to say the party that holds the seat, if something happens to the MP, should just elect someone to be on the seat so we can save ourselves all of this, struggle?
Well, no, I mean, constitutional reviews are things that we should always be open to having, because after 32 years, you always want to bring changes. So there's nothing wrong with that. So that conversation, I think, is a conversation NDC and NPP we should be able to sit together and even have an agreement upon. And once we do, we both will be able to push that, in Parliament. But that said, NPP tried to literally create impression that we stepping away from Tamale Central, you to step away from Akwatia. The truth is this, NPP know they have no chance in Tamale Central. They could bring Bawumia and you lose miserably in Tamale Central. So naturally they will not go. So that was just a pretense, taking advantage of their sympathy and pretending, we are very, it's a game they were playing. Akwatia is a place where we believe December 7 we won. It was declared for them, so we believe the people of Akwatia needed an opportunity to make a final choice between NDC and NPP who won that seat. In December, and so this is it.
Yeah. Don't you think that, given what has happened, the death of the MP, don't you think that it was necessary for you at least to allow them have the seat in Parliament? You already have large number in Parliament.
The people of Akwatia deserve the opportunity to decide whether they want to be on the side of the NDC or the NPP. I'm saying subsequently, if we have a constitutional review, we can look at that. But you cannot deny how many people in Akwatia the opportunity to have a choice simply because you are saying our MP passed away, therefore you must be saddled with maybe an MP on an opposition side that you don't want. So, if we are talking democracy, let's continue to pursue democracy. So but I'm saying the constitutional review will be able to, is something that I think we should all open to.
Our political space is. Do you think that NDC, MPP, and other political parties, you can come together at a table to agree that?
Why not? Why not? I think we can, because 32 years of a democratic journey, we should have the level of maturity to be able to sit together and have a conversation. I can tell you as General Secretary, I'm pretty much willing, and I've actually made effort to that effect with, I normally focus more on the MPP because of they are the direct opponent that we have. So I've had that conversation with my counterpart on the other side, and it's something I think we can continue to discuss. So that you see, the important thing that it should be done without hypocrisy. When you try to play games and pretending that I'm pulling out of Tamale Central, when you know you have no chance in Tamale Central and asking us to pull out of Akwatia when we know we can win Akwatia, then it's not fair. We should look at it clearly and decide. Once we have a decision there, then regardless of whether you can win it or you cannot win it, we agree. But simply claiming that pull out of Tamale Central, therefore pull out, it's a game and we are not ready to play that game.
With just an hour to go and the voter turnout you have seen, are you confident of the chances of the NDC's candidate?
I would say MPP clearly were holding the seat, so naturally they, right from the beginning, will be considered the favorite. But we believe that just as we did, even going into the December 7, where MPP were the favorite, but we managed to, as it were, beat them and beat them well. I think the same thing will happen here. Akwatia will be green before we leave here today.
General, given about cost of elections, do you know how much the NDC has spent so far in this election?
Do I know where that was?
How much the NDC has spent regarding this Akwatia by-election?
Every election you have to mobilize money and get it done. At the end of the process, we'll sit together and find out exactly what the total expenses have been. But clearly, no election is done without mobilization. It's always been the case. I'll have to check that. I'm not in the position to declare that. We'll see. When the election is over, we'll do that calculation.
Why do you like pummeling people? You've beaten someone to the extent that the person really is begging for mercy. Just one seat that you say, okay, at this point I won't deliver. You're still delivering. Why are you like that?
It's not us who are pummeling. It's the people of Ghana who are pummeling them. The people of Ghana clearly are sending them a clear message that your 8 years have been absolute disaster. And we want to let you know that we totally do not like what you did. And I'm hoping that they will be able to, as it were, eat the humble pie, learn. But it doesn't appear they are learning. Because if you watch them carefully, you can see clearly that they are behaving exactly how they did. Even when they came into office from 2017. Long may they continue. That's to our advantage. If they continue remaining like that, then that's fine. But if they decide that they will learn a good lesson, show some humility, maybe the people of Ghana will change. So the pummeling is being done by the people of Ghana.
If you lose the seat today, what signal will the Central?
You mean if what? If we?
If the NDC loses
MPP won it in December 7, even though we believe that we had won it. So if they won it, it means that they were able to defend their seat. So we give them credit. In democracy, you win some, you lose some. So we will prepare for another one and believe. Oh, no. Why should there be a verdict on the government? I mean, a seat that was won in December by them, if they manage to retain it, it simply means that they were able to work hard and consolidate their ground. So that's it.
That the Akwatia needs an NDC MP to get development in case you lose.
I think generally, every area of the country wishes to be on the side of government because somehow it makes it easier. I mean, if you are in opposition, it's a little more difficult because as you can expect, an MP in opposition doesn't have the same access to ministers as the one in government. So I would say generally some minimum development will happen across the whole country. But if you have the side, if you have an MP who is sitting on the majority, chances are that you get a little more. I mean, it's normal. If your mother is in the kitchen, you eat more than if your mother's rival is in the kitchen. You may not eat the same. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. That's the General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Fiavi Kwete there. Look, we are still in Bwedua. The sirens you hear are what are coming out of the police vehicles, and the police, I think the strategy is to let people know that we are here, we are present, and therefore you cannot, joke with the process. And as you can see in your shot, that is the Bodua polling station, as you see. I mean, as it is now, we are not seeing anybody come. So anybody coming again to vote. Let's see what happens in the next 1 hour. But Elton, we'll hand it over to you. But like I said earlier, we've had the NDC and MPP debate as to who will win this particular post. So stay in touch for that particular interaction, surely, on your screen.
Praise, and of course, I will touch base with you pretty soon. And I like the concluding part of the NDC's General Secretary, Fifi Kwete. He says that if your mother is in the kitchen, you will eat facts. If your stepmother is rather the one in the kitchen, well, that's going to be an issue for you. Let me again bring in Dr. Victor Doke. So, Dr. Doke, I mean, you were telling me what the police should do, especially as we are now winding up. We are now into minutes, just 52 minutes to end it. What should the police do? They've got the military on standby. Do they bring them in now where tension will begin to rise at the polling centers where counting will now start?
Okay, so the military coming in now will not serve much purpose. Okay, the police have made a statement from 7 a.m. till now. I think they would want to finish up and then take a recommendation, which ideally should be. And I commend them so far for what, holding the forth. So counting crucial. In places where they see they have to beef up the men, they do that. In places where, as I said earlier, working in the night sometimes is very challenging. So what equipment or what accessories do they need with regards to ensuring that the counting is done fair, and then also the people adhere to the instructions. So I think putting all these things together, the patrolling, responding to any slightest, threat, the response time should be very apt. And I think we should be good to go. Violence free is what we are hoping for. And I think they'll do their best.
But generally, you think that the police have been up to the task?
Generally, they've been up to the task so far with regards to the Akwatia election. They are on top of issues and see to the latter, hopefully, incident-free. And I think by now people have, understood that any kind of action against the law, you would be dealt with severely.
All right. Dr. Victor, thank you so much. But let me also gauge the assessments of the coalition of domestic election observers. And Joseph Otifrempong is CDD Ghana, but currently observing the election under the umbrella of Kodeo. Mr. Frimpong, good afternoon and welcome to the polls.
Yes, good afternoon.
Great. So let's start from the morning and your assessment so far.
Okay, thank you for having me. So, just like
all the by-elections that we have had in the country, every by-election, we do experience some sort of violence and all that. So Cordio, as an election observer group, we decided to deploy 25 observers to observe the elections at Akwatia. So when our observers got to the various polling stations, hopefully they were allowed to observe the elections. And as I speak to you, they have been able to submit data to the secretariats. They have submitted their data on arrival and the setup of the polling station. We are yet to receive their whole assessment of the voting processes. But so far, all the polling stations that our observers are, there were security officers over there, and the two major political parties also had, they do have their party agents at the various polling stations. The LPG candidates, the polling stations that we observed, about 50% of the polling stations, that's where he is having his agents. And so far, all the materials that the people needed to help them to vote were available at the various polling stations that we observed. We have not yet encountered any major incident. We have not recorded any major incident in the polling stations that we have observed. We hope that it continues. Usually, when we are having elections in the country, the voting processes, we don't encounter major issues as compared to the closing counting and the collation of results. So we hope that unlike the past elections that we do encounter challenges at the last stage, this by-election will continue as it's going, and everything will be done peacefully.
But the data submitted so far, what does it say? I think we've lost your audio.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear now. So I was asking the data submitted so far, what does it say?
Yeah, so the data that we have received, all the political parties, they had their agents at the polling stations. With the exception of the LPG candidate, as I said, that the places that we observed, about 50% of the polling stations, that's where he's having his agent.
Right.
So that shows how the political parties are taking this by-election serious. And all the voting materials, such as the ballot papers, indelible ink, voting screens, validating stamp, ink pad, and endorsing ink, all the polling stations that we observed, all those materials were available for people to use to vote.
Right.
And
yes, please go on.
Okay, yeah. And when it comes to the presence of the security personnel, all the polling stations where we had our stationed observers, there were a heavy presence of security personnel at those polling stations. So far, we have not encountered any major incident of violence at the various polling stations that we are observing. And when it comes to women representation as regards polling station officials, to where we observed, we have had about 31 polling officials who were women, and I think one presiding officer who was a woman.
Right.
So that's the data we have gathered so far from the setup and the arrival. So we hope to receive the other data by 5 p.m. once the
pool is closed. But so from Kodeyo's point of view, you will say that so far it's been free and fair, it's been incident-free, and it's been orderly.
From the polling stations that we have observed so far, since we have not encountered any major challenge as of now, we hope that it continues. So as of now, the process is going on well, smoothly.
And we are going to enter into another phase that will require the vigilance of the security personnel and officials of the Electoral Commission. What will be your expectation?
So my expectation is that all the major stakeholders involved in this election, that's the security agency, the Electoral Commission, and the political parties, they try as much as possible to abide by the rules going into the collation, because all the elections that we have had in the country, we do face challenge with the collation of results. So this time round, we don't want to get any casualties when it comes to the collation of results. So political parties are to be vigilant, but they should, as much as possible, calm down their supporters. That the collation of results, nothing is going to happen in there. They should let the Electoral Commission do its work. Agencies should also try and play by the rules and ensure peace at the collation centers. When all the stakeholders do play their part well, I think this election will be peaceful and we will not witness any casualty as we have been having with other by-elections.
Right. Mr. Joseph Otifrimpong is succeeded in Ghana, but observing this election under the umbrella of Cordeo. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. And back to the constituency where, again, I'm joined by my colleague, Samuel Kojo Braze, who is engaging some of the VIPs who've passed through during the elections.
And your election headquarters, of course. We are coming to you live from the Bouadoua, right? The Bouadoua lorry station. Here we have 2 polling stations. And we understand this whole community itself is a strong NDC, stronghold, yeah? But I've been joined by 1 NDC person and 1 MPP person. They've all voted. Chief, how are you doing? What's your name?
Akil Bashiru. Yeah.
And you are an NDC?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Adams Mohammed.
And you are an MPP?
Yes.
Okay, great. How's the election going so far for you?
Oh, election is ampa ekoboko. Send I say Bouadoua lorry station. Yeni MPP for no bako. Ye nkuntoko wa ha. Ye NDC for yeni MPP for ye nuafo ewo Bouadoua. Nti yano yempentokwa because unu nuakokura na say we MPP ni kura na omuwia munne efie bako. Munne efie bako ana moko ye ntafo nti amaye ni MPP for no ye na ye bako nti no ntoko bia nti election na ye wa ha say no no confusion bia ni ha asumdwe nko a.
Now, so far, so what he is basically saying is that in Bouadoua here, the NDC and MPP are one people, so they don't fight. So for them, it's all about unity and brotherliness that is being exhibited here. Now, but Sebanusa Abatuone and Nesini Sikwa, what do I to form a cosine?
Oh, I had here from 92. I had a NDC stronghold. MPP we knew I had. All the police station, not 2 and MPP wini. But it's not 2 nukurano ya kanta. Until election we, almost no one ya kanta. Ye numejuma ya ye. Itu wini ni the lawyer wafa, Bouadoua lawyer fa.
So he says that since 1992 the MPP has not won in Bouadoua, and that they are going to win, and the MPP had only 2 strongholds, but they know what they've done there, and that this election, the lawyer is winning, that's his candidate, the NDC candidate, and then in Bouadoua, the lawyer is also winning. Well, let me come to the MPP. So far, what do you make of the election itself?
It's cool. Like he said, we are brothers. He's my brother. He's my brother. My senior brother is married to his sister. So you know how it is. We are united here. We are one. Yes, the 2 polling stations are NDC polling stations, but we are not hoping to win the 2 polling stations. This is a by-election we are talking here, and elections are dynamic. There are different dynamics to every election. You see, our candidate is very renowned and down to earth to the extent that the NDC people, are voting for him. We are not hoping to win the polling stations. We are suppressing their votes. Our votes will come up. Our votes will come. Bouadoua as a whole is an NDC dominated town, but the constituency has about 5 towns that are strongly in favor of MPP. So I am hoping by close of polls today, MPP candidate Solomon Asumadu, who is popularly known as Owo and Okumkong, would have carried the day.
You said the NDCs are voting for the MPP. How do you know that? Because the voting is secret.
Yes, we know the work, just like he said, we know the work we've done. And we know the research that we've also carried out. And to be honest with you, there are a lot of guys there who are not, who don't know their candidate in this particular constituency. And like I told you earlier on, I think I granted you an interview yesterday. This is a mining community. A community or a constituency that is predominantly a mining community. You understand? Our livelihood is dependent on mining. So if I bring somebody who's a legal miner, who has helped a lot of people or young guys in the community, what do you think? He's given a lot of employment to the youth. Like I told you yesterday, any guy you see, any young guy, 18 and 20 or 25 and above, you see driving in a vehicle has got his own mansion or a house. It is due to this guy, the MPP parliamentary candidate. So that one is in itself is a testimony, right? And that is what the guys are saying. They are going to reward him for that.
Quite interesting. Come closer. And I hope sir. I mean, who follow. Or Patrick say, "Oh no, send you see what happened to winning hammer MPP."
Oh, no, yakra ahana ofri. Minua. Me papa e ware de mami penny. Minua. Me papa kan the owo me.
So you know.
Minua. Now so baby o find one faye. Because body hana ye wono. Even a project bia o maye body hano eye NDC enye MPP. MPP enje mputo e wo body da. Even omo parliamentary candidate now omo wini eye MPs kura no. Omo mputo bi obusa se obi nkyira mputo ba ko a omo ba ya omo ye ya obi na obetimi akire. Now so ye NDC ye betimi akire even station hakura ye gina no eye NDC. Ye nim de ye candidate na oyema NDC. Ye candidate lawyer Bediako ye nim de oyema NDC. Wa ye enyoma bebre ama NDC. Even youth omo ye mining. Even owo no nkasa no ne lawyer no owo ne lawyer owo busa say owo eden owo ayama bodia na otimu no a o ntimi kire ade ba akopɛ say eden waye project we na waye
and so say we boy young people am why economically empowered
ye hu omo a otimi boa om eye minua mitimi ntwa ntro ento no so anka oyi oboa obi a mehu eye minua mi hu ye mintimi fa
oso no aka hu
ana me say enya no kure eni na make say eye minua oye bibia metima ka say wei ana waye what you say ye wo omu na omebie man a omo ye a omo so omo fa workers omo ye den omo ye eno no eye normal yanso ye me tu say no mi sa na me so me bra ono so no we bie man a ono so no wa fa workers omo ye den omo ye but ye pe project obi a obetimi akọ no wotimi akotwe mpuntuo e de aba enye owo ontimi nkofa mpuntuo ema because one enye o government and a power one ho na wo betimi akọ no wotimi akọ mpuntuo aba because one former MP Okoyo machine a wo pese odi twi kwan kura enima amanfo omu DCE e ka kire ni say enya ade a obema machine e dey mpuntuo because enya the government and a power. And it's Muslim try and say yes, that means it's our government in power. Oh, kwa heading. Oh, kwa nya de obeti ma heading. Enye bibi ediaba. And it's lawyer Bediako. Ono na ye nim say okwa obeti mi atwim puntuo edabra youth. Youth no so no ye wo omo ma ko school ewie. Enya man nko ana omo ye wa ha. Ye wo omo ewie school youth na omo ewie school a omo pe edwuma aye. President John Dramani Mahama oba ye ejuma bebre a woda to kwam a wo pese youth no obo youth no munye ejuma ye no eno and because one ye ni MP a ebe den na sampunto no ana youth no o metime nye ejuma aye nti ese ye nya MP a wo ye candidate NDC candidate a wo betime akọ primpunto ede aba.
So what is basically saying that he's countering his argument is the MPP's argument to say that well their candidate, the lawyer, has done a lot of things to help people in this area. He says that if the MPP says their candidate has helped young people here, he cannot see it. He cannot attest to it because he is his own brother. If he has done anything like that, you'll see it. And he's saying that if they need someone to bring development to Akwatia, it is not Owo, that's the MPP's candidate. It is rather the lawyer who can do that job because his party is the one in power. He's asking you, he's daring you to tell the people of Akwatia what one project Owo has done here in what's the name, Bodua, where he comes from.
Let me just tell you something. He wants a project. He wants a project. He should go to the Roman Ridge. The Presbyterian church there, the building there, was single-handedly built by Owo.
The Presby church.
Yes, not that one, not the main church. There's a sub church there at the Roman Ridge where he resides. He single-handedly built it. Let me tell you something again. This man standing here saying that our candidate is his brother, is a beneficiary of Owo. His senior brother works for Owo. So how do you talk about he doesn't help people? And what if you say development? What is development? Or he's asking us what has MPP done? The Zongo ministry, there's a 6-unit classroom block that has been built at the Roman Ridge, was built by MPP under the XY administration, another administration. Right? What is development in this country? We have a school here, we have secondary schools here, not one secondary school. We have hospitals in this community, not one hospital. We have polyclinics, not one polyclinic. What are we looking for? Our roads are tied. What is left for us is to empower the youth, and that is what our candidate is doing, empowering the youth so that they become independent on their own. What is saying does not turn out. Their candidate has lost, even in his own backyard, Takras, where he hails from. He's not touched to the ground. People are saying when they vote for him, he always tells them he's going to take them to court. Petty issue, then he tells them, I'll take you to court. Petty issue, then he says, I'll take you to court. That is what he's noted for in his constituency. That is what the NDC candidate is noted for in his constituency. He's lost touch. You see how people, you see he's just walking around. You see how people following are not plenty. You saw it when our candidates came around. This morning, you saw it when our candidates came around. You understand? Our candidate walks around with a lot of vigor. He's lost it. He's lost it. Everything, his demeanor, everything shows that he's lost it. This is a constituency that MPP rules. If MPP is united, NDC should not come close to us. This man standing there is my senior from Pope John.
So there you have it. Our senior candidate, the MPP will win here today.
Oh, Wananga Sawajino, no. Ye votu waha, or ye puli agent. Ebedo Nimreno, Ontiminjina, no Jane. Me mebra, minimono, many ye puli agent waha. Ebedo Nimreno, none of Hopopo. Ah, no, cano say a woo. Say a why ye say, a why ye say, a why say. Me and Ukraine me catch me, mean counter, a ye miminia. A ye mimiani owo. Station has say, Honorable Baba Jama, Adaworma, NDC, and a ye station ha. A ye clinic, a ye NDC, and a ye. A ye GCD, hospital, and this Ebwaye, a Kadia or the Komawom. A won't mean a dear Bakwa, a wo 18 a year. I'm so a more chapo there was see. And Yano Cre, and on your chapo. Oh, WW and Yano Cre, me Minimsa Asor Dino. And Obwa on see Asor Dembia. And Yano evidence when I was a non evidence. Me evidence a man can't. Many never crumwa, a miminia, mean to mean Cantron so. A minuia P. Mean to mean Cantron so. But me were NDC, I know on war. MPP. And the lawyer, oh, in that dear, yeah, the power of the lawyer, so because lawyer no, a lawyer, even a woman, the lawyer no, you be a nya someone, or no, even MPP for Munya someone, or no Mugani to one.
Medasi, thank you. So that's it. He says that he's confident that his candidate is winning.
It's not difficult How do I? It's not difficult saying it. It's easier said than done, right? It's easier said than done, and that is it. We are confident. And earlier when I told you, these 2 polling stations are not MPP polling stations. I didn't say we are winning it, but I said our votes are appreciating because of Owo factor. That is it. I'm telling you.
Right, Samuel Kojo Brazier in that very interesting interaction between 2 family members, but belonging to different political parties. The MPP guy is confident that candidates, also known as who will win the seat. The NDC person from the same family thinks otherwise. Well, we've got 29 minutes for polls to come to a close, and then we'll move into sorting and counting. Prof. Christianen, as always, a pleasure to have you here on your election headquarters. And I'm guessing that the police deserve some credit for how far they have managed the situation since morning.
Oh, I think most, certainly the people of Akwatia deserve most of the credit. The excessive talk of violence was actually talked by the political parties and their leadership. The ordinary people of Akwatia went about their businesses and looked on in an amused and bemused fashion at all the hula baloo. Of course, with the extreme presence of law enforcement, personnel, that also brought some control. But I think it raises more questions than answers. 1/7 of our sum total of police officers were sent to Akwatia.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Now, it raises questions about the nature of the threat assessments that we made. Because if the threat assessments were that Akwatia was dangerous, and those assessments did not catch Teshi, where people have died, so too where people have died, and the fight in the Savannah region, when it raises a lot of fundamental questions.
Nobody has always been arrested in all of this.
Yes. Okay. So I think it's good Akwatia has progressed so far and peacefully. But it's the people of Akwatia that we should say thank you to, or the constituency. But it raises fundamental questions as to what drove us to think that Akwatia was so dangerous that we needed 5,500 men. And that heavy presence, whilst lives are being lost elsewhere, and the conflict indicators are very clear, that small arms are all over the place. People are willing and prepared to use them and put lives and properties in danger. So, yes, we should beat our chest when the results are announced and people celebrate peacefully. But on the law enforcement side, and in terms of the intelligence gathering and who was there and who ought not to have been there, it raises a lot of questions.
But clearly, this is just one aspect of it. Now we are moving into the most important aspects of what the security arrangement should be. And this is, in the next 26 minutes, they will begin to close the polls and then begin sorting and counting. And then later we'll go to the collation center. The police says that they have some strategies in place to ensure that the counting and the collation will also be done in an atmosphere of order. They say that nobody is allowed without accreditation within 100 meters radius to the center. Now, security personnel who are following VVIPs, ministers of state, members of parliament, will have to leave behind their sidearm 100 meters to the collation centers. Are these what will make the process incident-free?
Look, let me make something clear. Politics is about principles, values,
and shared norms. If the politicians will not play by the rules of the game, there's nothing Mr. Yohonu and team, dedicated, willing to fight, can do. It's the political class and the leaders that must send the signal that this contestation of the game. So if the police or the election security rules, there's only accredited people can to the police. If you are not, then you can't whether it's the politician, the minister, or who just has. And I think the police must take it clear. No minister, chief, whatever, can flout. Nobody is above the law. Okay? So there are issues. The constant application of the law was for all those flout groups, and the politicians sending signals to their followers that they themselves are ready to follow their rules. I mean, look, what is the big deal here? The people have voted. It's gone peacefully. We are going to count. I mean, there will be lights and everything. Nobody knows who's going to steal the vote anyway. You know, so I think the political parties must begin a process of ensuring that their behavior is supportive of law enforcement and that they don't necessarily create undue problems that raises tensions, and they don't use words, you know, that brings about the misunderstanding and so we. I think it's progressed satisfactorily so far. Let's use the next 2 hours or so to do the counting, declare the results, let's celebrate, and then let's go back to our normal life.
Right. The IGP says that the military is on standby. Do we need them at all?
Look, such utterances also don't help. And that is what I'm saying. What is it about Akwatia, one constituency, that needs the presence of national security, 5,500 police officers, armored personnel carriers, other logistics, the armed forces on standby? What about the people who are losing their lives in the Savannah region? What about the people in Soto who are frightened? What about the people of Teshi who have lost lives in celebrating their, war? And there are other pockets of burning issues. What is it about Akwatia, and what does the threat assessment tell us? Okay, I think after all this, the Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliament and Defense and Interior must be asking some questions, because we cannot focus on one constituency while several pockets of this country are having problems. And I think the IGP was up in the Savannah region a couple of days ago, talking to his men, encouraging them, gingering them. Okay, but a lot of these crises relates to the way that the security councils are working, the proactiveness of which they understand the early warning signals, so that the police service, together with the army, the prevention is more important than waiting for the crisis to explode. And then we are all running shelter-skelter, trying to demonstrate that we are doing something.
I mean, is this... Yes, Prof. Please go on.
Look, the manner in which early warning has failed us in the Savannah region, Teshi, Soto, in Kwanta, and elsewhere in the last 4 weeks, and the way that we've read the signals in Akwatia, where nobody has died through violence. I think there was a motorcyclist who died out of excitement this morning. But what is it that says national security, 5,000 people, soldiers on standby to go to Akwatia. No, I mean, there is something wrong somewhere.
So clearly, is it a case of misplaced priority? Because clearly what is happening in Akwatia will benefit the political class. The people in the Savannah region, those who suffered injuries and are mourning their loved ones at Soweto and Teshi, obviously left alone because, I mean, for want of a better word, the outcome of whatever is happening is not beneficial, but Akwatia is benefiting a political class.
Yes, but what does it benefit the political class if in winning power and one seat, okay, there's a diversion of, security risk that makes that the act of the Ghanaian rate. You don't say. Okay, what is the of politics? If politics is not driven by values and norms, I mean, whether to count the next of the risk we have placed and said, look, the two political parties must pay because they are great and so because this is not part of the budget when it was paid either sometime here or later. Okay, it's because political parties go spot when they started security. And there's, in the bill, the IT has to pay for this from his budget. That budget that he needs to do other kinds of things out beneficial to the general citizens of the country. So they would handle Akwatia and made rational choice against other citizens whose lives are in danger. Raise this tactical and ethical questions that we need to discuss from tomorrow onwards. But I don't think this is the way that things must be done. To what extent can law enforcement make this heavy investment at every by-election where that constituency is perceived to be a hotspot?
But, okay. But Prof, on the other side, right, okay.
No, please go on.
Yeah, so my final question, so I can let you go, is on the other side, doesn't this also demonstrate that the police administration, if they really want to work, they would achieve results in view of what has happened in Akwatia so far?
But what it means is that this result will be achieved if there are no other pressing needs. Is Akwatia a bigger and a more dangerous threat to the stability and peace of Ghana than cases where 40 people have lost their lives? Is Akwatia a more dangerous state than what we have seen in Seoul? Or 3 people losing their lives? And that's what the answer of the point says, because they are the political. But tactically, I mean, this is an oversaturation of law enforcement in one tiny corner of Ghana. Okay? Were we to be in another by-election, in a considerably larger constituency, okay, how many men are we going to place there? 10,000?
All right.
And probably there are other outbreaks of conflict elsewhere. So much as we have had a fairly successful run until now, it is the people of Akwatia, and not because they were afraid. They themselves decided that we will not continue to be a poster boy or a poster constituency for violence.
Right.
You would notice that most of the talk around violence did not come from the citizenry.
No.
It came from the leaders of the different political parties who were threatening each other. I've actually asked one of your colleagues to disaggregate the types of words and language used so that when we speak tomorrow morning, we can compare the levels of incitement and the threats that came from political parties and their leaders.
Okay.
And that is what I'm saying. That is not how politics must be done.
All right, Prof.
About principles and values.
Prof. Thank you very much. And of course, we'll have that discussion after this parliamentary by-election. We're going to take a very short break. And then with just I'm looking at the time, and it's 14 minutes to close the polls. Some are rushing to cast their vote. The police is gearing up as they wear their protective gear ahead of sorting, counting, and declaration. When I return from this very short break, we will take you live to Akwatia for the very latest ahead of the closing of polls. Stay put. This is your election headquarters.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castanet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my potting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Be the luckiest, go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the because she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up, boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
abdominal pain, inability to sleep, loss of appetite, fatigue.
These could be signs of intestinal worms. Get rid of them with Absol albendazole tablet. Effective, fast, and restores health. Absol albendazole tablets restore your family's health. For bulk purchases, locate Rapid Improvement Pharmaceuticals at Coastal Junction off Spintex Road. You can also contact us on 0536 661 432. Not recommended for children below 2 years and pregnant women. This advert is FDA approved.
The season is on pause, but the game goes on. Discover virtual football in the off-season in the 1xBet app on 1xBet Football. Always with you.
Something new is coming. Something exciting is coming. Joy 99.7 FM is giving you more of what you love sooner.
Well, you can tell everybody.
That's right.
Fam, listen, I've got news for you. This is Lexus Bill, host of Drive Time on Joy FM. And now we have an early start. Drive Time on Joy starts from 2 p.m. from hence. Monday to Thursday from 2 p.m. to 5:30. Join me on the best late afternoon radio show. More time means more great stuff, more great conversations, more giveaways, more interviews, and all the fun that you get to enjoy on the best late afternoon radio show. Drive Time on Joy with Lexus Bill.
One side, one side.
Let's meet at 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and on Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Drive Time with Joy. Yo, 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 yo!
Ghana, the wait is over. The grand finale of the Energy Commission Senior High School's Renewable Energy Challenge is here. Watch as 6 outstanding schools, Presbyterian Boys SHS Presekli Gon, Adidome Senior High School, Ahantaman Girls Senior High School, Ola Girls Secondary School Kenyase, Damongo Senior High School, and Dabopa Technical Institute compete for the ultimate title of Ghana's Clean Energy Champion. Join us on Tuesday, 7th October 2025 at the Accra International Conference Center at 10 a.m. Who will rise to the top? Catch the thrilling finals live on Joynews at 10 a.m. prompt. The Senior High School Renewable Energy Challenge is powered by the Energy Commission and the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition in partnership with the Ghana Education Service and the Ghana TVET Service, and with support from GIZ, Ashes University, Volta River Authority, Greenfield Ambassadors, Star Oil, and the PURC. Media partner Joynews.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was a thing. What the cat never won. You get catch. Hey! Na ampai.
Between the Kapai and Cabo.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A Syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a word them pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe banner you see.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carrier. No hala.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Trout from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late, of course.
Could be the luckiest, could be from the be luckiest, from not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you could be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
As soon as my son gets back from school, he's going to scatter everything.
As soon as I walk in, my daughter is going to pounce on me and talk non-stop.
She's developing a fever.
Mommy, my head aches.
When aches, pain, and fever bring your children down, trust E-Panel to help them bounce back. E-Panel paracetamol syrup provides relief from aches, pain, and fever amongst babies and children from 6 months to 12 years. Tough on pain, easy on the stomach, great taste with quick results.
She's back!
E-Panel, no pain, happy again. Also available in strawberry flavor, manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings, some at the foundation and others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. App Bako, Services Bebre. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters. Door masters, the best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited. Let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank. Air strong. Air tough. Interplast. We make sure water reaches you even in space. Gilbert Security Doors. Protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes. Beautiful homes. Wise investment. Western Villas. Where dream meet reality. EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it. Own it, live it.
All right, so this is Joynews, your election headquarters, and folks, the talk is over. The decision has been made. The outcome, we are awaiting the final decision of the 55,000 delegates that went to the 119 polling centers to vote in this parliamentary by-election at Akwatia in the Eastern region. What they put in the ballot box is what we are about to see in the next few hours to come. My time is over, but I'm transferring you over to Faustina Safo, who is in a full package today. Faustina, you're welcome.
Thank you, Elton. And we're looking forward to how this would turn out. It's 5 p.m. across the country, just like you have rightly said. And in Akwatia, the ballot boxes are sealed. Voting officially ends in today's closely watched by-election. The focus now shifts from the queues to the count as the election officially begins with sorting and tallying of votes. Now, on the ballot, it is a straight fight between the NPP's Solomon Kwame Asumadu and the NDC's Bernard Bediako Baidoo, both hoping to secure the seat left vacant after the sudden passing of MP for the area, Ernest Kumi. Security, we know, has been tight throughout the day with heavy police presence on the ground to maintain calm and ensure a smooth process. So far, with the individuals we've engaged, they tell us that turnout has been impressive with over 52,000 registered voters and 119 polling stations. All eyes are now on the results, and we will be bringing you all that here on your election headquarters. My name is Faustina Safa, and I take over from my colleague, Elton Brobe. Well, let's now bring you some key details of what happened earlier on the grounds. We know that while voters in Akwatia queued earlier at polling stations to cast their ballots in the by-election, especially at Brim River, a vital water source in the constituency continues to flow in a disturbing milky brown state, evidence of the unrelenting devastation caused by illegal mining activities. For years, residents along the river have complained about the destructive impact of illegal mining on their livelihoods and health. Well, today, as political parties straight promise and seek votes, the reality of the Brim River stands as a stark reminder of challenges that extend beyond elections. My colleague Nana Boachi has been engaging some key individuals in the area.
Across various polling centers in the constituency. But where we are currently, or where I am currently, is on top or the sides of the Brim River. And we are looking at some other stories, compelling stories that must be told amidst the ongoing by-election here at Akwatia. Akwatia is known to be a mining community. But then while we are looking at the ongoing by-election to select a new member of parliament, we're also looking at the destruction for gold. And so you can see on my left is the other side of the Brim River, highly polluted in its milky shape. The destruction continues in Akwatia while we continue to fight to elect a new member of parliament. We have 5,500 police officers here. But what is the major problem? What is the concern? Why do we still have to go through or come to observe such destruction in such critical moments as this, when we are having the election of a new member of parliament, a by-election to be precise? Today we have been told happens to be a breaking day, and so the miners are not going to the various mining areas or enclaves to mine. That is why even for us, luckily they say this one even looks clean. It could have been more milkier than what we see here. This shows that our fight against illegal mining has not stopped, and then the destruction continues. I'd want to speak to one man here, just ambushed him a little. But Pacho, I'm sure you live in a community. If not, you've seen the destruction that is happening. On my right and my left, the Brim River, very, very muddy and milky. The destruction continues. Are you worried about what is happening in the Akwatia constituency?
Exactly. I'm very, very worried. Looking at the current condition of our land and then the water bodies, a time is coming where the next generation is going to really face a difficult time due to the negative effect of the illegal mining.
And looking at the fact that today happens to be the day that the constituency is electing a new member of parliament, what do you think that this person, MPP, NDC, LPG, if elected, can do to curb the menace?
Okay, I think our leaders, when elected to power, should really put their feet on the ground to curb this canker that is spreading. They should not concentrate on the current resources or the money they will get now, but they should look into the future, our next generation, how it's going to be like, so that they will forfeit the enjoyment or the money they think they will get now by destroying the land and the water body, and rather preserve it for the next generation to come. So they should all put hands on board to curb this situation.
Looking at the destruction here, I'm sure this is a source of water to some people. Do you think that it becomes difficult to use this as a community member?
Yeah, this has been a source of water in time past, but now it's very difficult to use it. Even those who are under the use of, let's say, water, Ghana Water Company, though they are refining or they are trying to purify it, but then the effect and the stink is still there. So it means that if this thing is not stopped with immediate effect, we are going to face a challenge in the future.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us your name?
My name is Prosper Abuchi.
Thank you, Prosper, for joining us on Joy News. And that is Prosper, and he is a community member here at Akwatia, talking about how this destruction, if not curbed immediately, would affect the community members. I have another gentleman here with me. He's also making sales in the community, but I spotted him and then asked him about the destruction. He has a different opinion to share. In Sony say, Mumoniama say, Okrui Mugalamsi Hamo, Osha, Deni Betimi Ayedia Sonyama Wiano.
Budamasi mechia mpenufo ne timemfo ayewo vaze krodu ayimu vaze ndo na free asama beduru asama kesi but be guess house am ko da no say Ghana ye face problem bebrebe ni ye face because ensu asabi me di dwale kura no te enka wom so as ensu a di dwale o guest house no wote enka wo nsu no aka mpese wo no da ko yem ndi de be kan se ye mpanufo no mu ncho mani no mu atimamfo na atimamfo ne ye bre so as o ka kan se o be ka se o akwa ka se de o hwe ne kasa we party we but ye ne atimamfo e aye pe o man ye die so as o man tu mpon a eboa ye nyina o man nso ko ba bia.
My colleague there, Akwatia Adam, engaging some residents of Akwatia. Now, if you just tuned in, it's officially end of polls in that community, and sorting is underway. We'll be taking you live to all our correspondents on the ground, visiting different polling stations, just to bring you the results as soon as they begin to trickle in. And my colleague Collins Frimpong, you can see in shots there, is at one of the polling stations where already sorting has commenced. Akwatia by-election has officially ended, and it's decision time. We're getting to find out what exactly residents of Akwatia feel about who should steer the affairs of the community. Let me take you over live now to my colleague Collins Frimpong on the ground, currently sorting underway at that polling station where he is currently. Collins, what can you report?
They kept
polling station in Akwatia, currently sorting underway.
Underway as we're currently that's the background in Chakrasi in Akwatia, the hometown of the Ernest Bernard Bediako. And earlier on, he voted in the Chakrasi Community Senior High School. When we engaged him, he complained about the young voter turnout in that particular polling station where you voted, we were expecting about 419 people to come and cast their vote. And after 1 p.m. there, we had little about also voting at that time, or who at that time. And she believes that because traditionally on a Tuesday they are having trade in market day. So that's the media, the various commentaries that people are running about the security situation, people going to attack others. That sends wrong signals to the people in Akwatia, which prevented them from coming out, which shows that the low turnout was due to the various commentaries, according to the NDC's parliamentary candidate. But he is quite optimistic that he is going to clinch the parliamentary seat in the Akwatia. You know, when it comes to this particular constituency, it's a swing do not really have dominance, and NDC also do not have dominance. Just that 2024 is happening to go to the NPP side, but they are really determined that they will win it. But when it comes to the background here at where he hails from, then this is Kango hails from. As I said earlier, on 581 voters were expected, and after the time polls closed, 398 voters had come to vote. And you see the NPP's candidates also coming around. That is Solomon Asumadu coming in with Sami Owuku, who they have been here in checking how voting has been so far, and that was before close. It was less than 5 minutes to 5 p.m. And they observed that everything has been going on well. That after home or after everything is said and done, he is going to engage the media. When it comes to the security-wise, everything is also top notch. I can count about initially less than 5 weeks ago, we had 3 police beginning to take out around the station here. And also we have seen the police also moved in their numbers. And this time around, they are wearing their special Robocop style armor. Robocop style armor that is going to help them counter any attacks that will come here at the polling station. And we have also seen a number of incidents within the Takrasi community also coming around to observe what has been happening so far and how the polls within this particular polling station and then when we engage some of them earlier on, that since there is a candidate here and also with road construction ongoing, earlier on when it came here, we saw that machines were on the stretch, the main road in the community, and they earlier on moved some of them out of the community to see where earlier on another grader was also working over there, ensuring that all the roads are leveled and good enough for road users to use them. And they believe that it is quite good for them because they have been in the community and quite a number of years. They have not seen graders, they've not seen any rulers on their roads trying to level it for them. But apart from that, even though by election, they believe that yes, since it is development, every form of development is okay. But a few of them believe that that was a form of vote buying, and that is not going to change their mind. But when it comes here, I can tell you that being the background at Patriotic here, where 581 voters were expected to vote, and we had about 398 people voting here. Everything is going on well. There hasn't been anything else. The police have moved their barricade a bit forward to prevent people from coming. About 100 meters away from the polling station where the counting is being done. No car, no motorcycle. No one is being allowed to park within the 100 meters. And also people cannot be in groups in any form of discussion just within 100 meters of the polling station. So things are ongoing very well. We expect the sorting to be done in about 10 minutes time or 15 minutes time. Then counting will also be will start. Then we will know how it will end over here at the background in Takrasi.
So much, Collings, just giving us updates as to what exactly is happening at Takrase in Akwatia. We're just getting updates as to what we should expect if you just tune in. Voting has officially ended in Akwatia. It's been hours of a lot of talks. So far, individuals tell us that turnout has been great on the ground, and we're looking forward to what exactly constituents have decided, and that will be telling us who exactly will be steering the affairs of Akwatia within the next couple of years in Parliament. Would it be the NDC or the NPP? That's a question on the minds of many. On your screens, we showed you just how ready the police have been all day. Tight security at Akwatia. Some of them with their shields and helmets. Now that counting would officially begin at some polling station, you should expect that they are on the ground to ensure that calm is restored. But Collins, were just telling us about the turnout at Takrase, the polling station where you are. So far, what has been the numbers you've been receiving from the polling agents?
So since the polls ended, we've been able to engage only one of the issue officers at just one polling station. When it comes to the Takrase, we have 10 polling stations here, and when you go to Kuse, which is also a few minutes away from Takrase, where the candidate for the NDC hails from, it's just less than 10 minutes drive away from that particular location. And when that Kuse, we have 7 polling stations. And when it comes to the Takrase, when we were here, let me start with this particular polling station, the Denver ground. Yes, we were expecting 581 voters. 398 turn up to vote over here. Now that sorting is ongoing, we will get to know if any of the ballot papers will be rejected or will be announced, or we are going to accept all the 398. But earlier on, our visit to the Takrase Community Day High School showed that was around 2 p.m. low turnout around that location. Over about 119 people were affected, and after 2 p.m., only 120 people had come to vote. And what we visited...
And take that number again for me, Collins. You said out of how many expected voters, how many has turned up so far?
So, with only one polling station that we built to, the polls have closed. 581 were expected to vote.
Okay.
These are official numbers from the AC.
Okay.
398 voted. So out of the 581 expected votes, 398 came to vote.
Okay.
So now sorting is underway. We are yet to visit the remaining 9 polling stations within Takrase, but our area check shows that there will be low turnout. Especially with the polling station that the NDC candidate himself votes. At 2 p.m., 120 people have come to vote, at against 491. So now the sorting, the electoral official is engaging the residents that they are about to open the ballot box and start the sorting. Initially, they were checking the numbers if it tallies, if each agent figures tallies with that of the AC and their opponent's agent. And they have come to agreement that everything is fine. So now sorting will begin. Yes, so as I was saying, when we went there, within the 10 polling stations within Takrase, the numbers were not encouraging after 2 p.m. But when we also went to Kuse, which is also less than 10 minutes drive away from the NDC candidate hometown, the numbers were not encouraging. With some of the polling stations that were there, we were expecting 500 people to come to vote. That is Kuse Primary School. And after the time that we were there, we had less than 100 voters around there. And the number of places that we had been there around before 12 p.m. have not even recorded even up to 100 voters. Some of the polling stations around there, 7 polling stations, some of them were expecting 400 voters 419 around those figures there. And the numbers were not even up to have at that window. But let's say we know how the Ghanaian behavior is, the kind of our lackadaisical attitude when things are ongoing and tend to delay a bit. Then we see last minute we see people rushing to vote. I tend to suspect, I want to believe that that's the kind of attitude that the people were trying to put up. But the security-wise also, some of them believe that with the increased number of police presence within the constituency was also intimidated. The IGP and the police or the election task force deploying 5,500 police officers into the constituency was somehow intimidating for them, according to some of them. But some also believe that it was a step in the right direction, considering what happened in Abuja and also various by-elections that have happened coming into Akwatia and with a high stakes, NPP trying to gain ground after losing the presidential election in 2024 and losing massive seats. After losing massive numbers in terms of seats in the parliamentary. They want to reclaim their Akwatia seat, especially when they were having it in 2024. So they believe that the security-wise was somehow a bit scary for them, and they needed to stay home to observe how things will be unfolding as the day goes by. That so far, largely, everything has been fine within the community, within the polling stations. Within the polling stations, we didn't see anyone, any police officer with guns or any weapon as it was being promised by the IGP that everything was going to be fine. Until polls ended, where you see the police coming in dressed in their Robocop style, Robocop style armored dressing, that is with their helmets and their shields, everything coming in. So everything has been peaceful. And the turnout, I believe, it is normal when it comes to by-elections. We not huge turnout. Turnout. If you compare 2016, our voter turnout has been reducing. If you compare to 2020, 2016 to 2020 to 2024, our voter turnout has been reducing. So with the by-election also coming in and what happened in Abuja and subsequent commentaries on radio stations and TV stations, I believe that any numbers that we recording will be fine. But we are going to have a fair winner here. Nothing has happened so far.
And Collins will be with you throughout, right from the counting till the final declaration of results, because we want to ensure our audience get a feel of what exactly is happening in Akwatia. It's finally the time for us to find out how residents feel about both the governing NDC and the opposition MPP, and who exactly they feel is right for the job. Earlier, we received concerns about construction works ongoing and how that could possibly influence votes. You're on the ground. We know we have heavy security presence, but has there been any sort of vote buying incident that you spotted?
For me, and the team within Takrasi and Kusi, we didn't see any attempt of vote buying, but we heard reports within the Takrasi community, especially at Kusi. The name of that particular police station is Funeral Grounds. When we were there, we were engaging Mustafa Bandi, the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, who came in with Joseph Yamin, one of the executives of the NDC. So they came in with their executives and their security. And earlier on, as you mentioned, we saw construction works ongoing with regards to roads. Yes, we actually broke that particular news. Joynews broke that news first. When we went to see, we observed that 3 major roads were under construction. And according to our engagement with the community folks, construction actually started less than a week. Some of them were escalated 5 days before the poll, 5 days before the by-election. That's when they started with the reshaping of the roads. Some of them believe that it is going to be an asphalt because, and also some of them believe that even if it's an attempt to sway their votes to the NDC side, it is fine because some of them they don't recall. This is coming from the youth that we engage and some of the Okada riders that I can assume their age range being between 20 to 28, telling me that since they were born, they've not seen any grader or any roller on their roads, reshaping the roads within the chakrasi. We've also heard report that when Chito, the situation is not different. Machines are on their roads that are reshaping them. And if you move to when we come to chakrasi, no different as you reported. And with regard to the vote buying, at the funeral grounds in Kusi, after we engaged Mustafa Bandi, we had people, residents, that they were ready to go and cast their votes. Having a heated exchange that we have visuals on, that on our various social media platforms, people, our followers can get the visuals to watch them. People accusing some political party officials from the NDC that they have bribed or they have attempted. Some people have received some amount of money from both the NPP and the NDC camp, and the amount was 200 things they sharing among them. Once again, my team and myself, we didn't see that. We only witnessed the heated exchange that ensued between them and one of the political party's officials. Mustafa Banje came in, he and Joseph Yami and their security and the police presence moved in to ensure that order was restored. So we spoke with the NPP official that most of the people were pointing fingers at, that they saw him or they saw and also heard paying 200 cities to some of the people, the voters, to come and vote for the NPP candidate. He denied vehemently nothing of that sort has happened. He has never done that and he don't intend to do anything of that sort. He accused the NDC that it was a tactic, or all these things, all these accusations leveled against him and his party were tactics that the NDC has deployed in a way that they just want to create confusion, then they will pass behind to do whatever that they want to do. But they was engaged with Mustafa Bandi and he said, no, they don't intend to do anything like that. As a matter of fact, they believe that they are going to win hands down. They've done everything possible to put in the measures that they deserve to win this particular Akwatia seat. That is according to Mustafa Bandi. And also, with regards to the road construction, he responded to some of the allegations that were being made.
Okay.
And his response was that if the roads were deplorable and former President
Okay.
did not do anything about it.
And Collins will be with you all through, right till the declaration of the final results, because that's key for us. But let me take you now to my other colleague on the ground as well, Samuel Kojo Brace. Sorting officially underway in that polling station where you are. Tell me more. Well, on your screens, there are official visuals from Akwatia. Currently, voting has ended, sorting underway in some polling stations. Counting officially has begun, and we would be finding out who exactly the constituents have decided to steer the affairs of Akwatia, and that will be coming up in a matter of minutes. So far, heavy security presence on the ground. We can see the police there, residents abiding by the rules set by the police. And in the studio with me, we will be exploring this further. Join me now is Asa Santi. He's a political analyst, just to look at some of the key things we're seeing play out at Akwatia and why this seat exactly is so important for both the NDC and the NPP. Why are they so enthused about it? Some argue that the NDC already have supermajority in parliament, especially taking into consideration that the NPP have signaled they would not be running for Tamale Central, meaning you still have your numbers. So why are you so enthused about this seat? What exactly is in Akwatia that you want? And then the NPP is also seeking to secure that seat because the NPP won that seat. But historically, Akwatia, we know, has always been a swing seat. Both the NDC and the NPP have equal chances to actually win that seat. And so for them, it's about protecting their ballot, especially because of what happened at Akwatia, Ablikma here in the Greater Accra region. The NPP, they were leading at the time, but after that result ended on that fateful day, despite the chaos, they lost the seat. And so really a lot of things playing out at Akwatia. Doc, I'll come to you just to get your initial thoughts about how today has panned out. Peaceful at some polling stations, your general assessment?
It has been peaceful, except that ugly spectacle that we saw.
Indeed.
Which I think is very unfortunate. But all in all, I can say that it went on smoothly. I'm praying that the last moment of it will also see a peaceful post-election process. And then we know we have come to an end of this program. That said, I have to make the statement that I commend the police for the professional work, even though they are not done yet. But you can see that they were on top of their game. And that also fortifies me into saying that if we take our hands off the police, they will do a professional work. But more often than not, that has not been the case because political actors have, some interest beyond the interest of the state. So for that reason, they always work in a certain way that tie the hands of the police and they become ineffective. But I know that professionals as they are, if we allow them to work. So it is my hope and prayer that everything will go on well. And then we have to learn something from this, that we should not go for by-election or any election for that matter, where it looks as if that the world is coming to an end. It shouldn't be.
But we saw a lot of strict measures put in place by the police, even as at last night. They were going around the community, making sure everything was on point before today. Should this be the standard moving forward?
That has been the standard. It's not new. Peace is an important ingredient.
I'm referring to the police presence, how heavy it is at Akwatia. Should this be the standard in every polling station moving forward? Why? Why shouldn't it be? Because it appears this is yielding results. We're seeing the thugs flee from the scene. Shouldn't we adopt this strategy moving forward?
Yes, I'm saying that should not be the case, because otherwise we are saying that if we are going for general election, if one constituency we can marshal forces like this, then you are talking about what? 276. You need Ghana Army in addition to the police. Is that what we need? No.
But we have the men, don't we?
No, but if election, which is supposed to be a very simple exercise, we have to deploy all our military and police, then virtually we are in a state of state collapse. The state has collapsed, but the state has not collapsed.
But haven't we learned from history that
we are not ready to learn?
Holding peaceful elections must come at a cost?
But
we saw the same play out at Ablikma North.
Yes, that we create the scene. If we decide that we can play it safe, we will end up being 10 up to 20 policemen gathering a place for a by-election, or even 10 for the sake of it. Right? Then we are good to go. You see, I am worried because, you see, anytime we are talking about free and fair elections, people forget about one thing. There are indices for measuring that. And one of it is what? Peace, right? You need that. And people think that, going to register, voter education, constituency demarcation, and the rest of them, that is true. But peace is a critical index of free and fair election, without which we will not have any election. So it should be part and parcel of our socialization that we inculcate into people from the word go. That look, election is not do or die affair. It's a contest of ideas and the work you have done, your records. Show me your records and demonstrate to me that you have superior knowledge over the problems that we have and you want to share with me. If it resonates with me, I'll vote for you. If not, I'll vote against you. A very simple matter. And then when you go for election, it should be violent free, because any irregularity undermines the free nature. It becomes something else, not free and fair.
But without this extent of security presence in moving forward in subsequent elections, do you think we would actually achieve that free and fair, peaceful process? Especially because although the political parties will not admit on camera, we know internally they have security apparatus that work with the party, some of whom they use to instigate some of these violent scenes we see during elections. If we're seeing it play out in Akwatia, that heavy security presence is the way to go, why shouldn't we adopt that strategy moving forward?
Is it sustainable? Can the state afford to pay? You can't just put security there without cost. The cost of what? Building, potable water, the cost of fixing a road. If we go on that trajectory, at the end of the day, resources that we could channel into what? Wiping away students or pupils who study under 3, will be marshalling those forces for keeping election security. What point is that? It's pointless. All that I'm saying that everybody, it is our committed or it's a call on us to make sure that we have what? Free and fair election, devoid of things like this, so that we know that we are growing a democracy. It's not that, we've held a successful election and all that. No, the real issues are what we are witnessing. So without the police, can we have free and fair? No. So it tells you that there is a problem. And that problem is that the political actors, I will forever blame them unless they change their modus operandi. They are the ones who cause this. The cocoa seller, the watches seller, the kinky seller, is it the one who instigate people? No. But the political actors, they are the ones who do it. But we glorify them. Anytime they do, the party has won, hooray, we go back to sleep. The next time, they threaten everybody, and then we sit on tenterhooks, and once the elections are over, we go to sleep. The problem is escalated to another level in the next election, and we sit on thorns. That cycle must be broken, and the time is now.
How do we break it, really?
Yes, we see those who engage in this, throw them out by voting against them. And that is why other political parties must show their presence in such places, so that when we see that the two are violent, we can give our vote to the third party.
And that's one of the greatest concerns individuals have raised, that we're running largely a two-party system in this country. It's either you're going for the NDC or the NPP. The other political parties don't seem to be pulling their weights, are they?
I am arguing from the backdrop that for parliamentary, people can afford to give it to what? A third force. But for presidential, remember, the problem, the basis of this problem is the way this country was built. It was built along what? A two-party system. The British colonial authority, in leaving this country, bequeathed to us this two-party system. If you go to Britain, it's two-party. Two-party system means that there are a number of parties in the state, more than one, but only two have what it takes to win power and form government. If you go to Britain, Labour and Conservative, they win elections all the time. It doesn't mean that there are not other parties. Other parties exist, all right? Yes, in Britain, but only these two always win elections. In Ghana, it's CPP, which has, found expression in NDC. And if you look at NDC, the backbone of NDC are people who migrated from CPP, and they found expression here. So it's a CPP Dankwa Buzia tradition, which is any other group becomes a dwarf party. And the two-party system, other parties, if they don't take care, they don't win power. If you go through the two-party system history in the world, all right, in I think in one of the Scandinavian countries, the party ruled for 52 years. Can you imagine? Even in Africa, I can give you an example. You have parties which have ruled for so long a time, two-party systems. And those are the things, if you want to break this, then there must be a conscious effort. One, to make sure that you come out with a law that takes us to what? Proportional representation.
Stay with me, Doc. I'll come back to you to make that point. But let's take you back to Akwatia. Results are already trickling in, and we have some provisional results. But let me take you there live. My colleague Blessed Sugar already engaged in some constituents in the constituency following the declaration of some results in some polling stations.
Thank you very much for that.
Everything cool. Bediako Baidoo. Say about to say abai hu say akotiafo ye ha dwen kasa ne ntokwa koso ha no ame adoma mane sa ye mane sa akotia kasa ye nya basabasa ye ya fa nya se lokale wa hwa na waka ne bibi atwam no enye nda samo wa atwam ye yitu ne ba no bi anya butu atwam deda no na o hye ya o ma de o se David se senate de
na mu person new MP no obey am
new MP no oba ti ade ye do bebe bia no e beje na wa tu senate ye ni mi se mi MP ni ndisi senate to me in the mimino bia but do beba obebo akotia youth na ye ba no benefo no mko ba ye nkola na ye ba ne de se yin oboafo a obetima boaye na akotia.
My colleague Blessed Sugar there engaging some residents who are optimistic about how the process will turn out. So far, provisional results are beginning to trickle in, and we'll just run you through some of them. From Bodia Lorry Station, Solomon Asumadu has won 127 votes, while Bernard Bediako Baidoo for the NDC has won 282. LPG 3, rejected ballots 3. So from provisional results from Bodia Lorry Station, it appears that the NDC is leading in that polling station with 282 votes, while the MPP follows closely with 127 votes. More results trickling in at Akwatia Lorry Station, NPP 83 votes, while the NDC 333 votes, LPG 0, rejected ballot 1, and that is in Station A. Also, when it comes to other polling station at Jonase Presby, the polling station there, the NPP, provisional results 206, NDC 81, and also we have other results trickling in as well, and we're running you through the numbers as soon as we have them, just giving us a sense of what we should expect in the next few minutes when we have final results from all the polling stations. And trust us, we're your election headquarters. We'll be here to have the declaration of the winner of that seat. But I still have Doc with me in the studio, and you can just see on your screens now counting underway at some polling station. Doc, you're just making a point before I had to come in at that point to update our viewers on some of the key things happening at Akwatia.
Yes, so as I was saying, if you look at the two-party system, they tend to dwarf any other party. So you don't see the effect of those parties. And if we want to deal with this problem, then we need a law that can bring to bear a change in the situation. Proportional representation is one of the solutions where it can change the dynamics. You can also go in for a multi-party system. Yeah. People use the concept loosely in Ghana, that, oh, this is a multi-party democracy. From a loose point of view, we will accept that you are talking about more than one political party. But in political science, when we say a multi-party, we are talking about all the parties that exist in that state, all of them have equal chance of winning election. But as to whether they can form a government on their own, it's always not impossible. They normally end up as a coalition. So that is it. So you go to places like Israel, Germany, Jordan, and the rest. You will see coalition governments formed as a result of some of these things. And that one, you are not likely to have a landslide victory. No, because of the system. That will allow other parties to exist. But if you should have a two-party, the two-party will win forever. You can even have an independent candidate, presidential candidate. He will not be able to survive. And
we're seeing it play out even with this by-election, where the LPG is recording votes as low as 1 and 2 in some polling stations. Some of the provisional results still trickling in. New Wenchi Presbyterian School A, NPP 314 votes, NDC 107, LPG 0, rejected ballots 7. Some provisional results just trickling in, and we'll be bringing you that update as soon as we have them. Our correspondents are on the ground. Officially, counting is underway at Akwatia. Now, my colleague Samuel Kojo Brace is on the ground, just join us live from one of the polling stations there at Akwatia. Kojo, what can you report?
Well, Fossey, this is Bodua Lorry Station, and the counting just ended. The MPP, as I spoke to earlier, they were telling me they are looking at maximizing their vote here. But, when we're expecting some 612 people to cast their vote here, at the end of the day, the MPP recorded some 111 votes, as against the NDC's 323 for the NDC, with 2 rejected ballots. The LPG had 0. The LPG had 0 here. So at the Bodua Lorry Station polling station, the NPP had 111. The NDC, on the other hand, had 323. LPG had 0. And we had 2 rejected ballots. So that is what we just recorded here. The counting is underway in several polling stations, and so we'll be getting the results and bringing them to you on Joynews. Firstly.
Indeed, Kojo Brace, we are on the ground, and we'll be bringing you all the live visuals that we have, just painting a picture for you as to what exactly is happening at Akwatia. Some provisional results we have at Apinamam LAGHS polling station. NDC 144 votes, the NPP 182 votes, LPG 2 votes, rejected ballots 6. Doc, it appears that we would be on the grounds throughout, just to give our audience a sense of what is happening. So pardon me if I have to come in every now and then to take them live on the grounds. But then, why is Akwatia really such a big deal?
Akwatia is a big deal for this election for 2 reasons. One, it is a test of the resilience of the MPP. And it is also a test of the declining popularity or goodwill, if you like, of the NDC.
Okay.
Yes. While some people are looking at it that, look, are MPP resilient to weather the storm? You are dealing with a party which has already, 184 minus Tamale Central, 183, and they are still soldiering on. Can you withstand that? Do you have that capacity to resist that? And then you flip the coin. The NDC is also here in there. People are looking at it. In spite of all your goodwill, do you still have that on the ground? This is a real test, because this is a swing constituency. It can swing in favor of any party there, the 2 dominant parties. So do you still have the goodwill 7 months into office? So there are a lot at stake here. Aside this, remember that NDC is looking forward to getting 184. That is to test majority. And you know what two-thirds majority can do in Parliament? It can help them to amend non-entrenched provisions, form quorum, and take all the important decisions without necessarily the support of any other party. Remember that the independent candidates, right, they can work with them. But on their own, when they get 184, the independent candidates, they can decide as and when to engage them. So that is the reason why you are seeing this type of pusher from each of the actors in there. But aside there, the demography also speaks volume, all right, of, or it gives us a little inkling as to what is happening. Look at, this is an area where it predominantly Acham people, but you have what? Groups of what? Groups coming from what? The background of Evers, about 17%. The Akans there about 66%. The Evers about 17%. The Gadangwe about 17%. And other groups about what? 11%. It gives you a sense of what is happening. And if you look at it from the backdrop that this is a place where mining is rife, it is important to know that even though mining is rife, the main large-scale mining has gone down. That is the Great Consolidated Diamond Limited, because of what? Resources and other factors, is not performing the way it ought to be. But that aside, we have small-scale mining and galamsey activities going on. Besides that, they also boast of a very proud hospital like the St. Dominic Catholic Hospital, one of the best secondary schools there, St. Rosie's and all that. So it's a place that attracts a lot of people. And then that has also changed the dynamics. So when you have all these things, in addition to what we call enclaves within stronghold, Eastern region obviously is a dominant area for the MPP. But we have enclaves within Eastern region that they always show what? Swing, results. And this is one of the enclaves. And enclaves results always create a certain type of picture, which is playing out here. Go to Asamase, in the belly of Asante, and then you have Asamase voting the way they do for the NDC. And this one also a swing. So these dynamics, we will continue to see that. But all in all, one thing is clear, that people are voting mostly for what? The economy. In the area of what? Economy, which has found expression in what? Development. If you look at the Info Analytics report, they are saying that the top consideration of voters there for this by-election is what? Development.
Yes, because Akwatia really mostly thrives with mining and what have not. And for decades now, that industry has stifled because of some of the factories there are not operational. And they're looking forward to an administration that can turn their fortunes around. But I'm wondering how this election would give them that change they're looking for. Because historically, from as far back as 1992 to 1996, the NDC held the seat. 2000, 2008, the NPP held the seat. In 2012, the NDC held it. 2016, the NPP. 2020, the NDC. And then finally, 2024, the NPP took the seat. So we've had both political parties given equal opportunity to actually rule this constituency. And unfortunately, the jobs they're looking for, the community development they're looking for, still hasn't arrived. So what's different this time? What's their guarantee that either the NDC or the NPP can give them that promise that they are always looking forward to?
They have no option to turn to, apart from these two. That is why we are seeing what we are seeing. Otherwise, the best to reject the two, because what we are looking for, we don't have it. But alternative is non-existent.
That's the problem.
All right, and that is why you want to also develop other individuals or other groups so that in event of this nature, they can step into the shoes of these dominant parties who have never given them any development. Because if development is what they are looking for, and up to date they don't have it, and on what basis are they campaigning? And if you listen to their campaign, NDC campaign, vote for us, we are in government, and we will provide what? The development. And I ask myself, everybody, if you read the Constitution, I think Article 35 areas there, it gives you a sense of what this state is looking forward to. That every portion of this country needs a fair share of the country's development. And so infrastructure development we want to see at everywhere. And they are saying that, oh, we are in government, so vote for us and we'll be able to give you development. Are you saying that those in opposition can develop an area? What is the essence of the common fund given to them?
And it's shocking that the NPP actually won that seat. Ernest Kumi did an amazing job with that seat because the NDC overwhelming victory with the presidential elections. And so you would expect, because that seat was initially an NDC seat, Henry Boachi held the seat for the party, but they were able to turn the fortunes around and take over that seat. I'm sure that is why the NPP is bent on ensuring they maintain the seat, even though it may not affect their numbers in parliament.
Oh, dear, you need to, a place which is swing, you have every reason to compete and compete well, so that you demonstrate your mettle to the people that you are still what? In business. Otherwise, you'll be forgotten in no time. And for swing, one disadvantage is that if you don't show your presence and you lose out, the other party takes advantage forever. And you going back becomes what? A problem. So political parties are very careful of this. And then they put in their all to make sure that they get the results that they want. It's a real toss-up. It's a real toss-up. And so toss-ups, you can understand these dynamics. But it goes also without saying that, look, all these things we do, but every time we go to Akwatia, it's always we are sitting on tenterhooks. That must cease. Why violence? Violence. Why? And I will always urge the people of Akwatia to resist that type of temptation, because political parties should not use that land for their theater, where they foment trouble, they create problems for them, and they run away to their various constituencies and leave them what? Suffering. No. We must move away from that. Having a high election security, we should go down on this, and that is when we are able to internalize the information that we need free and fair election that is devoid of what? Violence.
Indeed.
Rigging, irregularity.
Doc, stay with me. I'll come back to you to just make that point. Let me take you back now to Akwatia. My colleague Blexus Suga is on the grounds engaging some residents. Results are trickling in. Blessed, what can you report?
Ballot box ni acha mienu. Suna nawa. 21. NDC afa 1, MPP afa 1. Okwa Akwatia Roman. Yanya 200. Omwanya 60. Suna nawa. Adana enchire say your mama 24-hour economy no anya djuma. Ya pemputu o. Akwatia wa ikade betu Akwatia. Ene tade fani to ma pefra. Yani Akwatia ye. Mo muti Akwatia no. Na mo fi say ye kura ye ni namdam oso. Eti ye besra. Asa jofo. Akwatia man. Ye nyina ye bo se ni ade asajo mama ani onyam ye damase.
Yeah, from Zachary Abdomomen, popular known as Otompo Yoyo, Assembly member from Kwantanai Ahimblonum electoral area.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, as for the distant election, there is very smoothly. How people, even this year, this place, when they have been voting like this, it do something. People have been even fighting here because of the police people. As for that fighting has been. So everything is cool here. This voting here, let's thank Almighty that things have been moving smoothly for the Akwatia people.
What do you want the new MP to do?
The new MP there, we trust him because even he has not done the MP before, but he has been helping the people. So he's going to make and do something for the Akwatia people here.
Anything you want to share with the people of Akwatia?
Oh, nothing. Yes, we are just happy.
Your friend says the 24-hour economy will start from here.
Yeah, the 24-hour economy is because of this voting. Yeah, I'm sure we have been going to get the 24-hour economy here. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, everything cool. Oh, Bibi Akokama. Nyame say about to say aban hu say akotiafo ye ha dwen kasa ne ntokwa koso ha no ame adoma ma ne sa ye ma ne sa kotia kasa ye nya basabasa ye ya but nya se lokale wa hwa na ne bibi atwam no enya nda samo wa twam ye yitu ne ba no bi enya ni ampi na oba tisi ade ye do bebe bia no e be gina wa tu sanity ye ni mi se ni ampi bi ni nisi sanity to me in the Mimino Bia, but the Beba Obebu Akotia youth na ye bano. Benevono Moko, Bayen, Colana Banade, say you boy for our better boy. Na Akotia, a tumpo. The ocean cook, Mamma Beba. Uja Mama Beba. I didn't know more year or what's Akotia, Bobby Rock Kunuma. She knew Akotia. So we see no, Aquina. Aquina correct. But Urakotia show Naso Yapel which may or many year my show. See, I could say I am doing so and the same beer. Almost just a more, but minimum area. The very Nibia which may boa or could see my no and but I make was there. Apparently excited about the outcome, but there's more jubilation happening here at the Akwatia Lorry Station. Where at all the 2 polling centers we've had the NDC candidate emerge victorious. So let's try and get some more reactions for you. Because you see people obviously happy about the outcome of the elections, and I'm sure that many more of them are talking. Let's listen to them.
Sabi, ya pasa before. Ya buwa tu fi ya tu ofi amamu ha. Yes. Ya pasa 2028 America mu sister pe our parliament. Yes. Sabi ya ba ya. C for P. Ba ekwan dem. Yes. Who do C for P? 2028 honorable Eseri Katia is coming. 2028 Eseri Katia is coming. It's coming. I say you put on my fan dem ye and your ba amre o so nti no na mu ye ono ko. Ono na ya sha ase no. Nti e buom. Nti ya wo hwa ha. Ya ya wa ha no. Ebi mi fi jo mo. What again? Kaswa. Yes. Ebi fi awutu senya is. Ebi fi Kumase. Ye do Ghana ni aba ha no. Na ye na ya ba se ba be ye aboa. Iti obi fi jo mo no. Elibo ana ma ba. Hafa sini ana ma ba. Omuzu fi Kaswa. Nti ye pesit no. Ni nyina ye pesa kasi. For 2018 nti.
Me Katri. Me patrol me fra wutu senya east. Ya de ya basa ya de yantuma ba be bo lawyer ne ntuma mu. Na ya adwumaden ya ma lawyer fa ne ntuma pesra. Ya pese empuntuo ba Akwatia. Ya ma obi mfa ne sempo ne ne kapre e ma mese ya Akwatia man so amu pempuntuo. Akwatia man so amu pese amu manu nya adwuma ya. Enti amu pese amu manu nya adwuma ya enti no amu to aba ma lawyer. Akwatia man se amu pese lawyer ba no ba ma amu adwuma ya. Amu pese oman ne be sai. Enu nti na ya fura wutu senya is. Ya de antuma abebo ya NDC fo anu awo Akwatia say ya no amu ba ya adwumaden ama Akwatia man fa ne ntuma pefura. Enu nti ne ya ba ya ba se ya ba beboa ama lawyer fa ne ntuma pefura. Nyankopon sunti ama ya bra nya kwa Akwatia man akire se omo pempuntuo omo pese e man ne sesentu omo kire so omo to aba ya de ama lawyer enu amu na ya gi ani no ya se agi ani because enkunimudi na ba do mama bosha na o se Ghana fo no oba ba ye adwuma eni tumu hu ya eni gi ani nyina ye enkunim ya ba beboa ama Akwatia ma ya wi revolution as a long way to go.
MPP party, good and do a good MPP party.
MPP just like we are this you from locality. Check country.
So let's hear from more people. You can see that there's jubilation now in some parts of Akwatia. Obviously, they are happy at the outcome of the election. Blessed Sugan reporting for Joynews, Akwatia.
Giving our audience live scenes from Akwatia, my colleague Blessed Suga engaging some excited residents, pleased with the results after their polling station results were announced. Some provisional results trickling in. Let me run you through some of them. At New Wenchi Palace A, Solomon Asumadu for the NPP is leading with 192 votes. We have Bernard Bediako 76, LPG 0, rejected ballots 4, total valid votes 271. Also from New Wenchi Palace B, the NPP leading again 194, the NDC 774, I beg your pardon, LPG 0, rejected ballots 0. And then from Amankrado New Wenchi, NPP 187 votes, the NDC 61 votes, rejected ballots 398. That's quite a number, 398 rejected ballots. Provisional results trickling in from Akwatia and from Amankrado New Wenchi B polling station. NPP 174, NDC 69, LPG 3 and rejected ballot 1. My colleague Isaac Kofi joins me in the studio, lead data analyst here at Joynews. Kofi, the numbers, we're beginning to crunch them here, and I know that you've received some provisional results already. What are the figures looking like?
In fact, what we have is provisional, and out of that 120 polling stations that we are tracking so far, we have 20 out of 120, so we have 100 polling stations more to go. Out of 20 polling stations that we have, the NPP candidate is currently leading with 52.65%. Total vote for the NPP candidate Solomon Asumadu is 3,241. 3,241 with 52.65%. The NDC's candidate is also coming second currently. Provisional data that we have, 20 out of 120. He has 2,910 votes. 2,910 votes with a share of 47.27%. 47.27%. And LPG's Patrick Owusu currently has 5 votes with a share of 0.08%. So for provisional data that we have shows that the NPP's candidate is currently leading. If you look at the 20 that we've been able to track so far out of the 120, leading with 52.65%. But still early days yet. And in fact, certain interesting polling stations have come in, like the New Wenchi and all of that. But we are waiting for the polling station with the highest number of registered voters. That's the New Wenchi Deba Ground, which has 704. But per what we are seeing, it looks like voter turnout is likely to be more than what we saw in Ablekuma North, where people are currently, they really turn out to come and to go out there and vote. But the provisional data we have is that the NPP candidate is currently leading with 52.65%. We've done 20 out of 120, so 100 polling stations more to go. Tony and Co are crunching the numbers at the background, and we will bring you every detail as and when we have a provisional data coming in shows that the NPP candidate is currently leading with 52.65%, NDC 47.27%. Early days yet, but that's what we have so far for C.
Thank you, Kofi. Now, you just heard it here first. Out of the 20 polling station results, provisional results we have received, the NPP is leading this election. But we have 100 more to go. Let me take you live to the grounds. My colleague Collings Frimpong joins us live from his polling station. Collins, what can you report? Collins, I can't seem to hear you. You'd have to position rightly and just give us updates from the polling station, where you are, what exactly is happening, results in already?
So the counting and everything is done here at the Deva ground in Akwatia, where the parliamentary candidate for the NDC hails from. And this is the results, the official result that we've received, confirmed from the EC. Solomon Asumadu of the NPP had 107 votes. And also the NDC candidate, Bernard Bediako, had 293 votes. And also the LPG candidates also had one, with 4 being rejected votes. So this is what has happened here. I don't know if you can see from my screen how excited the people in the community are. And everybody seems to be jubilating, because that's what largely they were expecting within this particular community. That the candidate for the NDC hailed from, everybody was to win, and that's what has happened. Another result that came from our constituents, from the Chakra Mosque, where the NPP candidate had 90, and that of the NDC had 230. So that polling station is part of the 10 polling stations within the Chakra community. So right that we are done with the Deba ground at Chakra State, we are moving to the other polling stations ahead of us, and also head towards the community day senior high school across Chakra, where the NDC candidate Bernard Bediako also voted. Firstly, this is what has been happening over here.
Thank you, Collins. And clearly, ballot by ballot, the picture is beginning to form. Kofi, you're still with me in the studio. We have more provisional results to share with our audience.
Yeah, we've moved from 20 now to 21, and it's getting interesting, where 21 out of 120, we have Solomon Asumadu still leading. Now he's gone up by 1 percentage point to 53.42%, having a total valid vote currently provisional at 3,461. NDC candidate, per what we have so far, has dropped to 3,000. He has 3,013 votes with a percent or a share of 46.5%. And in fact, if you go to the back end where Anthony and Co are actually crunching these numbers, you will see that in the Wenchi areas, this is where the NPP is winning massively. And you take a place like Police Station, New Wenchi A, the NPP candidate gets 156, with the NDC candidate getting 79. So clearly big difference there. Another place like Police Station or Post Office, Apinaman, that the NPP get 261, NDC 83 in terms of the Police Station, New Wenchi B. And if you go to the Presby Church, Apinaman, that's what I meant to say, 81 for the NDC, 258 for the NPP. So clearly, what you see is that the NPP is currently leading, as you can see in our live, tracking, and that's live on your screens. The NPP leading right now with more than 53%. And what we are getting from the back end is that currently we've called more of the NPP strongholds in the Wenchi, and many possibly will say that, well, this could influence what we are seeing so far. But it's still early days yet, as we've done 21 out of 120. Still have about 99 polling stations more to go. But the clear indication we are getting is that the NPP is sweeping heavy in their strongholds, especially in the Wenchi areas. And we are still monitoring. As and when new data or new figures drop, we will bring you up to speed.
Thank you so much, Kofi. And for our audience watching us across the country, the bit-by-bit results are beginning to find their way to the newsroom. And Kofi will be giving them that details as soon as we have them, because we know that just behind the scenes, our data team, they're crunching the numbers bit by bit. They're just putting together the data that is coming to us just to give our audience a feel of what we should expect. Doc, you've heard the results so far. It's early days yet. We still have some more polling stations to cover. But what's your first reaction to the data we have been able to put together?
Yeah, we are seeing the pattern is that in their strongholds, the two parties, you see them exerting their authority. It's clear. So you saw that before the Wenchi results came in, NDC was winning in Bwedua, Akwatia, Jubilation, and the rest of them. They were getting high numbers.
Yeah.
But as they move into MPP strongholds, you can also understand the way they are also leading.
And the swing nature of that
my concern is one of the constituents, I think, Wenchi areas where rejected ballot was 398.
Indeed.
That is
quite shocking.
Which is, so what you have now, if you look at it from, the rejected ballot is even higher than LPG results.
Indeed.
Yes, 398 rejected ballots.
Quite shocking that we received that data from our correspondent on the ground, and I'm just going through that data for you so that I get a feel
so that
of
we know
what we are experiencing from
place.
Our data harvested from the ground, from Amankrado New polling station A, NPP 187, the NDC 61, rejected ballot 398.
Yeah, Amankrado.
Quite shocking.
Very.
What went wrong, though?
I am shocked in the sense that if you look at Akwatia in general, literacy rate is a little high. It's fairly okay. So why is that?
How is this
it
possible?
tells you that there's a problem with what? Voter education. Free and fair election, one of its indices is what? Voter education. That the party actors should educate voters, and you educate them about what? Voting procedure and all that. Election management body, Electoral Commission, it is also part of their responsibility to educate. So education about voter education, how to thumbprint, and the rest of them becomes a problem. And that is why over the years, I have argued that in such places, is it not possible that we can even go with a certain ballot where you just a paper where the candidates are that, and then before them is perforated in a certain way that you don't need to, you just need a pen and then it runs through. So that, but if you ask people to thumbprint and carefully, it becomes a difficult thing. It will cross.
So we may have to consider that moving forward, just to help voters in that community. Well, we are still slicing and dicing the data here on the Joynews channel. Provisional results are trickling in, and our team behind the scenes are putting the numbers together for you. And you can see live numbers on your screen so I can follow the elections. Let's take you now back to Akwatia. My colleague Nana Boachi Yadom is on standby at Apinaman just to give us update as to what exactly has happened in that polling station. Nana, take us away.
Station where vote counting just concluded a while ago with the NPP's parliamentary candidate pulling 182 votes and the NDC with 144 votes. LPG also 2 with 6 spoiled ballots. And for the Apinaman LA JHS School Park, the polling center over here, the NPP have won this particular polling center. The counting is still ongoing at various polling centers across the Akwatia constituency. Some people have already started jubilating, but the final due will be happening at the Collation Center. I have with me the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, Haruna Mohammed. We've spoken to him a couple of times today, but then just after counting here at the Apenaman LA, we want to hear a word or two from him. You won this particular polling station. I don't know of other areas, but what do you have so far from your party's own internal coalition? Just 42 minutes after the close of polls.
For now, you saw that I was observing the counting at Apenaman LEGHS here, where we have won. I have 9 polling stations in my responsibility. I've witnessed that we have won here. My checks across all the other 8 shows that we have won them with a huge margins. Other places that we have contested with the NDC, we had 181, and they are wavering somewhere around 86 votes. I would confirm all these figures because they are just an inch away from me. One thing I want to put on record is that we have said that we will change the dynamics of poll in Ghana. And even before 3-4 hours to the poll, to the conclusion of the election, Musa Dankwa was forced to change his poll. He said that the MPP will be getting 51%. I have said it. I have said it that I have been in the academia, I've taught in the university, and I know how research is being done. Yes, he's a very good person, Musa Dankwa. But you see, variables are always different. When you test a variable today and test it tomorrow, you cannot get the same results, but you can get a similar results. That is why in scientific research, we say that it should be able to stand the test of time. So I said, because I was on the ground, he's from Akwatia, I said that the dynamics will change. We will change the dynamics. And I'm not surprised that he has put the poll to 51%. The NDC is happy because they have been able to inch from where they got from 2024. But certainly we are going to win. Parliamentary is not a percentage. Parliamentary is even just a stone throw. Even 1 vote, you win. We have 3 people who have won with 3 votes in parliament. So I think the NDC was able to garner more than what they got, but eventually we have won. In the other subsequent areas, we'll give you the briefing on that. I'm very satisfied with what has happened.
I don't want you to leave me, but I want
to commend the police at this polling station. They have done very well, very professional. Matters that we brought to their attention, they attended to it. And I said on your station that we don't trust the police. The police should make us to trust them in Akwatia. And I can tell you that I will trust these police officers in this particular ground for them exhibiting level of professionalism.
Stay here and then let's listen to Nana Kwesi so that you can also respond equally. Nana, he said that for winning this particular polling station and you not losing at this area means that you're losing the election. Your candidate is not winning. How true is that? From your own internal coalition, just 45 minutes after the close of polls.
You know, we are going to win this election hands down. Example, this polling station, this is the first time that we won about 145 votes. When I was coming here, we had less than 60 votes. And we've appreciated more than 100%. And I know that the remaining polling stations, we can do that. And as he is saying, it's difference, 1 or 2 can make the difference. But I can assure my good brother that Akwatia is going to be green this time.
Okay, and then last words.
Akwatia has always been blue, and Akwatia will remain blue forever.
Thank you very much. That's the beauty of democracy here. That's just after the count of polls. We've had Haruna Mohammed, the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, and then Nana Kwesi, the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NDC, also sharing their own words after the counting here at the Apenaman JHS polling center, where the NPP have won. Counting is still ongoing at various polling centers, and as and when we get all the details and all the numbers, all the figures, we'll bring our listeners and our viewers up to speed details on that. But I have to run you through the figures again here at Apenaman JHS. The NDC had 144, NPP with 182, LPG with 2 and 6 spoiled ballots. And that's the results we have from Apenaman JHS School Park over here, where we just closed or finished with the counting, and others still ongoing across various polling centers. Over to you.
For bringing us updates all the way from that polling station Apinaman in Akwatia. Well, the data is on the grill and we're serving it hot here on the Joynews channel. We are your election headquarters. Doc, I still have you with me in the studio. Your reactions, some of the key details we've found so far. The NPP leading with the details we have so far from the few polling stations. And my colleague Kofi AJ is also joining me in the studio. Kofi, I'll come to you just to update the numbers, but let me just get the brief reaction of Dr. Asante. So far, your analysis.
Yeah, it is interesting to hear from Haruna. A few minutes ago, their party did not believe the police. Now they are seeing the direction of the voting is tilted in their favor. So now they believe in that double standard must cease in Ghanaian politics. The police is an institution. When we don't disturb them, they will work professionally. And at the end of the day, we will be victorious. So the way political parties bastardize them and create problems for them, I'm not comfortable. But as a growing democracy, we will learn as we move on.
And we will learn as we move on. Kofi, indeed, the data ready to serve us hot. Tell us what exactly do we know?
More provisional results coming in, and as of now we have 23 polling station result provisional, and we have to emphasize that we have 23 provisional results, and the NPP candidate is currently leading. He's still leading, and he has added more weight to his share of the vote, 55.56% with 4,000. Has actually crossed the 4,000 zone with 4,078. The NDC candidate is still around 3,000. Actual is around 3,257 with a share of 44.37%. And in fact, out of the 23 that we have tracked so far, what we can tell you is that majority is coming from the Wenchi areas, right? And the NPP has been able to win 15 out of the 23 polling stations that we have, with the rest going to the NDC. And so this is what we have: NDC 7, NPP 15, with currently the NPP candidate Solomon Asumadu leading with 55.56%, crossing the 4,000 mark, 4,078. LPG also doing well, 0.07%, and the NDC candidate is still within the 3,000 zone. So that is what we have so far. We are still working around the clock to get you more data, and we are hoping that very, very soon we will fill that 120 gap. Currently we have 23 out of 120. We still have more to go, still early days yet, and we've seen more of the results coming from the Wenchi areas. We've not really had so much from other areas, but what we have shows that the NPP candidate is leading, and as you can see on your screens, in the graphics that we've done for you, leading with 55.56%. That's the situation currently. I know that when I go back to the back room again to speak to Anthony and Maxwell, they will furnish me with new data, and it will be interesting to see the direction that this election is going for.
And we're looking forward to how that will pan out, Kofi. So far, out of 120 polling stations, we received results from 23 polling stations, provisional results, and ballot by ballot, we know now that the picture is beginning to form, Doc. Your analysis of what has taken place so far. We're just talking about the double standards of Haruna Mohammed, who is the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP. Moving forward, really, we can see from the outcome of today's election that the police have done an excellent job. And based on your analysis, political actors should be blamed for some of the chaotic scenes we've seen in elections moving forward. You still maintain that point?
We will forever blame them. Yes, because they are those people who are looking for power desperately. The ordinary man has voted and is in his farm, waiting for results to be announced. That's all. He has no business massing up people there. He has no business busing people to the place. Even what he has to depend on for his daily bread is a problem. So he has no business. But the political actors, and then they turn around. What gets me so angry is that the hypocrisy on the part of them, that when it favors them, it's fine, the system is okay. If it doesn't, the system is no, no, no. You know, politics, you have to proceed with integrity. Integrity is key. And then let people believe your word. And then we'll follow that. But as I said, it's a young democracy. We'll continue to learn. But I thought that there are examples. We have gone through a lot. So by now we should be able to perfect some of these wrong areas and make sure that we create that enabling environment that will make the system work and work very well. But it is interesting. I wanted to know from Kofi, but he's not here.
Okay.
That if you look at the where the MPP is making headway.
Okay.
How many votes are there in all these places? Which area has the largest population? Okay. Because once you have a sense of that, and you've seen that the one party is cashing on that heavily, then it's telling you that we are getting to the end of the exercise.
So let me put your question directly to Kofi. Kofi is here. It gives us a platform to ask him some of the key concerns you've raised about the numbers that we have received so far. In what areas do we have the NPP leading? What are the numbers?
Well, in fact, several areas currently are turning blue in terms of the polling station. Okay. So the first polling station that we track is the Amankrado New Wenchi A. MPP won with 187, NDC 61. So you can see the difference. And you have Amankrado again, New Wenchi B. MPP winning in 174, NDC 69. Then you go to Funeral Grounds, Kusi, NPP 149, NDC 130. So that's where NDC comes close in terms of losing, but still closing the gap. You have the LAJHS, Apinaman, NPP winning at 182, NDC 144. Close again. And another one that gives you a very close contest is the OPRI Square, Kusi. NPP won with 50. NDC comes second with 45. So clearly, just about 5 votes, difference there. Another area that also turned blue is Police Station New Wenchi A. MPP winning heavily with 156. NDC 79. Polling Station New Wenchi again. Police Station New Wenchi again B. NPP winning with 261. NDC 83. And you go to the Presby Church, Apinaman, MPP won with 258, NDC trailing with 81. So definitely, if you look at the Wenchi areas where it's known to be NPP stronghold, they are winning with big margins. Another place that currently the MPP was able to get more than 300 votes is Presby Church, New Wenchi, 314, and NDC coming with 107. If you go to Presby Church again, New Wenchi, another polling station, in terms of Presby Primary School, Apinaman, MPP 206, NDC 81. So, Doc, clearly you can see 81 versus 206. Big margin.
Let me ask you, which of the areas has the largest number of registered voters?
In fact, if you look at the top 10, it is New Wenchi Deba Grounds, 704 registered voters. That has not come in yet. And the projection is that that is also another stronghold of the NPP. But we don't have provisional result for that. We are still tracking that as well. And so even with the top 10s in terms of the Wenchi areas, although you have some coming in, but the constituency with the highest number of, or the polling station with the highest number of registered voters, which is the Deba Ground in Wenchi, hasn't come in yet, and we are keeping, tabs on that as well.
Yes, I am looking forward to that, because when you get the top 10 and you see the pattern, it gives you a sense of what is happening. Yeah. And then we'll be able to tell the direction. But for now, it's still very interesting, and it's early days yet. So I look forward to seeing more interesting results, and then we can make...
I think we should also do the areas where the NDC is winning. So if you look at a place like bus terminal, Bodua. So the Bodua areas, if I'm not mentioning them right,
that is Bodua.
Bodua is where the NDC is winning, and I understand that Kojo Brace is yeah. And in fact, the NDC won Bodua bus terminal 323.
Since you're still at Bodua, let's take you live there. My colleague Samuel Kojo Brace is on the ground, and my director tells me he's ready to just give us live scenes from that polling station. Quite a number of residents out there jubilating. Why exactly? Samuel, take us away.
What we are doing now is that we are at the back of our pickup trying to give you what exactly is happening in Akwatia. Look, the two parties both claiming they've won. The MPP is jubilating, the NDC is jubilating. We are moving from Bodua to Akwatia, but it is thick traffic here because both sides of the aisle say we've won. You can see the MPP people jubilating, the NDC is also jubilating. I'll let the camera pan around for you to see what's happening up there. Look, there you have it. These are some NDC people who say they've won because they are two. They say they've won. Up there, the MPP folks are also saying we've won. So you can't tell who's winning now until we get to the Collation Center. But what we can tell you is it is a clash of jubilation. The MPP is jubilating. The NDC is also massively jubilating. Let's pan the camera around for you to see what's happening here. See, gridlock. Totally on the Akwatia Road. You can go, you can come, because both sides are jubilating massively, you know, saying that they've won. When we don't know, the EC has not declared anybody as winners, but the MPP say they've won, the NDC too say they've won. So I go tell them. So these are gentlemen saying Akwatia is sweet. An NDC person hoisting the party's flag coming from the other end, saying that they've won. I mean, it's incredible. It's an incredible atmosphere here in Akwatia. An incredible atmosphere. And look, the gridlock is tight. It's a tight one. We are struggling to even move from Bodua to Akwatia. Such a short distance, but everybody is claiming I've won. And because of the jubilation, everyone is on the street and you don't know what to do. The ladies behind us are doing too sure. Some ladies and men up there are jamming to tunes from the MPP. A short while ago, the NDC car came through, or came by, and it was all NDC affair. You don't know what's happening, but this place, Akwatia, is just a place to be now. No confrontation, no clashes, pure excitement, pure jubilation, pure happiness from both sides, because both sides is claiming or are claiming that they've won this election. For see, you have to be here. You don't need to be in the studio. You have to be in Akwatia today. Akwatia is known for, clashes between both parties, but today they've delivered a very peaceful election. I mean, we can say peaceful because till now we've not had any major this evening. And all of you have to leave Accra to be in Akwatia to really feel what it is to be in such an election. I mean, we don't know who's winning. NDC and MPP are both claiming victories. The EC will tell us who is winning. In the next hour or two, we'll really get to know that picture, to know who the real winners are. So guys, you can still be watching how sweet Akwatia is this evening. I'm sure you'll be missing. You'll be wishing that you were here in Akwatia, because we are not fighting, we are rather jubilating. Both parties are jubilating, and it's a good sign. It tells you that democracy is growing, is maturing, and Akwatia has today delivered a peaceful by-election, and we know it will be so to the very end. The police must be commended. Here you see a bunch of them well done. You've done really well today. I mean, they are not slowing down yet. They are still in to see it to the very end. The police is everywhere, whether on a motorbike, at the trunk of a pickup, or in their car. I mean, it tells you how committed the police is to this particular process. So, guys, you might want to continue your analysis, but keep a part of your screen for us in Akwatia, because tonight is our jubilation here.
Samuel Kojo Brace, I can't wait to come to Akwatia, probably after the elections are over, and I am sure of my safety. But then so far, results are still trickling in, provisional results, and for most of our colleagues on the ground, they will be giving us the data as at when they receive it. Kofi AJ, you were just talking about Bodria before we went to Samuel Kojo Brace. Tell me about the dynamics in that polling station and why that is high stakes.
I mean, I'm not surprised that the NDC folks in Bodia are jubilating, because if you look at the data that we have seen, the provisional results, it shows that the NDC has won in all the polling stations in Bodia. So the celebration is relative or subject to where you find yourself or the polling station you find yourself. If you find yourself, I'm sure if they bring visuals from Wenchi, you see a lot of blue belt, voters also jubilating. But if you find yourself in Bodia, definitely is because the NDC is winning heavily in this area. So, for instance, the bus stop terminal in Bodia, where you saw that shot, the NDC won with 323 votes. MPP 101. So the difference was very, very wide, more than 200 votes for the NDC. And in fact, I would say that it is the Bodia polling station that is still keeping the NDC in this race. As far as the 2023 polling station result that we've had is concerned, Deba Grounds in Takrase, NDC has won in that area 293, MPP 107. Big difference for the NDC there as well. If you go to another lorry station in Akwatia, NDC won with 333. MPP trailing there with 83 votes. NDC wins again in the main lorry station in Bodia, 282. NPP 127. So if you are seeing people jubilating in Bodia, it means that what the data is telling you is that the story behind that data is that almost all the polling stations in and around Bodia, the NDC has actually won in these areas. And if you go to Akwatia itself, inside Akwatia, where mostly is urban, you see the NDC also winning there as well. NDC is also winning in the Kusi areas, right? In the Kusi areas, NDC is winning there also, for instance. But in those areas, the margin is very, very close. So far for 23 out of 120. We still have more polling stations to go. But it is clear that both political parties are winning in their strongholds. And it looks like the turnouts we are seeing for Akwatia will be better or higher if you compare it to Ablekuma North. People have really come out to vote, and both political parties are cementing their strength in their strongholds. MPP winning in the Wenchi areas, NDC also winning in Akwatia itself and the Bodia areas, and then also in the Kusi areas you have NDC winning there as well. We have a long way to go, and if any data drops, we will bring you the updates. Indeed, we'll bring you the updates. So far, 23 polling stations. We have the results projected for you. We're still waiting for the rest because we have 120 polling stations in Akwatia. And bit by bit, the results are finding their way to the newsroom. Our team is on standby, crunching the numbers to ensure that we bring you certified figures from Akwatia. Doc, you're still with me in the studio, and we're just hearing from Kofi. Give us a breakdown of some of the things we should expect. So far, the NPP is leading these elections after we have collated results from 23 polling stations. And on your screens, we can see live visuals from Akwatia just showing us what
the euphoria is like on the ground, quite excited residents, even though they're not aware of the final results. Doc, your opinion?
I am not comfortable with this.
Okay.
Because we have seen it before. That once people jubilate like this, and at the end of the day, the results do not go their favor, it becomes a different thing.
Okay.
And we saw in the era of Jik Obechebilamte, you recall, one of the elections, they organized a press conference declaring themselves winners. That's what is panning out. And I don't want to know this. They should wait for electoral. Look at your station. You are calling the numbers. You said provisional results.
Yeah.
All right. So that everybody, whatever you have, just keep it to your chest. And then we wait for Electoral Commission to declare one winner or the other. If this thing continues and it's not checked, and when they release the results and people get disappointed, it becomes a different thing. So yes, much as I believe that it has been peaceful, they should hold on, and then we'll finish counting, and then results are declared by Electoral Commission, then the jubilation can start. But even there, the jubilation, they must be what? Measured and what? Tempered. So that you don't, incur the wrath of people unnecessarily. Election, yes, go to your room and celebrate and you move on. But it's early days yet, because you are talking about a constituency that has about 52,000 people, and you have seen only 4,000 results and all that. We have a lot to go. A lot to go. If the figure I have here is anything to go by, 52,000 registered voters. And we are talking about what? 4,000, if you put even all together, you are in the region of about 10,000, 11,000. We have a lot to go.
A lot to go, and we're on the ground to ensure we bring you that when it happens.
Politics, having said this, I can also say that if we make it interesting, you realize that there's no point fighting one another. It's just joy, joy, joy. And that is why we're saying that when you lose, you accept defeat and abide by the rules of the game. And you congratulate the winner, and you tell yourself, I'm going to work hard, and next time I'll change the status quo.
But I'm hoping to see more police presence on the ground, because we can see a lot of excitement from some of the residents who have engaged. But what happens when the final result is declared, your candidate loses the seat? That's when we need security presence on the ground. And our newsroom, we have our eyes glued to the ground, ensuring that we bring you detailed coverage. We are sorting the signal from the noise in real time. And Kofi AJ, you're back with me in the studio. We have updates on our numbers.
Yes, in fact, we've been trying to use percentages to actually understand the numbers we are getting so far. So far, we've done about 20% of the polling stations so far. So we have about 80% more to go. So that's a clear indication for you to understand how far we have come. And Doc was talking about registered voters. We're expecting, or the total registered voters are around somewhere more than 52,000. And per the last election, which had, a turnout rate of about 70%, we were expecting a little over 36,000 people to go out there and vote. So far, what we have done is less than 10,000. So it means that we expect more votes or more of the results to come in. And in fact, what we also know is that out of that 23 polling station result that we have in terms of the provisional result, the NPP is leading, has been able to win about 16 out of the 23, with the NDC also coming in there. And so that is what we have so far. Just about 20% of all the polling stations that we are looking for. We have about 80%. We are still in the minority zone in terms of how far we have gone in terms of the tabulation. We are still getting more results, verifying them, getting the pink sheet, entering them into our database, and Maxwell and Anthony are there doing that for us. And just like I said, if any figure drop, we will bring you that data, not just bringing you, but we'll tell you the story behind that data. And Doc is also here to help us put this in proper, context, Fosti.
Yes, indeed. Doc, let's help our audience put some of the numbers we're receiving in proper context. We're seeing results from Bodria as well as other constituencies, seeing the voter pattern. looking at both the NDC and the NPP going jaw to jaw, though the NPP is currently leading based on the data we've received. What are your predictions? Is it early days yet?
Early days yet, but I am happy that we are seeing the strength of the two political parties. Yes, in their strongholds. Now we want to see
the swings,
where the real toss-up is, and see how they will fare. But let me touch on issue of voter turnout. From the literature, it gives you an idea that the better the voter turnout results, the better the outcome. People will now go in their numbers to vote and all that. When it started in the morning, I did say that yes, even though it appears to be slow, but people are just watching. When they see that the atmosphere is calm and all that, they will come back and then come and vote. And we have seen that. They came in their numbers and they are voting and all that. So I always have a feeling that, look, if we continue voter education that will tell people that, look, forget about conflict, forget about violence and all that, and we drum home the necessary ingredients of what? Voting. People become excited and they will enjoy the process. So you will not have any event, right? And that is what we are seeing. But it also tells me that the voting dynamics is also interesting. Very, very, very interesting in the sense that
what are you picking?
It gives you an idea that even though that is a strong Akan area, once you are seeing dynamics like this, it confirms our thoughts or the studies that we know that ethnicity do not win you any vote. You see how NDC is fighting the battle there, and you see the results. You are talking about a population where you have accounts about 60-something%. So all things being equal, you would have thought that, look, a party which has predominantly one ethnic group in that area will carry the day. But you are seeing, it confirms the Musa Dankwa's their work to some extent, that people are not looking at the issues that before the election people were talking about sympathy and all that. Where is sympathy? Yes, we have lost the MP. Very painful. But people have put that aside and they are voting for development.
Will the outcome of the elections in Akwatia influence the NPP to want to change their stance about contesting Tamale Central? That's a conversation we'll have after we come back to the studio. But then let me take you now to the grounds and speak to Rashid Tanko Computer. He's Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the NDC. We appreciate your time here on the Joynews channel. You're on the grounds. So far, results are trickling in. I'm sure your polling agents have been briefing you. What are the numbers looking like? Are you leading?
I am currently at the Collation Center. We are doing the collation. We have done our internal collation. We have done 111 polling stations out of the 119.
111?
111.
Certified with your pink sheets?
Certified with our pink sheets.
Okay. And I'll be glad if you could share some of them with us so that we can update ours.
To break the news to you people first.
Okay.
5,035 in the 2027.
Rashid Tanko Computer, you may have to position rightly. I seem to be losing you. You just gave us updates that you have so far received 111 numbers from your polling station and from your polling station agents out of the 120. I just want you to brief me. 119. Okay. So it means you are just one down. Is that the case?
Yes, it's 111 we have received, and the total polling station is 119.
Okay, the polling station is 119, and you've received 111, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to find out, based on the data you've collected so far, are you still confident that the NPP is leading in Akwatia?
The NDC is leading with 17,035 votes. The NPP has 14,077. So that represents 54.46 for NDC, whilst they are turning 45.00. So we're expecting the 8 more from our polling agents, and then we queue it in, and it's done. So as we speak now, the place is green for NDC.
Well, those are your results and not the official results from the Electoral Commission. As your election headquarters, it's our duty to sift through the numbers that are coming in and give you certified numbers. So far, we have received provisional results out of the 120 polling stations we are aware. We know that we have received 23, and we will be updating the numbers as soon as we have them. But then we've seen some residents on the ground already jubilating, especially in areas where the NPP won in that specific polling station, that they have indeed won the seat. How do you respond to this as a political party?
We have won the election peacefully. I indicated we're going to win, and we have won it massively. Currently, we are at the Collation Center, and we are going to the official collation from the EC. And nothing is going to change from what I've indicated to you. No, even their leadership have run away from the coalition. They hadn't run away. But it tells that then we're free, and we are for the
Rashid, I lost you when you were just making that point. You're still optimistic that you have won that seat, but based on voter turnout, what are your readings into what has played out today?
Well, they know it's a by-elections. I mean, and they shouldn't expect huge numbers from by-elections. I mean, it's finally, anytime you have a by-election, you don't expect the turnout to be like the general election. We are satisfied with the turnout today. They are okay with it. And then they have delivered a verdict for the NDC. We are satisfied, and we will sound the good things. We wait for the official announcement. We'll see that it will not be different from what we are telling you. We are just waiting for the 8. I think it's working on our own system, and we'll update with the 8, and we update. Don't wait for the 8 now.
And then just before I let you go, you have been criticized by the opposition NPP for trying last-minute campaigns, trying to erect some, building projects, road projects in the constituency. That was your grand scheme from the start, wasn't it, to lure voters to your end?
Yes, that's the business acquisition and should be ignored. I mean, completely. It doesn't make sense. For the past week, you've been interviewing me, your station, and I've made it very clear. We are not like them. We would vote to buy with projects and all. I think we are funded. They have the strategy, and we talk to them, and they know that we can deliver. And of course, we told them. I mean, we made this in 2024. Allow the NPP to raise the election. I said it, and I'm saying the time again. Today, because they didn't have the luxury to raise, see how they have been beating us out. I mean, so it's not about we bringing projects and all that. That is neither here nor there.
Okay, Rashid Tanko Computer, we appreciate your time here on the Joynews channel. We'll be back at you once the official results are declared by the Electoral Commission to get your official response and also to validate or dispute the figures you have put out today. We'll also reach out to the NPP to get their thoughts. They are also in their collation center as we speak, collating their results. Doc, we're seeing this.
Them, so.
Okay. You wanted to make a point? Okay. Then that's it. Doc, we're seeing this play out. Numbers already flying around, and it's our duty to sift through the numbers and ensure our audience gets accurate figures from the Electoral Commission. So far on your screens, you can see the provisional results we're putting out as the Joynews channel. Results that are certified, that we can actually bank our hopes on. Though they're provisional results, you must know that we're putting out. And that's what we're running with right now. It's early days yet, Doc. Only 23 polling stations, but a political party says that out of the numbers they have received, they're leading. And I'm sure their counterparts will tell us the same. When we hear both political sides, even before the EC officially declares, tell us they are leading, how will this influence voters on the ground? And especially in times like this where we know that Akwatia is actually a hot spot.
We call this thing in political science as one of the techniques political parties use. But listen, propaganda. Propaganda.
Is it really?
And, one of the techniques is what we call cast taking. The cast taking is where there is obvious truth. You downplay it, and then you project what you feel is okay. He's telling you that they've won 119. All right. So you are already in disarray if you belong to the NDC camp, MPP camp. All right. Yes. Then that is the cast taking. They will not tell you the truth. If you come to the bandwagon, you saw before the election, you saw massive people walking and showing MPP callers and all those things. They are telling you that the right-thinking people are here. Why are you standing there alone? Join us. The bandwagon you see on screens, and then massive public walk and all that.
But how effective is that really at this point where the ballots have already been cast?
Yes, for now, it has very little effect. But before that time, but even this one, as he's calling, supporters are going to glue toward this 119. If it doesn't show up, hey, our people told us that this is what we're going to get. That is why we are saying that just wait. So Electoral Commission declares this. Because once you send this one, you poison the minds of people already. That you, especially your faithful, telling them that we have gained what? 119. We are just looking for what? One, and we are good to go. And even that one, we have already won. So in event that there is...
So he said that out of 119, they have won in 111 polling station based on the data they have received so far. But we are bringing you certified and provisional results based on what we know, and that's why we're your election headquarters. We go according to the pink sheets and not according to hearsay. Kofi, you're back with me in the studio. Updates to the numbers.
In fact, let me clarify why people have 119 and we have 120. There is a special voting center that usually people don't add it, but if you look at the EC's official ballot statistics that they issued for the 2024 election, you have 120 polling stations plus that special voting center in Akwatia, and that is what we are using to enter our data. And we have latest, data coming in where we've moved from 23 now, we are at 29. So we added 6 more polling stations verified and checked, still provisional anyway, 29 out of 120, so we are nearing 30. And in fact, with the 29 out of 30, the NPP's candidate has actually dropped in the share of votes, moving from the 55 now to 54.43%. Total votes currently is 4,855, with a share of 54.43%. NDC's candidate has crossed the 4,000 zone, now around 4,059, with a share of 45.51%. So this is what we have. And in fact, if you go to the back end, you will see that the Takrasi areas are being won by NDC. So Takrasi Deba grounds won by NDC with 293 votes, MPP 107. Again, Takrasi funeral grounds, NDC wins it with 94 votes, NPP 63. God's Grace Academy, Kusi, another Kusi area, NDC winning at 124, MPP 60. And there's another LAJHS, Kusi, NDC 162, NPP 124. So NDC is winning in the Kusi areas, the Takrasi areas, and the Budua areas. MPP sweeping almost all the votes in the polling stations in the Wenchi areas, and in the polling stations that are in Akwatia, it's more or less like a battleground. But NDC is winning most of the polling stations, also in the Akwatia, inside Akwatia, But what we have is that out of that 29 polling station result that we have, MPP is currently leading with 54.43%, NDC 45.15%. We still have a long way to go.
Indeed, a long way to go. And I'll come back to you, Kofi, as we look at the swing areas in that constituency and what the results are telling us currently as we speak. But let me take you live to the grounds. My colleague Samuel Kojo-Brace is at another polling station. Samuel, what can you report?
Yes. Charlie.
Of the Akwatia by-election, and my colleague Samuel Kojo is on the ground just to give us a sense of what we should expect. My colleague Kofi Eje in the studio giving us the numbers and how things are panning out. We're actually doing all that here in the studio. I also have with me Dr. Sa Santi, political scientist, just to give us the political dynamics of all this. Why is Akwatia such a big deal for both the NDC and the MP? That's a conversation we've been having. And we will be delving into the swing areas, Kofi, based on the data we have. Those polling stations that ordinarily would have swayed towards the NDC or the NPP, have they maintained their voting pattern? Has something changed? That's a conversation we'll come back in the studio to have. But I'm hoping to have clear connection now to Samuel Kojo, who's on the ground to give us update from a polling station at Akwatia. Once I have him, I'll take you there live. But let me come back to you, Kofi. Just looking at the numbers, what are they telling you?
We have so far out of that 29 polling stations that we've been able to check, you are not really seeing the results from the swing polling stations coming in yet.
Okay.
But what we have is, results from the polling stations that are either blue or green belt. And what I said is that both political parties are doing well by winning in their strong, holds. NDC doing well by winning in the Kusi areas, the Takrase, and then also in the Bodua areas, and the NPP winning also heavily in the Wenchi areas. But we are not really getting results from the swing polling station. They will be coming in very, very soon, and that possibly could change the dynamics or the pattern that we are seeing so far. Another interesting area that many have said that, well, the NPP is likely to win is the Tapraman polling station. We've not had results from those polling stations so far with expected voters more than 500. We are yet to receive those numbers. But what we know is that the NPP's candidate who climbed to more than 55% has now dropped to 54%, 54.43% out of the 29 polling stations that we have so far. NDC 45.51%, and just like we all agree, we still have a very long way to go.
Long way to go, and we would be with you throughout that journey, just bringing you updates as to what exactly is happening in Akwatia and what the electorates are saying. And we're sifting through the numbers just to give you the provisional results so that you have a sense of what exactly you should expect. Now, Doc, you're just telling me some of the political strategies that some of the political parties would deploy. Like, for example, the propaganda effect you're telling me about and how this is playing out. Already both sides says we have won this year.
Yes. What they are playing, the technique they are using, I've told you that for any election, three things are important. Your strategy, your message, and then your resources. What I call RSM, resources, strategy, and message. The resources, you need both human and material. And that is why you saw a whole lot of party machinery move there to just go and augment what is there. Yes, the resource. And of course, what we call a night before the election. They share all the money that they can marshal and then share them in the night and all that. Yes. What's the strategy? The strategy is that, look, go there and tell them that, look, you are in government, you promise them development, and that, yes, even though MP, you can assess your common fund, which is 5% of what goes into what? The local area, the assembly, that they give you 5% of that. And so you are not going to have much. But the real development is in the hands of what? The government. Roads and all those things are heavy projects that the 5% common fund cannot support. So go there with a campaign that, look, my party is in office, and that we have a lot of resources. We can give you more if you give us the votes. And remember, everybody wants vote in infrastructure development. So it's one of the things that is panning out. Then the NPP is saying that let us continue from where the late MP left off, so that we can also honor him and all that.
Sympathy votes.
Sympathy.
Will it work?
But you and I know And that people will tell you from sociological perspectives, they will tell you as effect, as you say without fear of contradiction, it doesn't win vote. Because when I need a place to sell my wares and all that, and somebody promised me that, and there is the possibilities that he can deliver, and you come back to tell me that let's vote based on sympathy. I'm not interested in that.
I'll come back to you just to get your assessment of the Electoral Commission's management of the process so far. Let me take you to the grounds. My colleague Samuel Kojo-Brace is finally ready for me. Samuel, where are you and what can you report?
So I'm currently at the Collation Center for the constituency. This is where the results are being collated and the final results will be declared by the Electoral Commission. I've seen representatives of both parties here. They are seated. The Electoral Commission has already started collating the results from polling stations, and we'll get to know what is happening later on in the day when they announce the official winner of the elections. I told you earlier that on the street, both parties were claiming to have won this election. Fortunately, I've been joined here by the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the NDC, Rashid Tanko Computer. Rashid, I'm grateful to you for joining us here. Give me your overall impression of the elections today.
Well, I said it this afternoon, we are going to have a very peaceful election. And thank God we had a very beautiful, peaceful election. We have to thank the IGP and his group for delivering these peaceful elections. They did a good job. We pledge our support for them. And we had confidence that they were going to do a good job. And they did a good job. It ended peacefully. No incidents in any of the polling stations. All the small pockets that never happened in the polling stations. Clearly that tells you that the police were up to task. And I indicated that we are going to win this election. I said it severally. There's no way NPP is going to win this election. And clearly, the figures we have, our old internal collation that we have done, we have finished. We are just waiting for the EC to put theirs together and declare we have won the election.
So I can see from your dashboard, this is your dashboard, right?
This is our dashboard.
The NDC has some 17,495.
Yes.
The MPP has 14,345.
Yes.
And this is 114 out of 120.
Yes. That's 190 because the one other is a special polling station, so it's not added. So today we are dealing with 119. So as we speak now, I now have 116. So it means I'm left with only 3 polling stations to conclude my coalition. We have finished. And this is what we call activating body cameras. Our boss gave this into us, and it's working. So as we speak now, out of the 119 polling stations, we have collated 116 polling stations, and we now have 17,789, whilst they have 14,696. 54 plus. I told you, Issa Dankwa 53, we will go ahead. They thought we were joking, and you have seen it. We have won the election beautifully. The work has shown.
So
it's a victory for democracy.
Really, if you say, but why if the MPP had won, would it have been?
Where are they going to win?
Not amount to victory for democracy.
No, where were they going to win?
You say victory for democracy.
Yes, because the victory that I'm talking of is an indication of the performance of the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the 8 months he has been in office. This is a victory, and they have given an indication that, look, this is the government we really voted for in 2024. And therefore, we will not turn our back against it. And time and again, I said it, the MPP has been rigging. They rigged this constituency in 2024. Today it has shown.
But just because you're winning, you're saying they rigged it. Because both of you had, before now, you had won it 4 apiece from 96.
In 2024, we went to court because we felt that we were being cheated. We were pursuing the matter in court when he died. So they had not even assessed our evidence when he died. His death made the case moot. We believe we had won the election in 2024. And today the results have shown. Look at the difference.
You promised the people of Akwatia to vote for you,
yes.
So you would deliver to them development because you are in power.
Yes.
So from tomorrow, they are expecting, if indeed this is validated by the EC, because this is your own results.
They gave us pink sheets. We have no manufacturer. We are not manufactured like
EC to come out with the official result. If it happens that they validate this result, yes. From tomorrow they are expecting you to deliver this development.
Oh no problem. We have even started working with them in the constituency. I mean, our candidate is somebody known in the constituency. They know him. He's been working in the constituency as a youth employment coordinator. He's been working as a lawyer, pro bono for them. A lot of activities he's been doing in that constituency. So they know him. And the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, he himself promised that he is going to deliver and make sure that he resets the country. The reset agenda is on course. And the people are seeing it. I told you, they were living testimonies to whatever we're doing.
I mean, I spoke to some people earlier, and they were alleging massive vote buying. They said they received some 300, 200. Some people were telling me, oh, we've eaten it, we've squandered it, we're done, we won't vote for them. I mean, situate this in your claim that this is a win for democracy.
You were
when people allege massive vote buying.
You were here throughout, since morning up to this evening. You tour around almost all the polling stations. I saw you, I was monitoring your process. Did you see anybody being given money to come and vote? You see, these are the allegations MPP will always do. Every day they will go and be making wild allegations. And the media too, you should put them on strict proof.
Did you pay TNT anyway?
Where to who? Where do you have the money? Where? We are not noted for that. That is not part of the NDC. We are not noted for paying or giving people money. No, it's not part. If we were to pay, do you think we would have won the 2024 election? They had tons of money. Some were keeping money in their room, their bedroom, as banks and all that. You saw it. And so we didn't have that. But Ghanaians saw the wisdom in voting for the NDC. And they voted for us. So why will we, 8 months down the lane, then we now be using money to woo the people to come and vote? It doesn't make sense. Clearly, the people have confidence in us. They believe that we can deliver, our candidate can deliver. And yes, they've delivered the verdict. We are happy. We are just waiting for the official declaration. I know my opponent. Do you think if this resource was to be contested, you would have seen them here? They've all run away.
But I'm told Gary is here.
Gary, where? Gary will not come here. I say if he doesn't come, I'll sign for them. I will sign for him. He's my friend. If he doesn't come here, I will sign for them. Because I told him this morning I was going to beat him, and I beat him. He has the resource. He has the same pink sheet they gave us. They gave them. And the original is here. And so we put ours together. They should also put theirs together. So they've seen the result. That's why they've run away.
They've also put their pink sheet here.
They have. I'm with them. So they know they have lost. My colleague and friend, Befi, was here. I told him the next by-election is coming to his area.
It's coming to his area where?
Didn't you hear him?
Oh, Befi. But why are you alleging that there will be by-election in his area? That's a threat.
He told the whole world that if MPP loses these elections, he will resign his position as an MP because he doesn't see why MPP should lose. MPP is not going to lose.
That's a political talk, really.
He said it. It's captured. It's all over the place. So when he came here, I shook hands and I told him, my brother, the next by-election is in your area. We are coming there. I mean, politicians, be circumcised when you are speaking.
All right.
Yes.
Rashid, I'm grateful to you.
I'm grateful. So wait for that.
But what's the voter turnout according to your
we are now calculating that one unless I go to the main. We now have 170.
Okay. And you're still winning. Thank you very much. Yeah, congrats to you. So that Tanko Rashid computer there, he says that per their system, they are winning. I mean, they've collated some 117 constituencies out of the 119, and they're leading by over 54%. As against the NPP's over 44%. So quite an interesting day here. We're still here in the constituency, in the Constituency Collation Center in Akwatia, where the EC will be declaring the official winner of this. They are collating the results as it stands, and you can clearly tell. I mean, what that they are eager to get this done quickly. I mean, you also see that. The NDC says that on their system they are winning this election, or they've won it. I mean, according to Rashid Tanko computer, that they've collated 117 out of the 119 polling stations. So, I mean, we're just here waiting for the EC to complete the coalition, and then we'll get to know who is winning. So, firstly, I mean, from us here at the Collation Center, in Akwatia, this is what we can report to you. The EC is vigorously collating the results as they trickle in to then help them declare who has won officially this particular election. The NDC, according to their system, they are winning.
I just wanted to find out from you.
Validate that or invalidate that particular claim by the NDC.
Kojo, can you hear me? I wanted to find out from you. We're receiving reports that the NPP is not at the Collation Center. Can you confirm that for me? Is that the case?
If you saw me turning around, I was scanning the room to see if I would see any notable face of the NPP here. I have not been able to see any notable MPP person here to tell that they are here witnessing the process. I haven't seen one. So maybe it could be true. It could also not be true. Maybe they have only just gotten outside of the room. But for now, at this particular moment, I'm not able to see any notable face of the MPP monitoring the process here. Foresee.
Okay, thank you, Kojo. And I'll be back at you once official declaration commences in that constituency. Earlier, just outside the NDC Collation Center, there was Jubilation. We'll bring you those live visuals shortly. And I'll come to the studio. Doc, I'm hearing activate body cams being said by Rashid Tanko Computer. And because you're a political scientist, you're aware of dog whistling politics, where they're using coded languages at this point in time. What is that telling you, really?
It's part of the technique, just to make sure that you are always ahead of your opponent. You have something that he doesn't have, and for which reason you are going to benefit from that immensely. These are all type of the techniques that they use, just to make sure that, look, they get into, if they get opportunity, get into your armory, and then get all the information that they want, so as to manipulate and then make sense out of this. And I was telling you before this, I was telling you about propaganda. Where, you use biased information to mislead people and all that. You heard Computer speaking. It was all speaking positive about their party. Making MPP look as if, look, they've not done anything good there. The cat's taking that. Yes, you manipulate the information, making sure that you keep the good ones to your chest. It's like playing cards. The good ones you keep here, and you throw out the bad ones on the table. Oh, see this one. But here, nobody has access to that. It's you alone. That one, it works pre-election and even post-election. The pre-election, it can convince a number of people to want to follow you because you are talking about good things about yourself. But the post-election, all right, you will see that the skirmish, the campaign, as they were, jubilating on the street, one of it is to prepare their minds of their followers. That look, we have won.
Isn't this all part of agenda setting, framing the story?
Yeah, you frame, but it's also preparing the people. Yes, in an agenda sort of things dovetails into that. That look, we have won. Don't listen to any results. A commission, for instance, these are our results and all that. I will not be surprised. MPP will come out very soon with also their figures. But we are saying that all these things have its strengths and weaknesses. One of the weaknesses is that it, poisons the minds of people against what Electoral Commission will bring out. But that shouldn't be the case, right? You have to wait for Electoral Commission to come and then, declare the election. You saw that he was speaking with authority that we have this, we have won it. And look at your station, you are saying that this is provisional. Because the final authority who will stamp this thing on the results is the Electoral Commission. Is that what we are getting now from him? So
not the case. But that brings me to the question I wanted to ask you just before we went to Akwatia. What's your assessment of the Electoral Commission's performance so far?
If you look at the Electoral Commission, it's an election management body, and it's tasked with the responsibility of doing a number of things. One of the things that it does is to organize elections from time to time. And our Constitution has empowered the Electoral Commission to do that in case of what? By-election, national election, referendum, and the rest of them. And we are seeing that. For election of this nature, there are 3 stages which I've talked to you about. The pre-election phase, the election phase, and post-election. The pre-election phase, what is the Electoral Commission doing? It's supposed to register people if people need to be registered. It's supposed to also, give education, that's voter education. That's where we are going to vote. We are going to use this material and this, that gives you all manner of education. Then they move on to what? Provide you with the logistics and training and all that. So they train their staff and then also what? Get the logistics that you would need for the election.
Okay.
Then on the day of election, they make sure that they go and carry out the activities. They are the people on the ground who will, usher the people into the polling station. They come, they thumbprint and this and that, they vote. You see to that process.
Doc, stay with me. I'll let you finish that process for me. Let me just bring you live scenes from Akwatia, the NDC Collation Center. Just moments ago, there was Jubilation there. Let's play that visuals for you. Live scenes there from the NDC Collation Center in Akwatia. Jubilation already, but is that the way to go? Let me just throw one more question to you, Doc, before I let you go. The outcome of these elections is crucial. How will it affect the political temperature heading into the 2028 general election?
For by-elections, you need as a political party to make a statement that you are on the ground. That is one. And I told you that it's a test of 2 things. For the NPP, it's a test of their resilience in the constituency. For NDC, it is a test of their declining goodwill. That in spite of all the goodwill you have, you couldn't wrestle this seat from the NPP. Are you still having the goodwill? It gives the NPP, if that is going to be the score, it will give the NPP a boost, saying that, look, all is not well. Look at all their strength. Just one constituency, we're able to beat them up to it. It gives them a certain energy to be able to fight and fight on. Above all, if it goes in the way of the NDC, what you are going to see is that they are going to get what? In addition to Tamale Central, 184. It gives you an idea that now they have what it takes, minus even independent candidates. They can take important decisions in Parliament, including what? Amending entrenched provisions in the Constitution and other taking important decisions without any other party in there. So they tell you that, look, they have what? Their hand on the situation. And that, look, once you have that type of majority in Parliament, it gives you opportunity to be able to rule and rule effectively. And remember, they do all these things to build a record so that in event that they lose election, when you are in opposition, you can't do anything. You rely on your past records to be able to make sense to your voters, to appeal to them, to give you the nod the next time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santi, political scientist, joined me in the studio. And we are still bringing you detailed coverage of the Akwatia by-election. My colleague Evans Mensah in the studio. Evans, slowly but surely, we know that the results are breaking the cover now, trickling in. We're crunching the numbers. What should we expect?
Ominous signs for the MPP tonight, but we're going to be getting the clarity from the Electoral Commission pretty shortly. They are preparing to get the rest of the results from the polling stations And we're going to have that here on your election headquarters for you, because Brace is on the ground there. We have Blessed Soga in the community. We also have for you tonight Bwachi Yadom, who's also going to give you some reactions. And we are stationed with the two main candidates, awaiting their reaction shortly after we hear from the Electoral Commission declaring the results there in the Akwatia on the day when, of course, it was anticipated to be a keenly contested one. Is looking like it may not be exactly as we had planned, just like many had feared that there may be violence today, but the police has shown with the force that they deployed there, 5,500, ensuring that this day had gone on pretty smoothly. If you're calculating 5,500 to 52,000 registered voters, you're talking about one police officer to 10 voters. It is pretty unprecedented in the terms of the force that is showed today, and that is why we've seen pretty much nothing to talk about when it comes to violence. It's been pretty smooth. For the first time, we've had opposition party applaud the police. And I'm quoting here the Deputy General Secretary, who was on the election headquarters just about an hour ago, saying to us that coming into this, they were resolved to use this as a test case, whether to work with the police, to trust it going forward, and that he can say that on the back of what has happened today, where the police's conduct, they are now in the position to say that this police administration is trustworthy. It's a big statement coming from the opposition party, and we will hear more from the party. But one thing that is curious is we cannot find the MPP rep at the Collation Center. And Brace will join me pretty shortly to give me some clarity on that. The last time we spoke to him a few minutes ago, where Fossey did, he was still scanning the room to see if he can find one prominent MPP Collation officer at the Collation Center. Let's hope that we can get some clarity from him, and then we can get a sense of where the MPP is tonight, because trust me, they've set up their own collation arrangements, and they should know by now where they stand as far as the by-election there is concerned. My guests are joining me, a whole fresh panel who will join me. The regular suspect, Winston Amwa, is with me here on your election headquarters. Also joining me pretty shortly is Musa Dankwa with the Global Info Analytics. He had predicted an NDC victory in the by-elections. Will that pan out exactly? He is here with me on the election headquarters. We'll also be joined by Inusha Fuseni, former Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, will join me. He's also former chair of the Constitutional Affairs Committee in Parliament, will be my guest. Gary Nimako, very known, astute lawyer with the MPP, will also join me. This is where to be on your election headquarters on election night.
Rent back with the Pia Upato. Come on, come see what? We're Jessica. My friend, see before.
It's the Telestar Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telestar Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telestar Play app to obtain and start winning in the Telestar Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're baby, many scared do no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies. How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here. And here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
It's Buenos Aires, Dad.
Do you know what time it is in China?
China's about 8 hours ahead.
Honey, please don't forget to help the kids with their homework.
Who should help who?
Abi, no, Dada.
Calipo, fruit juice drink. This advert is FDA approved.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Be the luckiest, go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the because she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God apple boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
magnetic perfumes.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure. Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watches cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. The coach must go. The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As you wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Mami Gobe nubi, the cocono. One garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lily rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lily rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
Hey! Is your tech holding you back? Feeling lost in the maze of outdated gadgets? Relax. Come with me to CompuGhana.
Don't see. This your tablet from CompuGhana has really helped me. Now I track my sales like finance minister. CompuGhana, class and
number one.
Ghana, we don't just sell electronics, we transform your life. From office to home appliances and more, we have everything you need to step into the future.
CompuGhana, class in Kwa. CompuGhana, number one.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you was a thing? What the cat never won. You get catch Mitchell. Hey! Now I'm pipe.
Between the pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why Eliki?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No hala.
Miss
VIP.
Magnetic perfumes.
You are welcome to two of Ghana's finest addresses, Willow Lane and Alphabet City, located at Sakumono. Alphabet City is a premier gated community with 24/7 security. Willow Lane, where luxury meets comfort. Spacious 4-bedroom homes with walk-in closet, elevators, and gourmet kitchens. Two lifestyles, one trusted developer at Waylead, Our buildings are ready for you to move in right now. So visit wayley.org or call 0240 111119 to book a private tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
And this is your election headquarters, continued coverage of the Akwatia by-elections here. And we are now awaiting the formal declaration of results by the Electoral Commission. Correspondents are across the constituency for you, including the Collation Center. You've already seen us with an interview with Rashid Tanko, who is already declaring that he is predicting an NDC victory. In fact, the NDC is already claiming to have won the elections in Akwatia. We will hear from the Electoral Commission pretty shortly. We also hear from the MPP here on your election headquarters. But talking about results, the man who, ahead of the polls, predicted an NDC victory is here with me. Musa Dankwa with Global Info Analytics. Also with me is Winston Amwa. We'll be going to the constituency pretty shortly because that is where the action is. There's been jubilation on the streets of Akwatia. We've seen a bit of that. And it's a clash of jubilations, as my colleague on the ground described this, as when he was driving to the town, regardless of what had really happened. In fact, at the Collation Center, the constituents were jubilating, either for the NDC or the MPP. If you are close to a polling station where an MPP had won, you will see jubilations there by the MPP supporters. If you are close to a polling station where the NDC had won, again, you will see jubilation by the NDC supporters there. And so we're waiting to see what really pans out as far as the real results are concerned, as declared by the Electoral Commission. So stay with me for that here on your election headquarters. Musa Dankwa, so you had predicted an NDC victory, and many had listened to you, read your polls, and raise questions. This is a constituency that the MPP had won in the last elections a short few months back with 2,000 votes margin plus. How dare you say this is going to flip only 8 months on? It appears from what we're learning that your prediction may just come through plus or minus a few percentage points.
Winston, once you work with data, Evans, once you work with data and you understand the data, and really the dynamics of the data, you tend to know exactly what's going to happen. I've been to Akwatia twice in the last 4 weeks. And what I always look out for is the proportion of voters who are switching their vote from the former Ernest Kumi to a new candidate. The poll showed that 24% of voters who voted for Ernest Kumi in the last election were telling us that they will switch their vote to Mr. Baidoo. In today's exit poll, that number dropped to 16%. That was still significant to cause this defeat. It simply means that the 2,000 vote that Ernest Kumi had, 16% of them is already gone, practically. So people have moved from the MPP candidate, Kumi, into Baidoo. And that was something that if it stayed, I knew NDC was going to win the seat.
Hold the horses for me, because talking about knowing the NDC is going to win, there's some jubilation still happening. I want to go to Boedria in the Akwatia Constituency, where my colleague, Nanabachi Yadom, is standing by with some updates. As far as the constituents are concerned, you're feeling it, you're seeing it, and some of them are jubilating. Nana?
All right, so it's massive jubilation on the streets of Boedria here in the Akwatia constituency. The supporters of the NDC are on the street, and I can tell you that major roads here are blocked. Every road you see in the Akwatia Constituency is blocked. Police are finding it difficult to move to the Collation Center as I speak to you, all because the supporters and residents have all gathered on the major streets of Bedia, jubilating, and some of them are super excited about what we are yet to hear. That is the outcome of the election, and so that is the picture we are painting for you to see here. The streets of Bedia, a number of police vehicles are stuck in traffic because the supporters of the NDC have taken to the streets in a massive jubilation. We'll try to speak to some of them. Let's get to interact with the supporters of the NDC over here. Those of them who've gathered in massive jubilation, celebrating what they claim to be the victory of lawyer Bernard, the NDC's parliamentary candidate. But we are yet to hear from the EC. The official result of the EC is yet to come in. But the supporters are already on the streets, and we would have to speak to some of them. It's quite difficult over here. All right. East in far resource and by. Thank you very much. And so he's saying that he's not going to wait for the EC to declare the results because he knows clearly that the NDC's parliamentary candidate has won the election. We are waiting for the EC to confirm that. We still have to speak to a number of them. They are all scattered over here, so it's quite difficult to identify them. But let me also speak to this man. EC nyamfa resource mbae. Nemo no matia gukwema mujimani.
The ama yete konse obia party bia on the strong room. And according to the tabulation I have for the NDC party, no, we say NDC LED because you to about agent, no, at the police station, no, omunya results, no, you send it direct to the office. My code number, you send to direct. From what we are getting, feedback we are getting from the office, no, and say NDC LED, and nema eni general ababebre eokrum.
Now, what NDC near we need election, said they are Okana. And then my ben now heard him say, yes, when you know, bet me as I say, I am Akwatia.
The person one the person, your person, Akwatia, my mo, take it, your pen put you. Person be a overcast or say, oh, wait, they're not buying the power. Or not buying the or into person of Babaka say, oh, many necessary equipment into my resources be into my to me. It the Emperor say, be obey to my name will say, Akutiama and put to an epe and young individual we have development. Yep, the whole town, Obia put to an epe.
All right, thank you very much. And that is a supporter saying that they want development in Akwatia, and that is what they want the new PC to be doing for them if he's sworn in. I have a supporter here as well on top of a vehicle. Lawyer, I didn't declare results, no, but most of them couldn't.
Oh, about the crowd, or some day, or about so Maya, so much about my lawyer. You can put your Juma, you don't be asked about the idea about to be in.
Now, Osha, a lawyer, and never been our boss of Bayama Kwatia, who had him say, or the Beguaquem.
Any Sibanma, Omona Musese Kodima, every 4 Babe, it's in the Omonia Shua, lawyer, the GD pass of baby Biama. It's no, you're a lawyer, or baby be our fan.
Thank you very much. And that is another supporter of the NDC saying that they believe that lawyer Bernard is going to do marvelously well for them in the constituency. Also, so say, oh, Bibi Kashoe.
But Bibi lawyer, no, Onim Kasa, and our parliament, I said, for the past 6 years, the parliament to make us no cry back. It's a problem because Yakwanya, Okokra, Yakwanya, from Gwen, I'm going to be buying and it's a bomb. I say, lawyer, now, money, no, what man be at way. No, my boys, no, lawyer, don't see me, lawyer, don't see it. Money, and it's all boy, boys, no boys, no see that, and yet more money, no more piano, and
Thank you very much. And he is saying that he is a minor and this is a mining community. They want the NDC's parliamentary candidate, if officially declared winner of the election, to prioritize mining and make sure that the residents who are engaged in mining in the community also get proper jobs to do. And so these are some of the responses that we are getting on the streets of Bodia here in the Akwatia Constituency, as a number of NDC supporters have taken to the streets jubilating what they say is the victory of the NDC's parliamentary candidate, lawyer Bernard. And so we're still looking, we're still painting a picture to you. This is the streets, many police vehicles. A number of them are going to the Collation Center. A number of police buses are also going to the constituency's police office, which is just some few minutes away from here. And that is where they are also going to keep other important materials. The Collation Center is just some few minutes away also from here. And all over Akwatia, it's nothing but motorbikes, vehicles, and supporters on the streets jubilating and saying that lawyer Bernard Bediako has won the Akwatia constituency by election. We have to show you a little bit of what is happening even from our far end, and over there too you can see some of the supporters of the NDC are also over there jubilating. Now what they are waiting for is the official declaration, which will be made by the Electoral Commissioner. And when that is done, a number of people will continue to come and then jubilate on the streets. I must tell you that Bodia is not exceptional. Other areas are also jubilating. This is the live scenes on the street of Bodia, where we have a number of NDC supporters on the street jubilating the victory of lawyer Bernard Bediako, that is the NDC's parliamentary candidates, even as we await the EC to make that official declaration. You can take over now.
And Nana Boache, thank you very much. As you can see there, people are jubilating, and we'll keep that for you as we watch all this unfold. The police sirens still blaring because often it is the post-election phase that tends to be a bit more troublesome when it comes to violence. But this day had gone really well, exceeding all expectations indeed, considering all the fears that we've all had ahead of the by-elections there. The police will be making sure, as you can see, the police vehicles there through the streets of Akwatia, ensuring that jubilations are kept within reasonable limit and people do not take advantage of the evening to inflict any harm on any individual. And as you can see, that the police are out in force this evening in Akwatia. And as we watch all this unfold, and we'll take you back to the Collation Center pretty shortly to get you the very latest as the Electoral Commission collates the results there. One of the additions this year from the Electoral Commission is that they will be scanning the results and sending to the central location. Instead of waiting for all the results to be transported in vehicles to one center, they were using a facility and a strategy that the parties have used for years. Civil society have called for the EC to adopt that. They said they're going to adopt that this time. So hopefully we'll get the results quicker that we had feared will come in. And we're probably going to be staying here till 12. We may get the results quicker than that because some of the parties already have the final results. And Musa Dankwa, I mean, talking about what you found in the exit polls, you say the exit polls are proving that the NPP candidate has lost ground compared to what Ernest Kumi got in 2024.
Exactly. What we saw, in fact, at a point, MPP candidate was leading 51% against NDC, nearly 48, very close. But when you compare the results of how they voted in the last election, Ernest Kumi was doing nearly 59% or 56%. So you could see that Asumadu has dropped numbers. And again, when the numbers started coming, you could see that NDC was doing much better compared to the last election, and MPP was not doing what they were supposed to be doing. So the numbers were just there, just waiting to be confirmed.
Winston.
Yes, I mean, Evans, Musa makes the point. And if you look at the results, for instance, you know, the NPP in choosing somebody like Asumadu, Solomon Asumadu, the general feeling was that this is a party that was going in for somebody who's a minor. And a lot of the young people say is one who's been helping them. So you're probably thinking, okay, so the NPP wants to get somebody in who probably may, you know, depict the general mood of the Akwatia constituency. Unfortunately, if you look at the number of, you know, SHS to tertiary, you know, graduates that were voting in the election, there were more. So just give me the percentage. I want to use that.
Let me quickly.
Yes, buttress my point. You have the
yes, I'll have it here.
Because you know the point also is that if you're selecting somebody, for instance, now you have an Ernest Kumi, irrespective of what you may think, if you have an Ernest Kumi who would have been called to the bar in October, you know, as member of parliament, now he's passed on, you're going to elect another person. The moment more than 50% indicated that they wanted development, Evans, it told you one thing. The opposition party, and you heard the young man who just spoke recently, making the point that what they want is development. They look at their roads and say, our roads are in a deplorable state. Now, if their roads are in a deplorable state and you're an opposition party going into this by-election, it's definitely going to be difficult for you. Two, the other thing is that currently, the NDC goes into the election still with the goodwill that they had prior to, after election 2024. And so it was always going to be difficult. I think at this point in time, the MPP probably may ask themselves a few questions. Did they select the right candidate? Could they have done something differently? Well, these are things they will look at. But look, the moment I saw the polls that indicated that more than half of the voters wanted development, I knew it was a done deal for the NDC. I didn't think the NPP was going to do that. And Kofi Bentil on Newsfile on Saturday said, what the people of Akwatia want, it's only the NDC that can give them. They want development, they'll get it from the governing party. And if you look at, you know, even the dynamics, if you look at the trend, you realize that whenever there's been a party winning after a two-term, tenure of another party, the by-elections that come up, for instance, look, when the NPP won the 2000 general elections, the period after that, in all the by-elections, they won. I remember Willency at the time was an NDC seat. The NPP won it, and I remember in those days the NPP would say, oh, there's been this number of by-elections, we've won all. It's an indication that the NPP was doing well. If this was supposed to be a verdict on the NDC, it's shown you that the people feel that the government so far is doing well. Now this is it. The NPP really needed this election because following their poor performance in election 2024, they needed something that would definitely send the right signal to the party's base. Unfortunately, it was not to be, and they've lost.
Yeah, I want to take you to the Collation Center now, and Kojo is joining me from there. That's where the action is, and he has the very latest from the Collation Center. Kojo, I know every result is coming to that center. It's a net center now. First, establish for me. The last time we spoke to you, we're looking for the MPP executives who have been deployed to the Collation Center. Have you found any of them?
Evans, as we speak, I've still not been able to find any of the executives here. I mean, I've tried my best to see whether or not I'll locate one of those notable faces, but no, I haven't been successful. So we can say on the face value that they are not here at the Collation Center.
Let's talk about the results. Can you update us how many polling stations are in at the Collation Center as we speak, and do we know where both parties stand?
So the Electoral Commission projected, and I want to see if you can see it. They projected 68 results a short while ago. They projected 68 results a short while ago, and the NDC's candidate was leading with over 10,000 of the votes. With the so they've just turned it out, but the NPP's Asumadu had a little over 8,000 with the LPG's candidates having around 49 of the vote. So with the 68 of the polling stations that the Electoral Commission projected a while ago, the NDC's candidate had polled over 10,000 of the vote. We are still expecting that they will be updating it as and when the remaining polling stations do come in. But the NDC, according to their system, they have won this election. But to the EC, out of the 68 that they projected a while ago, the NDC's candidate had polled 10,000 and over, with the NPP's candidate polling a little over 8,000, Evan. So that is the latest that we've had from the Electoral Commission. But just they are still mentioning some of the police stations that are coming in. So it means that we'll be having some update in terms of the results shortly when they finish these batch of police stations that have come in, Evans.
And I want you to repeat again where we stand right now, the state of play when it comes to the results. You talk about the NDC, I believe, having 10,000 out of the 60 plus polling stations so far. Repeat that for me.
Okay, so out of the 68 polling stations that the EC projected a while ago, the NDC's candidate, Bernard Bediako, had amassed over 10,000 of the votes that had come in. The NPP's candidate, Asumadu, had also amassed a little over 8,000. The LPG's candidate had gotten 49 of the votes. So that's the latest from the Electoral Commission. We are waiting to see what they update us again with. Their system was up on the screen, but they just turned it off. So when it does, we'll get those updates for our viewers. Of course, we are here, which is the center of action now, and we'll update our viewers with all the latest that will be coming in from the Electoral Commission. The NDC claim that their system, they've won it, but we are still waiting to see what the Electoral Commission will be telling us, and the votes keep coming in little by little. They've done 68. We're expecting to see how many they will project when the projector comes up again very shortly.
NDC, they're out there at the Collation Center in force. It would be good to get a word from them where they are right now, but also give me a sense of the security arrangement both within the Collation Center and in the immediate external perimeter of the center, because that obviously is a nerve center.
Okay, so this is where I'd love to take you outside the Collation Center for you to see something. Now, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count not less than 5 policemen here. But I'm going to take you out shortly for you to see for yourself how the police has determined to ensure that this particular, elections is one that really stands out in terms of how the police goes about, handling elections in Ghana. Look, Evans, this is outside the Collation Center. Just see for yourself how the police have arranged themselves in ready for anything that will come here. When I saw it, I said this was an absolute protection they are giving to this Collation Center. In your screens now, on your screens, you can see how the police have got this place totally covered. And I have to add that there's a stadium on our left-hand side when you come outside of the Collation Center, and men and women have massed up there as well. So the police are not leaving anything to chance. This is what the police is using to communicate to us that when it comes to election protection and they say they want to do the work, this is it. So Evans, if you ask about a police presence, what we are showing you on your screens now is the answer to you. And I'm sure those of you who are watching us from your homes would deduce your own conclusions from what you see here. The police are here. When you get outside from the last car that you see there on your left hand side, they have lined up all the way to about 200 meters down. So And even before you get access to this area, you are stopped about 500 meters down on your left, and you are checked whether or not your name is on a certain list to be allowed to the collation center. So, Evans, the police from yesterday till today, till this time, they've done an incredible job, and it gives you that assurance when you enter the collation center that nothing can break the barrier that these guys have mounted here. So, Evans, that's the answer to the question you asked me.
And when you look beyond the police barricade, and this looks really impressive. If you look beyond the police barrier, do you see a crowd waiting to hear the results beyond the police barrier? Or it's just because I see a lot of police officers flooding the center, both inner and outside the perimeter.
Yes. So, Evans, you have very good eyes. So, outside the perimeter, behind the perimeter, you see a group of people massing up there. I mean, if your name is not on a certain list, you won't be allowed here. So, I guess that these are party supporters who, because they cannot be allowed inside the perimeter, are waiting behind it to see who has won eventually. So, there are party supporters who are massing up there. I think the police have allowed them that space to mass up there, and that includes also some journalists, because not every journalist got accreditation to enter here. So, some people are also out there ready to hear what the result from the Electoral Commission will be. But indeed, some people, I see some mothers with their babies strapped to their backs, standing there in the cold, also willing to hear the outcome of this election. So, I mean, and I see a lot more people also coming in, and mind you, all these people who are here, you'll be subjected to screening, some screening before you are even passed to walk here. So you can tell that if anybody has a chance to stand behind the perimeter, then of course this person will not be any danger to the police. That's why he's been allowed, or she's been allowed, to be there. I see some of the observers as well standing behind. I don't know why they are there, but it could be for some reasons of trying to gauge the mood of those who are coming in to stand behind the perimeter to watch the proceedings in here. So, Evans, I mean, lots of stakeholders with interest in this particular election. If you can't have access here, they will be made to stand behind there to watch how the proceedings, are going inside the collation center.
Brace, thank you very much. And Brace will stay with us throughout this, and we'll be hearing Brace shortly from the NDC reps there at the collation center. But also, let's get a sense of the Electoral Commission's own take on where they are tonight with the collation. And I see, whilst you were giving us the narration and showing us what is happening there, that a lot more polling station results in the ballot boxes still trickling in. And you were updating us a short while ago that out of the 68 polling station results that are in so far at the collation center, the NDC is in a lead with 10,000 plus, with the MPP behind with 8,000 plus votes. We'll get a specifics for you, and that's you see there on your screen. And Kojo, you're still with me, and I see there on our screens more Electoral Commission officers trooping in with the ballot boxes, adding on to the already the 68 plus collation polling station ballot boxes and results that are in at the collation center. We are inching closer to 100 now, I believe, to give us a clear sense of who may have won this.
Well, yes, Evans. As you see, some of these officers bringing in some of the ballot boxes, it tells you that we will be inching closer to this 100. And if we get to 100, then it means it's left with about 19. Yes, about 19 of the polling stations for us to know who has won this election. So gradually, we were expecting that we'll be leaving here at 12, but I guess that we'll not be leaving here at 12. We'll be leaving here very, very soon because of where we are. At the last count, we were 68, but I guess that by the time they bring up the projector again, we'll be doing 70 plus, getting to 80. So it tells you the speed at which this coalition is going, and therefore you can say that we will be concluding this process very, very shortly, so that everybody would know where he or she stands, and then all of us too can determine that we're going to sleep on our beds or we'll be hanging around. But I guess that the party for the political party that will be winning will run deep into the night because of how close this particular contest was from the beginning. So whoever will win this contest will be partying deep into the night, and that I can tell because of the feeling we got from the street earlier. Cars honking, people jubilating, dancing to tunes, just to tell you how happy they are at what was happening. If your party is winning, of course, you'll be jumping on the rooftop to tell how excited you are. So I guess that the party for the political party that will be winning will run deep into the night heavens.
And Kojo, give me what you've observed yourself when it comes to the Electoral Commission's new approach to this by-election, which was that they will be scanning some of the results from the polling station straight to the collation center ahead of the arrival of the physical ballot papers and the pink sheets. Have you seen that in practice right now at the collation center?
Okay, so I guess that explains the sort of sheet I was seeing, because there was some sheets that looked like they are coming out of, a certain printed machine. I remember during one of the elections when we were in the strong room, they were using they were sending some of the results by WhatsApp and they were printing. I guess that is what we're seeing there. Let me just get closer to them and see what I can. Okay, Chief, can I have some sort of education here? Can you help me with some sort of education? I mean, we understand that some of the polling stations are now coming in, but are you having some of these results even before they bring in the ballot boxes through your new system that you've implemented?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the system?
We are supposed to send it to our main platform. So they've already sent it, but that's not what we are using over here. They're supposed to bring the statement of poll. That's what we're going to use for the collation. So those that they have sent will be on the platform, but they need to bring the statement of pool.
So it is until the statement comes?
Yes, we cannot declare anything now.
Okay. So you are not using anything by WhatsApp, or you're not sending a document by WhatsApp, but you're not using it to collate?
Yes, we are not using it to collate.
Okay. Yes. So what is the purpose of that?
For information purposes, we keep them in a... Okay. Will we come in?
Okay, so let me try and get some education from here. So I guess that you sent some information to your WhatsApp platforms, and I wanted to understand, what is that for? When the information are sent to the WhatsApp, what do you use them for?
What WhatsApp platform are you asking?
Oh, I guess that the education we had earlier was that the Electoral Commission was adopting a system where you would even stay ahead of time to ensure that the results are collated even before the fiscal result sheet come from the polling stations. And I'm asking, when they send to the WhatsApp platforms, what do you use those for?
The WhatsApp platform one is for head office. Okay. And we are not supposed to use that to do collation at the collation center. Okay. What we use, the source document we use for collation at the collation center is the statement of poll from the polling station. So we are now collating the polling station center results for the figures on them. We are collating them together before we can declare. Yeah, until we are done with the 119 centers, we can't make any declaration. Okay. So yeah.
Do you wait for them to get to you physically, or those sheets can be scanned by phone and sent to you?
No, we don't accept the phone one. Okay. We want the physical statement of poll. As you can see, they are supposed to be here. The party agents the coalition agents are here. We take them one after the other. Then they cross-check the figures from the field for the various candidates. Okay. Yeah, then after that, we compute them together.
So the last time you projected, you were around 68. Yeah. Where are we now?
Approximately, we'll be around 70 plus, because we've gotten about 10 extra. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting about, now, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be having 70 plus. Okay. Yeah.
Interesting. But you're
waiting for the rest. Okay. And I learned their car is in the queue coming. They're in the traffic over there, so when they get here, we'll finish on time.
So we'll finish on time and then we can all go home and sleep. But you mentioned party agent, but I can see the MPP agent here.
Yeah, they're all here. The guy over there is an NPP agent, the first guy, and this man is also for NDC.
Oh, okay.
And this man is for LPG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they are all here.
So the other guy, he's a constituency officer, right?
Who?
The NPP guy. The one he's
the director of elections.
For the constituency?
Yeah. Okay. And Mr. Yaro is the director of elections for NDC.
For
yeah.
the constituency?
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you for the clarification, sir. So, Evans, there you have it. By the time they project this, he says they've had some 10 more polling stations. So, if you add it to 68, we're expecting to have some 78 polling stations the next time they turn on the projector. And he's been clarifying that the NPP indeed have agent here, but this is the constituency elections officer or director of the NPP who is representing the NPP at this particular table. So, yes, it means that the NPP is also part of the process of validating the results coming in from the several polling stations that are trickling in. But like you said, all the others, they understand, are in the queues because there's a huge traffic that has built up from Bwedua coming into Akwatia because of the outcome of the results. Some people were jubilating already, and that really also added on to the traffic situation. So I guess that, but for that, we probably may have had all the 119 polling stations coming in. But from the way we are going, if we are around 78, it means that we'll be completing this process quite faster than we had all imagined.
And that there is Kojo Brace. Kojo Brace, thank you very much. And Kojo Brace will stay with us. That is where all the action is happening at the Collation Center in Akwatia, where we have 70 plus polling station results already in at that Collation Center. We will give you, as we stand currently, two main candidates, the NDCs and the MPPs, shortly, because the Electoral Commission has collated those, and they'll project that, and then we'll get that for you, because that will be confirmed provisional results as we have it. So stay with me as far as that is concerned. But one thing is instructive, and Wednesday, I want to start with you on that. It's been almost 2 hours since we went live at the Collation Center, and Brace can still not locate any senior, in fact, any MPP agent at the Collation Center. What does that tell you?
Well, it's very obvious. We saw that in Asin North until later on when someone showed it up there and told all of us at the time that the NPP was unsuccessful. Evans, if at this time you are not at the Collation Center, and the political parties know the results, so if, it only tells you one thing, that the NPP was unsuccessful in this election, and they do not think that at this point in time it really matters for them to be at the Collation Center. After all, their presence there may not change anything. Maybe somebody will just show up eventually and sign it. But hey, it's obvious that the election did not go their way. The signs may have been on the wall prior to the elections. I'm sure, if they had done their own analysis, they would have realized that the moment the people start asking for development, and we've seen it, that, normally in areas that swing, the ruling party, the governing party is able to win. Even in areas that sometimes are strongholds or, tilt towards an opposition party. And Honorable Minister Fusen has joined us. So you probably will tell you about the Willency by-election, between 2001 to 2005 when J. Kufuor had assumed office. This is an area that was won by the NDC in the 2000 elections. But after the candidate was disqualified, the NPP won it. And in those days, the NPP would make the case. Same happened in Bimbila. Look, once you have a governing party going into a by-election, and that place tilts, is not a stronghold of the opposition party, and the people, and these days that there's a lot of research to indicate what the people want or are demanding. If they demand development, and then your position, forget it, you're done.
But also because in the past we've had elections before, by-elections before, where the incumbent party's candidate didn't necessarily win the elections. I mean, the narrative has been that if the party is in power and there's a by-elections, the tendency for the people to obviously know, as they've used the analogy, if your mother is cooking in the kitchen, you know that you're going to get the best part of that meal. And so why do you give it to, why do you hang around your stepmom? what we've seen in this case, and I'll bring Mr. Dankwa in here. Mr. Dankwa, when you went to the ground, what the people told you was development. That's what they wanted. And in their estimation, the party in power, yes, in the 8 months back, listen, 9 months back, they voted for, at the time, the party in power, right? Now, the party in power, at the time, that was in December 7, 2024, lost elections. The opposition party then is now in power with a hefty majority in parliament. Well, why don't switch? Why don't you switch and vote along the same lines you voted the last time? Basically, the people in Akwatia say we vote for the party in power. That's what you got, because they in essence say if you're in power, then you have the means to bring the development we want.
Absolutely. That's why in the exit poll, 50% of the respondents were citing development projects as the reasons why they are voting the way they are voting today. And that clearly favors the NDC. And if you look at the message the NDC was preaching on the ground, say, look, we are in government, he will lobby for your projects, and then when he knocks doors, doors will be open. And this other guy cannot do so. And realistically, look, the roads are very bad in the Akwatia Constituency. I'm from that place. The roads are bad. And if you want to get something done, even if you love MPP, for the next 3.5 years, give it to the NDC guy for him to fix some of the roads for you. And then maybe in 2028, we can change him. But for now, there is no value in keeping MPP MP in Akwatia, according to the voters.
And that is what is influencing the decision tonight. Yes. And your exit polls confirm that. Repeat that for me. What's your exit poll found?
But the previous poll, the last poll that we released last Thursday, it was 42%. But in the exit poll, it's gone to 50%, up 8 points, meaning that is driving more decisions than we even thought. And in that poll, NDC was still winning. So it is confirming what they said to us in the polls.
But this is fascinating, Winston. I'll come to Inusa Fusini, who has joined us. But Winston, on the same lines as we're arguing, in 2020, the NDC won.
But you see, this is the difference.
And they won it. Between 2020 and 2024, we had an NDC parliamentary candidate there, right? And he's saying the roads are so terrible.
Yeah.
So the people are calculating we had an opposition member of parliament for 4 years. Nothing happened. So in 2024, they figured maybe we should give it to the guy who is in power.
Look, and Evans, let's do it this way. You know, in 2000, the NPP won the Akwatia seat. In 2004, Kisi, he maintained it. 2008, Dr. Kofi Asare, the late Kofi Asare, my good friend, won it. Even that one, he won in second round around August. Yeah. And I remember the party, certain polling stations where you fought with violence, so they had to go back and vote. Now, this is it. By 2012, the NDC in office, Baba Jamal, won and beat Dr. Kofi Asare. Then in 2016, Amase comes up, and then in 2020, the NDC wins. But this is the point. The difference between a main election is that you sometimes may not know how it's going to go. And so you would look at the person who is contesting and say, who knows? Let me look at this person. Let's look at what the person has done for me. And this is the point. When Ernest Kumi showed up in 2020, now the NPP had a very, very difficult primary in 2020. Mind you, the NPP went to the primaries in June. Ernest Kumi at the time had gone in when Amase had defeated Dr. Kofi Asare in the primaries, went on to win with a huge margin of more than 5,000. Now, Amase at the time going in, and Musa Dankwa would know her husband Alaji say, and all the dynamics that played out in Akwatia in those days, the kind of influence he had within the mining community, Amase herself also. So that particular election showed you something. But this is it. The moment you get into a by-election, and in 2020, I would tell you that part of the reason that the NPP even lost was a problem in that constituency. And this is what actually influenced the NPP's choice of Asumadu and the decision not to open it up for even a primary in Akwatia. They did not want to have a situation where the internal election could actually jeopardize their chances in the main election, because they saw what happened in 2020 between Ernest Kumi and Amase. At the time in June when they went into the primaries, and Amase said, look, she actually wanted to go as an independent candidate. It took a lot of talking before she had to back down on that decision, and that itself affected them. Maybe if that hadn't happened, you probably would have had Ernest Kumi winning in 2020. But one of the things he did in 2024 was that, having lost the main 2020 elections, he decided to now touch base. He now decided to, and Musa Dankwa, who's from the area, will tell you, what Ernest Kumi did very well was to touch every person that he could touch in Akwatia. So the feelings that the people had for him was better than they had in the 2020 general elections. But when it gets to a by-election, my brother, you can see what is happening. You know that this is the government in power. And look, you heard the guy say that, and it's on your screen, at the time that we interviewed him. He said whether you belong to Party A or Party B. Now, what that tells you, and that would confirm Musa Dankwa's exit poll, is that the people, even though you had a lot of people, about 50% of them saying they are NPP members, you had about 16 of them who had actually switched from Ernest Kumi. What does that tell you? What that really tells you is that unlike 2024, where you were not sure who was going to win the main election, or you're probably looking at Ernest Kumi hoping that he could probably do something for you, man, now there is certainty. It's an NDC government. If you want to get something, you join them.
And for the benefit of those who are listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM, the results as we have it so far from the Collation Center, and they're circulating, out of the 68 polling station results in that the Electoral Commission has collated so far, the NPP candidate has 8,101. You see it on your screens there if you're watching this on television on the Joynews channel. And the NDC has 10,461 of the votes so far from 68. And currently, that number of polling stations that the EC had used to calculate this has shot up quite significantly. We'll get you the update. But let me bring in Musa Fusedi into this conversation. I don't know whether you were also in Akwatia at all in the last few days. Have you been? No?
No.
Okay, but at least you have the inside knowledge. First of all, we've had your agents at the Collation Center say that your internal collation shows that you won this.
Exactly. And we have it on the phone, and it's been projected to all the members of the party who are on a platform. And our internal election shows that we have won by close to 54.1%.
Okay. And that obviously is key. One thing that struck me is the gentleman, Henry Boachi, who was your candidate in the 2024 election just 9 months back. You changed him. And he didn't do badly at all, actually, because if you look at historically, he is the third best performer in percentage terms, and so you still changed him. And you have improved your margins. Is this simply because of the personality or a combination of that and the fact that you are incumbent?
We didn't change him. When you are going for elections, you allow the delegates to choose who they think will best win the elections for you. That is the essence of democracy. That's the essence of the people working for you. I remember when I won the primaries in the by-elections in Tamale, there were many people who simply said, well, they thought that somebody else should have won the primaries. Asudun Katia, who was then the General Secretary, simply answered them. The people who are going to work for Inusa to emerge as winner of the elections are those who selected him to be the candidate.
But Honorable Minister, except that you didn't say that in 2004, you were persuaded to step down for Dr. Wayuseni.
2004. That is, yes, 2004.
Yes, you were persuaded to step down for Dr. Wayuseni.
Yes.
At the time when he had crossed carpet to join the
they thought that
NDC because of the crisis. So
yes.
in your case, you were actually in line, but you were persuaded to step down.
Yes.
So the moment Dr. Wayuseni crossed carpet in Parliament and there was a by-election, everybody knew it was yours.
Okay, so you need to understand that we opened up the process for competitive elections, primaries, and it threw out Baidoo.
Yeah.
Now, Baidoo or Baidoo, yes.
Baidoo, yes.
Yes. So clearly, the delegates who voted him were not prepared to work for him. Two, the dynamics are different. This particular election, the odds were stacked against the MPP. Now, these are reasonable people going to exercise their votes. No one will tell you that the people of Akwatia do not see any future presently with the MPP in view of the numbers in Parliament. They can't affect anything. So if you are a voter and you know that if you vote a particular party's candidate to Parliament, there's no way that party can affect anything. What do? If you're a rational, reasonable person.
Rational human being. Stay with me. I want to go to Nana Boachi, who is with a lot of the folks on the streets, and they're giving us the first indications of what it is like to hear the results in real time. And if it confirms who you voted for, you express a certain reaction, either joy or sadness. Nana, what are you picking?
Evans, on the street of Bodria is where I am currently in the Akwatia Constituency. The excitement and celebration from the NDC have subsided a little bit because a number of them are moving to the Collation Center. We've had several NDC branded vehicles picking up a number of their supporters. They are all moving to the Collation Center, wait for the EC to declare the results. But even as we have a number of them moving to the Collation Center, it's still a busy road. You can see on my left and on my right, there are a number of people who have taken to the streets still here. And this is where they say the excitement is all going to happen. Right after the declaration of the results, they're all coming to Bodria, where I am currently. And you can see that on the park, on the lorry park, that happened to be, which happened to be a polling center this morning for the election. The supporters have taken hostage of that place, and they are over there, and they tell us that this place is going to host the celebration of the victory for the NDC's parliamentary candidate, lawyer Bernard Bediako, something that we are waiting for the EC officials to clearly confirm. But as I said earlier, major roads have been blocked here at Akwatia. Coming to Bodria, where I am now, will take you more than 20 minutes if you're moving from Ampia Chrome and then you're coming all the way to this place. It will take you more than 20 minutes because of the heavy traffic that has been caused by some supporters who've taken over the other streets on the other side. But here is a little bit okay because they are all moving to the Collation Center, which is quite closer. But then I still have some people here I would want to speak to. They've been on the street for some time now.
Yeah, many ajepa because when you can you be na besa ka kire say twen say EC be declare abano ansa na wa hu de ekọ because yen na yenim de ekọ say lawyer Bediako e den wadi nkunim awie
na say we provisional results no and it also wadi nkunim na nema be na ohwe ni mu say lawyer de no e komra se bedwami mudi ni komra se bedwami obetumi ababa ya ma manfo e wa Akwatia.
Oh, yeah, bompa say obaba be bampu ntunwuma ne yakwan ne ade asese nyina obeboa na sa ne mani nyina ye firo no na migidi nso say oye abesiriwa na ne afinti no ye den a bibia be koso tote say na ye hwehwe no
higher mining community yerim say youth no dodo na mining wa Akwatia hanum say e kwan ben so na wo say obetimi aboa miners amwo ha e na wankasa kwadwuma be na wo ye.
Oh, me ankasa ne dem ye driver ni.
We are driver ni. Na wa colleagues and now na for ye mine no kwan be na hwe lawyer e betimi aboa mo say de be ya mine no betimi aye no kwan paso.
Mine ni dem say me sure nim ho ayi biasa won say maka say me driver ni ba me sure say den o say mine no mu jai ba say o mbeboa na o mo aye ni say na be ya ense ya asase ne sa ne ma no ense insu say na be ya daachi man so be den ebebre timi sure say ombehwe sa ntoto eno no mo aye.
Yeah, that's a pan. And so he is a driver in the Akwatia constituency and saying that this happens to be a mining community just as we know, and he is hopeful that with lawyer Bernard Bediako going into parliament, there is going to do a lot of things for them, expand the mining industry so that they can have or they can mine legally. This is the streets of Akwatia, and over here a number of NDC supporters have taken to the streets celebrating what is yet to be announced. That is the victory of the NDC's parliamentary candidate, lawyer Bernard Bediako. Police officers continue to move to the Collation Center in their numbers. Police vehicles are trooping in and out of Akwatia, manning the place and making sure that everything is safe. As I speak to you, we've had a number of NDC executives who've passed through this particular street. That's the Bodria street. All of them come in, they celebrate with the supporters on the streets, and then they make their way to the Collation Center. that is where the big deal is going to happen. And from there, Badoo is going to host the big celebration. That is what the residents are telling us. And you can see even from the clear picture or the little picture that we've painted earlier and then right now, it tells you that a number of people are ready to join the celebration right after the declaration is done at the Collation Center. And so, Evans, this is what it looks like on the streets of Badoo and on many other streets here at the Akwatia Constituency. Few minutes left or hours left for the EC to declare the results, and then when that is done, we'll bring you back to the streets where every single joy or excitement is going to take place.
Okay, we're going to. And that there is my colleague, Bachiadom, giving us a very latest from the community there in Akwatia. The action is still at the Collation Center, where my colleague Kojo Brace will join us with the very latest on what the Electoral Commission has collated so far as we inch close to 100 polling station results. We are waiting for a total of 120. And that will give us a clear picture who has won this definitively. And we'll bring that to you when we have it. Joining me right now is Gary Nimako, who is the Director of Legal Affairs with the NPP. He joins me in the studio together with his very good friend, Unusa Fuseni, also a lawyer. And they're seated close to each other. I'm grateful that Mr. could join me on set. You have here with me also Musa Dankwa, who had done the exit polls and had predicted at the back of that the MPP was going to lose this with quite some margin. As it's turning out, Winston is with me still, and since Gary just joined us, I want to get him in. Gary, give me your reaction to the day.
Well, it was good evening to you. Good evening to my senior, my good friend, my brother, Honorable Ernest Kumi. Musa Dankwa has been a very bad man. He's been doing predictions against the party. Yes. Winston is my brother. We've been working together for a long time. But hey, let me tell you something. Something is really intriguing that I think I want to put to the fore. You know, I was a lawyer in this case. You know that.
Yes.
And a lawyer on the other side, that is Bernard Bediako. He's the one who is said to have won the elections. This is a lawyer that came to court, vindicating his client's grievances that he has won the elections, even though the client lost by over 2,000 votes. This is a lawyer, the same lawyer, that came to court in Koforodia.
Yeah.
In fact, if you come to my office, this is the single biggest case, apart from the 2010 case, 2011 case of Methodist University. You will find huge files in the office. Akwatia case. Because you have to Koforodia, you have Supreme Court 1, Supreme Court 2. There were times I was sending a lot of information to my good friend, Honorable University Fuseni, who look, he's my best friend. I will not lie about it. You can go to hell if you want to lie. I should lie about it. No. Okay. I was sending information about the case whilst he was on City TV.
Yeah.
And this man came to court, Bernard Bediako, MP elect. Has he won the elections anyway? Has he won the elections?
He's won.
Okay,
well, not officially.
Not officially.
The Electoral Commission hasn't declared it
yet. Yeah.
We're still waiting for that.
Fine, but you know, this studio is a studio that from Kaba days.
Yeah.
We come here and we spend all night here, and we'll know who has won, who has lost in this studio.
Yes, we'll know that.
So I know the credibility of the studio.
Absolutely.
I know.
Yeah.
So if you have lost, we have lost.
Yeah. And you should know by now because of the party.
Internal I will not make any comment. I say if you have lost, we have lost.
We'll take
but
that.
the point I want to make is simple. That the lawyer had come to court, went to court, filed a petition. On the back of the petition, filed an ex parte application for injunction application to injunct my client, Ernest Kumi, from going to Parliament without notice to him. And then secure the ex parte injunction. Post securing the injunction, he was never served. All we heard on the news that there was a matter in the public domain, WhatsApp and all that he has been. There's an injunction ordered by a judge in Koforidua. I said, well, it brought my attention. I went to court to Koforidua. Let's try and see whether we can set the order aside. We went to court, try to set the order aside. Then the court and the lawyer was now saying that, oh, they heard Bosma Asare making media interview. Listen to me carefully. That they have gazetted XYZ and Akwatia was part of it. And so therefore, Akwatia has been gazetted.
Okay.
Without showing any gazette. Any gazette. And the judge says that the mere fact that they are showing publication is as good as citing the gazette. And so therefore, you granted the injunction. Justice Amadehe of the High Court, now elevated to the Court of Appeal. Fast track forward. Fast track forward. This person now dies. The Supreme Court, upon series of applications that went to the High Court to stop what you are doing, it never stopped. The prohibition, whatever, they were never stopped. But the Supreme Court said, please, you ought to have adhered to at least a single application that filed by Gary Mako and then quash everything that was happening at the court. And then now the lawyer who was now fighting for the clients, all we hear is that the lawyer now is now going to now contest the seat with his own clients, the petitioner in the case. Evans, the petitioner in the case. So the lawyer was fighting for himself or the client's interest. Because I knew at a point in time that the client itself was tired because I'm a procedural lawyer. So I'll keep on filing papers in court and you make mistakes. And the only side he knows, I'll file and you make mistake and I'll get you. Then now the client says that I'm tired. The lawyer said, no, let's keep on pushing. Supreme Court, when they lost Supreme Court on the contempt. The prohibition too was granted to us. Less than 6 days, 7 days, the guy had died. Somebody said, I don't believe it's superstition too much. The point I'm making is that what was my brother, Bernard Bediako, the junior lawyer's interest in this whole case? Was he fighting his own class interests? Or he was fighting the class interests? Because the ethics of the bar is so clear. A client will hire you to do his case for him. And then you go and contest elections with the clients in your primaries. In your primaries. Look, Evans, do you know that me, NDC protocol elections, against Zenato Ajimaro. It was an NDC internal matter. I went and I was fighting for Niamashte. Was it 2015 or 2013 or something? The year. It went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court. The point I'm making is that sometimes fidelity to the law and conscience, equity, to prick you that, how do you go and contest your own client in the primaries? So clearly, Bernard has made me aware. And I told him, when he came to the court of Koforidua and the Supreme Court, I asked him, Bernard, I think you have an interest in this seat. Because the client kept telling me, and the people kept telling me that, the gentleman has interest in the case, and the seat itself. He wants to contest himself. They said, no, it's not possible. He cannot do it. He cannot do it. And now here we are. He's going to do it. And they said that he has won.
He actually did far better than the man that he was representing.
So it means that he himself realized that the man could not win the seat because the man was sitting with over 4,000 votes. Look at the Gazette. Over 2,000 votes he lost. So probably they realized that the man cannot win the seat. So let us fight this guy. And let me tell you, the man said that Ernest Kumi said that he want to resign from Parliament. Are you aware?
Said that?
Yes.
He told you that?
Said he was tired.
Because of?
Of the harassment they were doing to him at the constituency. He was tired. He wanted to resign from parliament and go and stay at home. Look, let me tell you. For me, I live with my conscience. You know I'm an ex-seminarian. I went to a Catholic school to become a Catholic priest. Ask my people who were with me at the seminary, they will tell you. Maybe I'll be a Catholic priest. I'll tell the truth to you and the truth will set me free. The gentleman was harassed and over-harassed. The point was made very clear. You can win the seat, all right.
So why did he stay on if he wanted to resign? What convinced him to stay on?
6 days he died.
After he had wanted to resign?
Yes.
After he had expressed the wish to resign?
6 days he died. 6 days he died.
So he died before he could actualize his wish to resign?
Yes, 6 days he died. 6 days he died. He said he was tired. Look, my brother, what has happened to me is a very serious matter. And all I want this world to reflect about is that these worldly things, where are we taking them to? Where are we taking them to? You want a seat, you want this, you want that, and so you must look at the humanity. That to me is more important.
Okay, and there's a lot more we're going to unpacking once we get the real results on the Electoral Commission. But Inusa Fuseniki, give me your quick thoughts on that. I mean, the dynamics are obviously interesting. The lawyer who represented the former...
I sympathize with the Garinimaku and the sentiments he has expressed. I also think that it's proper for us to extend our condolence to the family of Ernest Kumi. But I have been in Parliament for close to 17 years. Yeah. I've contested elections 4 times. Being in Parliament is taxing. It's exhausting.
And for yesterday, I was commenting to you that you look very relaxed.
Yes.
After all this, you are now counting you with court cases, High Court, Supreme Court, High Court, Supreme Court.
And so, when a person loses his life in circumstances such as Ernest Kumi, a former member of Parliament will immediately think that it's the pressure of Parliament that has gotten to him. That's why and you were reporting for Parliament.
Yeah.
That's why when you go to Parliament today and subject the people to medical examination, most of them will be suffering from high blood pressure.
You're right.
It's not easy. And added to this matter is a challenge to an election. You go through an election process. Itself very challenging. You are declared winner, and the declaration is still challenged, and you have to look for resources, retain a lawyer, continue to spend money. You definitely ask yourself whether it is worth it to continue to be in Parliament. So I sympathize, and I agree with you. But the election 2024, Gary, was a different set of ball game. If Ernest Kumi had not died, there was no way Bediako, or what's his name?
Baidoo
would have contested the seat. Because that election had been concluded.
But the case was not concluded.
No, the election had been concluded.
The case,
and
we are still in court.
And the candidate
was
the one identified as the candidate.
But the case at the High Court were to go back to the High Court to continue with the case.
So if Ernest
who won and who lost.
So if Ernest had not died,
yes,
Baidoo would not have been a candidate.
Exactly. So why do you Baidoo contest his own client?
Now, so immediately you bring in the matter of death. You know that is regulated in terms of Parliament. That is regulated by the Constitution. A by-election has to be held, and a by-election again throws up different set of considerations.
His client.
Yes, I know, but it's a different set of considerations.
It's his client.
Now, so the party opens nominations,
The client,
and the party cannot disqualify the lawyer on the grounds that he was a client to the former.
Let me look at you. May God bless former Greater Accra Regional Chairman. That is Adekoka. Adekoka disqualified Senator Ajima Rollins when we're dealing with Senator case because he had no voter ID card.
But these
are the principles.
No.
You see,
and the point you want to make is
these are the principles. When
there's no principle that says that a lawyer cannot contest
against his own client. His own client.
There's no principle.
On the same case.
No, there's no principle.
On the same seat.
There's no principle.
When the case is still live.
It's still live. The same case. The same case. It's still live.
The case technically died.
It didn't die.
When Ernest Kumi died. Technically.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
Yeah, but
and so when Ernest Kumi died, if the party had taken a decision that they would represent the candidate who contested the 2024 election, that would have been a different matter. But the party opened nominations.
But the party did not believe that the candidate will win. Is that the case?
We have won. So that's
you see?
The candidate has won. The candidate has won. We wanted the seat. And we got a candidate who has won the seat.
No, the candidate who you think can win the seat for you.
Yes.
However, the candidate breaching ethical values.
There's no ethical rules here.
There are
political rules which
contesting his own clients.
Yeah.
Even his own clients over the same subject matter.
But here's
the same seat.
Here's the thing, Musa Dankwa, did these dynamics play any role at all in the outcome?
I doubt.
No. When you went to the ground, did the residents or voters evaluate this?
In fact, I mean, the issues they were campaigning vigorously on the last minute, the sympathy was near 5%.
Okay. Those who said they'll vote for the MP because they have lost an incumbent.
5%.
Okay, so that's insignificant.
And you can't pivot your campaign on a 5%
no.
to win. It's just...
I don't know. Let me just ask a question.
Okay, please.
When you went to do your research, did you discern any campaign message from the MPP?
There was, but it was repulsive. There were people who were saying to us that the candidates seemed to be too much interested in Galamsey, in mining.
So when you say interested, what do they mean?
He was trying to say that, okay, he will promote sensible or...
responsible mining.
Okay, so that is the MPP candidate?
Yeah, mining jobs and that, But people feared that their children wouldn't see him as a role model. Akwatia is almost 62% senior high graduate and tertiary graduate. So the constituency physically, it's not illiterate or those who are in the miniature job of mining.
In fact, just to be clear, the Ghana Statistical Service puts the literacy rate at 77.2%.
It's high.
That's significant.
Yeah.
So they actually gave Akwatia something that doesn't represent them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't represent that.
He didn't. So if I may ask you, are you saying that the candidate was projecting irresponsible mining?
No. Let me conclude. The lady said
clarify
that,
the point so that we all understand. We are being viewed live.
They were saying that, look.
Yes.
Ernest Kumi was potential lawyer.
Okay.
He passed. Then they gave them somebody who is into mining. MPP got him appointed much earlier. Then NDC presented a lawyer. She was saying, or they were telling us that if you want a role model for the constituency, who would that role model be?
Okay, so the lawyer tag was powerful.
Because, see, I come from Akwatia, one of the key electoral areas. It is
okay, so you actually come from Akwatia?
Yes, I come from Akwatia.
Okay.
The people want to encourage their kids not to go into Galamsey after junior high.
What about mining? Because Galamsey is different from mining.
Look, in that area, they're all the same there.
But
no. Actually, my question, Winston.
But Akwatia, what do you say Akwatia? But I must say it was from Akwatia. He was not a lawyer. She was not a lawyer. She was not a.
You see,
not a minor.
No, you
Didn't she win the election?
Every election is the same. Yeah. Demography don't stay the same. It is changing. Did you know the demography of Akwatia in 2016 when she won? You don't know. Okay. No, Akwatia is now heavily educated.
Now, let me just make this point. And
I'll come to you. I know you have a point.
Let's just say, Winston, I was saying that now NDC went to Akwatia with a message, and the message was clear, and anybody, even on this platform, it has been articulated. That look, you have a micro minority in parliament. You are looking for development. President John Dramani Mahama is the president. He has come out with a vision. You want your rules to be fixed. It is better to send somebody to parliament who will sit with John Dramani Mahama's party and work with John Dramani Mahama to meet your felt needs. Does it make sense?
It does.
Now,
hold on.
MPP.
Yeah,
MPP.
I'll come to it, definitely.
MPP.
Let him run.
What was the message? I'm not talking about the candidate. What message did they give to the people to retain the seat? I didn't see one. I didn't hear them talk about.
A second. Did you get the NDC MPP's message?
No.
Because they, to be fair to what Inusa is saying, anytime I heard the NDC campaign, they made the point.
The point?
That will bring a development because we are in power.
Oh, what?
What was the NPP's equivalent?
There was no message.
Gary, can you enlighten us?
It's not supposed to be equitable, fair, according to the principles of the Constitution. It's fair. You will develop across the country. So what are you talking about?
Look.
And in any event, if you are talking about if you are talking about hold on. If you are talking about what you just said.
Yes.
What you just said.
Yes.
You have been
a minister before. Yes.
Former minister before.
Yes.
Did they appoint you to any office?
Who?
As we speak now.
No.
So what are you saying?
I mean, are you saying that there was no guarantee?
There's a guarantee.
No.
No. On the side of the party with the majority.
Exactly the point.
So let me tell you.
It gives him a bit more sway.
Exactly. No, but the swaying they are swaying is only political talk.
No, but you see, Evans,
you don't get it. Evans, he doesn't get it.
Just a second. I want to hear.
The point that Gary should understand is that in a by-election, always the incumbent government goes in with a promise of development. And it's up to the people to find out. And for some reason, the people bought into the government's campaign. Now, the campaign message was simple. If you vote for Baidoo, what you would have is that you would have development.
Yeah.
We are the party in government. He is a member of parliament. He can walk to a minister and say, I need development in this place.
It's facade.
Yeah, but what about
No.
So you see, this is the point.
You don't get it.
This is the point. And while you may say that it's a facade, this is the point.
Yeah.
While they were talking about development, Musa Dankwa says that it was the drip machines that were bought, that they were using to do the development.
Yeah.
Now, those machines were on the ground working. You probably would say...
Even today, they were on the ground.
They were ground working. Now, you would say, okay, but governments do this all the time. It only tells you one thing. And the bit about Amase. Now, in 2011, right, I was in Akwatia. I was in Akwatia for the NPP's primaries. At the time, Dr. Kofi Asare, was, the incumbent member of parliament. It was a popular acclamation. He was going through acclamation. But when I got to Akwatia at the time, Kate Jemfua, who was the NPP's women organizer before being made deputy national women organizer, spoke before Dr. Kofi Asare.
Please stay with me, Winston. Please pause for a second, because I want to take you back to the Collation Center there, where my colleague Kojo Brace is standing by. Kojo, the last time you updated us, we're at 68 polling center results. What do we know now as far as the collation of more results from the polling stations are concerned? Where are we?
confirm that more results are coming in.
I can confirm that more results are coming in, but what the EC has not done for us is to project the Excel sheet again for us to see where we are in terms of the number of police stations that have come in and how the numbers are looking. What they are doing is to be collating the results as they come into their console. I'm sure they want to get a certain number of police stations before they can project it back again. So as we said, we can just estimate that we may be doing a little over 80, but until it's projected, we might not know exactly how many police stations that they've collated so far here. So that's the update. They've not projected it again for us to see exactly how many stations have come and what the numbers are looking at. But I can say that the numbers keep coming, and therefore we might. But by the understand the project, you might be doing between 80 and 90 police stations, Evans.
And I still need to return to that subject of the whereabouts of the MPP agents. Do you have any clarity? Have they showed up now?
So, earlier we were shown one guy. If the camera can capture this guy here in this white, we understand is the agent for the MPP. This guy, I'm told that he is the director of elections for the constituency, and he is standing in for the MPP at this collation. We were told earlier that Yao Befi was here, but he left, and we've not seen any national figure being at this present collation. But you can, we've been pointed to one person who we are told is their constituency elections director here. But the NDC had Rashid Tanko computer here. Even as we speak, I've seen Kobe Woyome, who is a member of parliament, also here, as you can see on the screens now. So the NDC really has brought to this collation center people from national members of parliament to oversee this collation. But to the NPP, we can only confirm that someone, I'm told, is their constituency elections officer is the one representing them here. Evans.
And let's hear from the NPP's member of parliament who is there with you. Clearly, they've deployed the big guns to the collation center, and of course, going into this, the NPP also deployed big guns to the constituency to campaign. And you think that collation center policing is the ultimate. At the end of the day, if you don't police the collation, you may be in trouble. So you were expecting to see some of the big guns there. We don't have that. The NDC obviously still has their big guns there. They are still policing this, although we know that their own internal collation suggests that they won this pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Let me try and find out from Kobe Women. Apparently, Rashid Tanko computer is still in the house. So, the point you make about policing the results, even here at the collation center, it's quite instructive. Mr. Woyome, you've been here since morning. I spoke to you earlier.
Yes.
You've been through the process till this time. We've not been able to identify your counterpart from the MPP in terms of from the national here at the coalition as we speak. But how important is it for you, the NDC, to police this results to this particular point and to ensure that the EC declares your candidate as the one duly elected to be the member of parliament for Akwatia?
Well, thank you once again, and good evening to your viewers out there. I think being here, even at this time, is to ensure that our rank and file, the people of Akwatia who have voted for the NDC do not get disappointed. I mean, we value them so much. I mean, that is why we are all here. And for the cry and the call, which I believe we have heeded to, must end up with some joy and not in a manner where we get shocked or disappointed. We all know what happens when you don't police your election process properly. So
I think it's in the interest of our people for whom we have come, and so that at the end of the day, we can also pat our backs and show this as having done well. So I think that is what we're doing.
But your system has already told you that you've won. Absolutely. Why not go home and sleep?
No, until it is finally declared. You don't rest. That one. Though we have what we have, I mean, ours is just as a control or a check. But then there would be the need for the EC to come out officially, and that's when probably our people will begin to jubilate, because I know some people are waiting just to hear the EC pronounce the winner, whom we already know anyway. Then, I mean, you give them the freedom to at least enjoy themselves and be happy that we have fought a good fight and have really won. And this constituency will see a very unprecedented development.
You say unprecedented, so they'll be backing by it.
Because the truth of the matter is that if you have watched carefully how the common fund used to be disbursed this time around, you realize that His Excellency the President has ordered that no deduction of source anymore. Every money due every assembly be sent to the assembly. So then it gives them that room for them to decide how to go about their projects, prioritize what they want, and all that.
That's applicable to all assemblies.
Absolutely.
Not because
that
of
alone. No, that alone should tell you that there will be much to be expected so far as the assemblies work this time around.
But my argument is that even if they had voted for, if they vote for an MPP person, they will still get those sort of development coming in. There's nothing special about it.
In addition to that, if you had allowed me to learn that, in addition to that, this man that has been elected now has the ears, of his colleagues, ministers. All right, his colleagues, party faithful who are in various positions, and you know the importance of lobbying, and lobbying in itself is an art. And then your position or your stature also adds to how you are able to. Okay, so all of that come to play, and so the position and who he is currently after the pronunciation of the EC gives him that leverage.
How many times have you done in Parliament?
I've been in Parliament for 16 years.
So are you saying that for the past 8 years when you were in opposition, there was no single project that you could get to your people from government?
In fact, that's a very good and very useful question. In fact, I had to do a lot by myself and lobby through a lot of other NGOs. Now, letters were written, for instance, the roads in my constituency that I needed to be done for my people. Anytime it rains, it becomes difficult for my constituents to really go about their normal, chores and activities, farm, markets, and all that. Even for students to be able to go to school and back are quite challenging. And so after a while, I included some chiefs and some key opinion leaders have traveled several times to the minister then of roads and highways. He receives us, and anytime we go, he receives us, promises, and nothing gets done. We've even been to the seat of government to speak about some of the challenges confronting us. They will receive you all right, but nothing gets done.
So you're saying
all it is is that personally, if I compare the situation of 8 years in opposition to when I was, or when my government was in power, clearly I will tell you that I did so much, and the bulk of all the developments that are taking place in my place were the first 8 years. So if you juxtapose how I experienced whilst in Parliament, the two situations, having your party in power and then not having your party in power, and you being in Parliament operating from the opposition angle, you try all that you could. Even sometimes try to lobby your own colleague, member of parliament who is on the other aisle, to try to see, the opposite aisle, to try to see whether some positives would probably reflect in your constituency. They never got done.
Isn't this a development that you should use parliament to try to fight? That we are all in a country, we all pay taxes, yet when it comes to disputing the cake, you say that you're going to look at the people who belong to your party to dispute the cake.
You see, the difference here is this. The difference here is this. With the current president in power, we know his doors are wide open, and he doesn't even look at issues with those political alliances. Once you get to him and he's able to identify with the issues that you raise, irrespective of whether you are an NPP or an NDC, it gets done.
But that analogy defeats the whole thing you've been preaching here. Now vote for an NDC because the NDC is power. You're saying that the president.
Let me conclude. However, I am having a little challenge. Why are people in opposition today not taking advantage of who the current president is and begin to do something positive? For instance, may he so rest in peace, our brother who passed on here. The president launched a very important program, the apprenticeship program for the youth. And in other constituencies and districts and municipalities, they've been rolled out. Do you know what? When we came here and started visiting various youth groups and homes and all that, they've never been informed or told. Nobody came to even a radio station here to speak about that policy to them. And I was thinking that, so hasn't your former member of parliament, at least, may he so rest in peace, while he was on, come around to talk to you about some of the sector and then show you, for instance.
Do you accept? Hold on. Do you accept that? Do you accept that the analogy that you've been waging? Because this morning you've been throwing this argument around that. Mr. Weber, hold on.
No, let me land.
You have defeated your own argument.
I have not, because you see, I will not also wait until our people in opposition today realize who the current president is, how magnanimous he is, so receptive. Until they realize it, I'll continue to tell people that, look, vote for my party member to come and deliver on the goodies.
Okay, I hear.
If today they are only in parliament and staging the walkouts and it's as if that is the stock in trade and that is all that they do.
I get you.
Please, until when do you satisfy the needs of the people who have voted for you to go to parliament?
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber.
You see what I mean?
So that's Honorable Kumi. We're still at the Collation Center here. We'll be bringing you all of the processes for you on the Joynews channel. Do stay.
And that is the latest from the Collation Center there at Akwatia. And yes, the debate is happening in the studio as well, as we await the Electoral Commission to announce the results there. And when they do, we'll bring it to you. We are now very close. We are anticipating that in the next, 40 minutes or so, we should get the Electoral Commission to give us a declaration of who has won. So you need to stay with us. And I want to bring in the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP. He's joining me right now on Zoom, Haruna Mohammed. He's been in the constituency all day. I want to clarify a few things with him, because I know the NPP, they have the final results already. And he must know that, because the NDC, they have theirs. They've told us that they've won by 54%. Haruna, have you won or have you lost?
Per the CI 127, it is the Electoral Commission that will declare and indicate who has won the election. You can only provisionally announce results of constituencies or polling stations that you have certified. And in terms of results collation in this country, we in the NPP have demonstrated enough credentials in terms of results collation. We don't jump when we are not concluded. So I am telling you that at the party collation office, we are putting our figures together, making sure that we have the confirmed results as we receive them on the pink sheets before we make any pronouncement.
But I also know, and just to confirm the point you make, that you have invested very heavily in speed and accuracy in collation of results. In fact, you have set the tone for this over the last 3 elections. Knowing you and knowing the MPP, you should know by now where you stand, even if you don't have the final 120 polling station results in. You're saying that you don't know that as of tonight? As of now at 20 past 9?
You see, when you talk about accuracy and the speed, you also talk about timeliness. Timeliness is very important. And for us, we are also tying this results collation to timeliness. So if the journey of the pink sheet does not tally with the timeliness, you cannot also jump because you have speed to make some announcement or pronouncement that you think that your data must support whatever you say. Certainly, yes, we have put together some certain figures, and we hope to get all the figures together and get this results
from
out there. You know,
so from what you have so far, from what you have so far, where do you stand?
Well, there are provisional ones. We have always stayed away from using what we have been called and given, because that has been the standard when we set the standard in 2016.
Okay.
We frown on collating results being called to give. Always make sure she's your pink sheet. We don't use somebody mentions the person confirms after and also pick the paper and confirm before an approval is made by the IT director. So it takes a longer process. Even though we have always worked with speed, but also the journey of the pink sheet, it also contributes to your final declaration or making certain provisions in terms of what you have garnered in the election.
Where are your senior agents at the Collation Center in Akwatia?
I don't know. The CI 137 did not define senior agent. The CI 127 defines agent.
Well, so let me rephrase. Where are your agents at the Collation Center in Akwatia?
Thank you very much. We have the Eastern Regional Secretary in the room.
Okay.
The Eastern Regional Secretary of our party is in the room. And then the Nasara coordinator of our party is also in the room. And let me correct this misconception. Right from beginning, when we were asked to submit our agents for collation, we submitted the Eastern Regional Secretary and we submitted the Director of IT. 3 days to the elections, the Director of IT reported to the Director of Elections of his unavailability to be part. So a change was made and the Nasara coordinator was presented. We have a different strategy as to how we are going about the Akwatia by-election. And we are doing it homegrown. And that is why we are picking our agents from the region or from the constituency. But in this coalition, I challenge your reporter to get back in the room and ask for the Eastern Regional Secretary and the Eastern Regional Nasara Coordinator, who are representing us from onset 3 days before the elections, that we have done this particular selection.
In fact, just to confirm, he found one of them.
He found one of them. You should look for the other one, you will find him.
So on the ground. Are you still in the constituency yourself?
Ivan.
Are you still?
I am in the constituency.
Okay.
In the constituency.
And
yes, I'm very confident.
Okay.
I am very, very confident.
You're confident of what exactly?
Confident of winning the seats.
Okay. And does your candidate share your confidence?
Why not? There's no declaration.
Okay.
Is there any declaration? No. So we are very confident.
Okay.
Until declaration is done, you cannot say somebody has won elections.
Okay. So you're confident of winning? I believe we've lost his connection. But Gary, you have an intervention.
I'm seeing projections projections on your...
Yes.
These projections, I'm seeing 8,101.
Then 10,000.
10,461. I don't know whether these projections are verifiable or they are accurate.
From the Collation. From the Collation Center, the Electoral Commission Collation.
The Collation Center.
Yeah.
So you are reminding me of my beloved friend Kaba. When Kaba was here, and then I remember those times he said, if you go and bring Kakai Betes. Those times we had won election in 2016 into 2017. And we also celebrated the elections that we won in 2016 to 2017. So elections is won and is lost.
Okay.
Yes.
So these are from Electoral Commission. It means that we have lost the elections. That is all. I mean, nothing stopping us from losing the elections.
A second, because I'll come to you.
You are saying this from Electoral Commission.
Yes.
But this is not the final.
It is not from all 120.
Is it verified?
Yes, this is. This is from only 68.
From the various polling stations, and they have been signed by our agents?
This is from the Collation Center, yes. But it is not from all 120 polling stations. It is only from 68.
Has it been verified?
Yes.
So let us leave it. Because when it comes to litigation, I'm the same person to litigate the matters. That's what I'm saying. Has it been verified by Electoral Commission?
What we have now on your screen, yes, has been.
Yeah. So let's leave it as it is.
But you are the director of elections. When you check,
I'm the director of legal, not
director of legal.
Yeah.
Pardon me, the director of legal.
Yeah. I'm not somebody that will direct in the MVP into a wrong path.
Okay.
If it's right, it is right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If you have lost.
Okay. And when you check, what did you establish? You've lost?
From where? You are talking to the General Secretary. He's telling you he's on the ground. And he's getting these figures for us. All I'm saying is that these figures should be verifiable, so that we all know that this is from the Electoral Commission. And then we cannot accept that, EC has verified the figures, they are correct, they are accurate. We cannot pick from there. That is all.
Evans, you see, when somebody is running away from defeat, you must be able to tell. He says that declarations are made by the Electoral Commission. Perfect. Because the CI says so. But we were all in this country when Dr. Nomia came out, long before the Electoral Commission declared and accepted, considered defeat. We were all in this country when Kufo under Jake, you recall?
Yeah, I do.
Call the elections for the MPP.
With the right information.
And so when somebody is running away from the outcome of an election, you must be able to tell. Okay?
I think the MPP is running away. The Deputy General Secretary is.
He's running away.
Gary is not shying away from admitting if the...
Well, Gary made a call, and I'm sure he's now appraised with the results. And then that person too was trying to run away, not giving him the full details of this thing. Now, we've won these elections neat and dry.
It's a very unfair...
Now, but the fact is
it's a very unfair election that you have won.
How is it unfair?
To the extent that, and this point should be made very clear, to the extent that I am Honorable Eunice for Senate clients.
Yeah.
So you see, let me tell you where you are wrong.
I go and contest him.
Yeah.
Contest him on the same seat.
Yes.
When the case has not even ended.
Yes.
At the end of the day, I win him. So I knew that Honorable Fuseni was not popular on the ground. And I was popular on the ground. And at the end of the day,
so you see, when you said that, because you were a lawyer in the matter, I didn't want to argue with you because I saw that you were emotional. But let me set the record straight.
Don't argue with me.
Bedun, our candidate.
When you're done, I have an update for you from the Electoral Commission.
So our candidate, was the secretary.
So just a second, Gary, just a second. I have the very latest for you. Very latest.
It's not going to argue.
Very latest. Hold on for me, gentlemen. So we currently have 117 polling station results from the Electoral Commission. The NDC candidate has 17,708 votes. The MPP candidate has 14,966. I just want to repeat for the benefit of our audience on radio, Joy 99.7 FM.
Yeah.
The NDC candidate out of the 117, only 3 polling stations left to go. The NDC candidate currently has 17,708, and the MPP candidate has 14,966. And you can see the jubilation on your screen there from the NDC supporters who are excited that they've won. Now, the question to pose to Winston, and Winston is a mathematician, and so I need to pose it. Winston, if you give all 3 remaining polling stations to the MPP candidate, will he cross? Will he get close to 17,000?
Polling stations remaining. I know the largest polling station is about 700.
Yeah.
The largest polling station is 700.
Times 3.
And actually it's left with 2 because in the 2024 election, there was a special vote polling station that made it 220.
Yeah.
So if you look at the margin now, which is about 2,800, if I were to give all the 700 votes, 100% voter turnout, and even said it was 3, it would take it to 2,100. It will still not be enough.
Okay.
Pause. I want to get reaction from the crowd there. I'll come to Gary because this is
let me react before you go to
please forgive me. I need to do this. I'll come to
myself.
No, I want please hold on for me for a second. Let me bring in Nana Boache. Nana Boache, give us the reaction from this very latest result from the Collation Center.
Oh my God.
Would have our eyes on that place as well. I find it very difficult to even spot someone to speak to, but narrating what is happening is super excitement over here. Tell us. Abana ya kwakotono lawyer na mosu edin kunim niji semao niji sempa adentia efisa ne ani ehwe anim no yensaka na ahaye MPP ene NDC nyina stronghold omunyina ewi ni city in prebebre eden na ma we yesronko ne ma we yesronko ne say no obi adauto lawyer ba sese no akotiafo a kire say lawyer nso bedibia eye. Yeah, that's a part. And so that is another person saying that he's excited about lawyers' victory, and that this, although being a seat for both MPP and NDC winning before, he thinks that lawyers' victory is going to bring development. Apayim, who are live on Joynews, lawyer Kunim de ya back with CA, and then so Kopan Aura, a bit to me as ama Akwatia 4.
Oh, the Rika, Yasadama, which are Kwame. The Tossos were there, Asadama, the more thing, Emma IGP in Kuala, Lomba Juma, Sabana to be peaceful, Bibia and Silva Sabia. Lawyer, you try there. Because we had this street, or my Juma in this street. And see, and Mr. Lawyer, you know, about Jim Babuno. I know being a pagan, I'm said, Juma no. Yapa Juma, Yapa, you are doing you to know. I have a Juma, it's there, top of my lawyer. Yenim say and papa ya boni bra ya bre no lawyer bata ko yase odim kudem ba ya banya djuma ma yitu e ho atoye.
Yeah, better as a pass. So he's also saying that with the election of lawyer Bernard Bediako, the MDC's parliamentary candidate, going into parliament, a lot of development will be brought into Akwatia. He says that although a number of them are minors, what they want is real jobs and not galamsey. Okay, there's another man here.
You're from my friend logo. Yeah, boy, we are yes, I'm good. Yeah, yeah, prepa. And it's your father. Yes, I'm good.
And then cinema when it's a lawyer couldn't be home.
You're a lawyer, we know. Over boy in Nam. Oh, Mr. Yeah, papa, Asumadu, but lawyer on Google, I'm saying in my head. Then you're never say Waba.
Now, ora, Galamsey, Namoya, Kroma, no say.
Tell papa, Galamsey, you know, Papa Galamsey.
Nasa Galamsey, and now the papa.
W, and you say, Pia, and mine in Iron, and you say, Yanquas Assassin. The Yanni, I have feeling. Now, assassin, so as I read until Odi bear 2 years, 3 years, assassin, so you're fine. There, ye be, me be, Medata, Oyabino, on say assassin, on Yashi.
One Casaya Galamsey,
Mina Cacho.
And I when it don't say Juma, yeah.
Manager, I know Mineska, I buy no effect, maybe I do know Wahano, a mining sector. And it's a mining sector, Niger Juma. I tell you, there, boy, and so far now, yeah, Jumana. I didn't fast what the black buying. Sounds like a natural biddy. I didn't hear my other, the other Bushenina. Enti anya say bia ye ni age say bia say but emputu ne yehwehwe ade nti na ye ni age say ya papa Asumadu wini ya ye de beje ya papa lawyer to wini ye ni age anya say bia NDC MPP anya ni ti ye ni age but dente ye ni age ne say ya papa na wonani ono aba no ye mpese se ne wa ba do so o lawyer no oba na age so oba ba be say oba be hayen Ohana Baba Hano. Ohana just so Baba Haya. 4 years time, Yanni didn't buy you. Yabasa Pamono. No, I call.
And so that is another supporter of the NDC's parliamentary candidate who's excited about his victory. We will take you to the streets here, and the celebration has taken another turn, and the other side of the street is bustling with so much excitement. A lot of people would want to even speak to us. They are volunteering themselves, but I want to go into the crowd where the celebration is ongoing so that I have a feel of it. Right now, they are chanting to Nasi's Queen Queen song, and as addictive as that song is, I would want you to join me. Let's go to the street. Mama Day. Yamo showdown, man. But be rich, when I make a say. Yamo showdown. Why is so more Kasa terms the Yamo? Yamo showdown. Showdown on Mokano. Okay, so he's saying that they've given the NPP a showdown. And so this is another part of the street where the celebration is happening. Here at the Badia community in Akwatia, and the celebration is still ongoing. I need to say, I need just a showdown. Your trust unity, your showdown, your charity. Akwatia the way. Yeah, that's a part. So he's saying that they have cut the head of the elephant. That is a symbol of the new Patriotic Party. So that is Nasi's Queen Queen song. You can hear over here. And they are here in their numbers celebrating with their Queen Queen song, the popular NDC song, on the street of Bodia. When you're Japan, but maybe that's what you know. I mentioned one in Monyan. Yeah, we are champion before said 2028. NDC still in the big keke. Yeah, Pomo. Yeah, sure, one cassa. We are my Omuka said, but on the bedi. But on Yankopo, Jamama Yankopo, Jamama Yankopo, regional executive member. Okay, so I have a regional executive here with me. She's also in a jubilant mood. When you're the pass our party, I didn't kunim. Wow. Now, lawyer, everybody who knows about street is so. Electoral Commission for declare we are about street is. Okay. And you to also do asa. And so, the people of Akwatia, but they are on the streets jubilating in their numbers to their popular Honorable Warrior song. I don't know who they say this to, but that is a song that they are dancing to right now. The mood of a number of people from Bodia. When you're Japan and Katakakra, and couldn't be away, and then Kwama Akwatia 4. Akwatia 4, and couldn't be away, and put to Kunim Dienepe. And Tinamia Adom, Bernard Bediako Baidoo, Akwatia 4, Akwatia Constituency, Adaroma, Yabenya Puntu, Nenya Koso. Na so ya kwan ene ya hospitals and your marketing to be a encosi na yes we ntu madaroma Bernard Bediako Baidoo. Yeah, that's a bar. And so he's also saying that victory has come and now it's time for development, and that's what they are going to focus on. I have one man here on a motorbike. To say lawyer and I just say ECB declares we win provisional results no chance honor odikaim and yama bena mo hwani mu say obetimi ayama Akwatia constituency no lawyer no ono ofri aha enti enim say ye hia sem bia ono no betumi ayama ye bibia Akwatia man hia bia no lawyer betumi ayama ye wakọ school onimu di enu di na ya to abama no enti Akwatia de ya ni John Mahama ni lawyer ya wie bibia be koso pepepe
any problem. Yes, sir. Yes.
That's it. And he's also saying that with the election of lawyer Bernard Bediako, which we are waiting for the EC to officially declare, though, he's saying that this means a lot to them. And as people of Akwatia, development is going to come into their constituency. He says that a lot of them are miners, and they're also expecting that their mining industry would expand and grow with the election.
And this is your election headquarters. We can now project that the NDC's candidate in the Akwatia by-election will be the next member of parliament elect for that constituency. We can project from our figures that we have collated from what our colleagues there are confirming for us, that he has swept this in the Akwatia by-election, winning this by at least 2,964 votes. And that is a significant margin indeed. And if you're joining us and you are listening in on radio on Joy 99.7 FM, you're just joining our live coverage of the Akwatia by-election, and the Joynews projection is that the NDC candidate in the Akwatia by-election will be the next member of parliament for the Akwatia constituency. This is a Joynews projection. He's won this by a margin of 2,964 votes. And let's put that in context, because the NPP candidate who won this in the 2024 elections won this by just over 2,000 votes. The NDC has overturned that and increased it by more than 800 votes. That is significant indeed. And he, Bernard Bediako, should be sworn in the next, few weeks as the next member of parliament for the Akwatia constituency. And that is a projection coming in from your election headquarters, as confirmed by the Electoral Commission on the ground. You see that on your screens there, another confirmation of that. The NDC's Bernard Bediako is a projected winner of today's by-election in Akwatia. And Gary Nemako is with me. Gary, your reaction to that?
Yeah, Evans. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm happy that my good brother, Honorable Nisa, is here. Can you sit down so that I can look at your face?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Do you know that the former MP, that is Honorable Ernest Kumi,
the late MP.
The late MP won with over 2,000 votes.
Yes.
And the same Bernard Bediako, lawyer for the then petitioner, was challenging the 2,000 vote in court to the extent that now we have by-elections. In fact, under normal circumstances, I would have said congratulations for winning over 2,000 votes. But he knew 2,000 votes, but never congratulated Honorable Ernest Kumi. Same as the MP. Same as the MP. So now, I must now look whether there were any infractions, irregularities, unsigned pin sheets, whatever there is to it. Look at the whole legal...
Are you preparing to go to court?
I am not saying I'm preparing to go to... I have to now call for the documentation on the Akwatia by-elections. Assess the whole situation, and then now I can make a determination whether or not, indeed, the elections is worth challenging or otherwise. Because the same character, the same lawyer, was the same person who was challenging the case on behalf of his clients in court.
Okay, you see.
In court.
You see.
Hold on.
Let's let him land.
Hold on.
You don't have a strategy.
No,
That's
hold on.
why you are
Mr. Fuseni, don't worry. I'll come to you. I'll come to you.
Hold on. No, come back.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Come back. In court. Ordinarily, what I would have thought, when my late client had won the city with over 2,000 votes, When you know that parliamentary primaries or parliamentary elections is first past the post, which simply means that you must just win by one seat or one person, you have won. One person, you have won. It's not like presidential where you must win 50% plus one. 1%, just over one, you have won. However, they were challenging a seat won by over 2,000 votes. So how do I sit here and now say I'm going to admit that Bernard Bediako has won with over 2,000 something, and so therefore, if now I'm presented
but you just said the NPP had lost. If the NPP has lost, they've lost not long ago. So why the change in position all of a sudden?
Not that they've said they lost. Maybe there are infractions they are going to present to me. Because I'm sitting here, I'm getting messages on my phone.
What are those
of infractions?
Of infractions, which I'm here to assess. And so therefore, I should not be too quick to determine or make a determination. The reason is simple. If these infractions come to me and I make the assessment and I determine that they are frivolous, they are vexatious, they have no merit in it, I would inform the party that, please, these ones, I have overruled them, and so be it.
In your capacity as the director of legal?
Yes, and Honorable knows that he knows me and what I can do. There are a lot of things I've done, and I do it on a quiet. It doesn't come out. I talk less. I talk very less.
On this platform, you have not spoken less.
No, because on this platform...
Let me tell you, because he's bitter because we have won.
Oh, no.
But you see, he's bitter, but we have won. Because we won because you didn't have a strategy. And Baidoo, let me tell you now Baidoo, now that we have won, let me tell you, Bediako was our constituency secretary. NDC, it is not the former candidate of the NDC who hired Bediako as a lawyer. Baidoo as a lawyer. Baidoo was assigned by the party as a lawyer. That's why I say MPP, they don't have the present default status of MPP. Hold on. It's disarray.
Hold on. We'll come to that. We'll come to that.
So let me tell you. So it's just bitter. And thirdly, you know, the jurisdiction of the court is not raised
to make his point.
It's not raised by speculation. Hardcore facts, no speculation. So now that you are sitting on this platform and speculating that there might be infractions, does not raise the jurisdiction of a court in an election petition.
I'm getting messages.
For us, it's important for you to congratulate this man and to appreciate that we have a superior strategy, which you don't have.
No.
And that's resulted in us presenting a candidate who has won the seat for us. Because we have a strategy. You don't have.
See, my good friend, Honorable Fuzeni, you know that. There is a man that was...
How do you have a strategy of putting a Galamseya to go and contest elections?
Wait.
When everybody knows that he's destroying the vote.
That he's a Galamseya.
You see, there is a man who in say I won the elections, who was in court way back in December, when there was no Gazette publication of the election results.
But you have just said you go to court without a Gazette. They have not even declared it.
Oh, please. Well, hold on.
But those are... Come back.
No.
Very moot. I said that he's now exhibiting his bitterness.
No, you said you can congratulate him.
But the man has won.
Yeah.
No, you said congratulate him.
You're explaining why you can't congratulate him.
No, you see, I am having a difficulty to do so. Come back. What?
I won't come back.
Oh,
don't worry, I can see you.
Your bitterness is consuming you.
Speak to the audience.
The first time that my good brother is now trying to hide my face from the camera.
Your camera is this way.
See, the point I'm making is that there is somebody who has come to court who never brought any Gazette notification of results, and yet was relying on Dr. Bosmasari's publication or news conference to say that there's a Gazette, and so therefore the results have been gazetted, and relied on that publication without any Gazette before a court, high court, a court of record, and yet to make an argument for an injunction, ex parte.
Yeah, that's all in the past. What has that got to do with the outcome tonight?
The point I'm making is that the same character who was doing all these things was pursuing his own interests. His personal interest. That's what I'm making.
Oh, no problem. I mean, you made the point. But that's fine.
That's your view.
But that's the situation. In all fairness,
I mean, he's won the elections. He'll be declared soon. There's a presumption of regularity until proving otherwise.
If he declared he has won,
fairly and squarely,
based on the figures that we are
seeing from the Electoral Commission coming to you shortly,
then once they declare that he has won, I will duly congratulate him, but I'm receiving information on my messages from the Director of Elections.
What's the nature of the information?
There are infractions. I don't want to disclose it here now, because I have to assess it within the nature of within the remit of the law.
My brother, congratulate the man.
Okay.
And then see what are these
MP elect.
Please, Honorable. He has been to court with us for how many months, and even though we won, our candidate died in the process.
Am I sensing tit for tat here? They're simply going to drag this out in court against him to frustrate him.
They will throw his petition, if he files an election petition, they will throw it at his face.
I will assess every infraction brought to my attention on its merits. And he knows. Honorable Professor, he knows that I'm a very fair person. If it doesn't merit it, I would just say, no, I'm not going to merit it. I will throw it away.
Okay.
And I will assess it.
But congratulate him.
So hold on for me for a second, and let me come to...
Hold on.
Good friends, hold on for me. Mr. Dankwa, so you had projected initially 47% for Bernard and 42%, I believe, for the MPP candidate.
The committee.
And then there is 11% who are undecided. I believe the 11% may have decided now and swung this heavily in the favor of the NDC.
Yes, but if you look at the committed model that we published, we had 53% and 47% as the committed. That's modeling out those who are undecided. And we said that 53% for Baidoo was the floor. That's the minimum he was going to get. Could be higher than that. And lo and behold, we've seen that he has done 54.7%, and that will reduce the 47 for Asumadu. So we were quite confident, but during the exit poll, it was a bit tricky in looking at the numbers that we were seeing, especially among the minority ethnic groups, which really gave me some kind of nerves. But then I realized that, look, these guys are people who normally are a bit economical with the truth when they are in the midst of when they are minority.
But we're telling you we're voting for the MPP candidate.
So that made the race too close to call. That's why I didn't project the outcome in the exit poll, waiting to see what the actual count is. But what gave me hope that NDC had won was that among their accounts, MPP was 50.5%, NDC 49.5%.
Yeah.
That is just
the gap had narrowed.
There was no way they would win without having won the ethnic account. So
okay, I want to take you live because the Electoral Commission is about to declare now. Let's take you live to the Collation Center there, where the Electoral Commission, I believe, is ready to give us the formal declaration of results.
Going to declare what declare his name is Eric
Officers from the Electoral Commission, security services, political party leaders here present, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. By the grace of God, we are done collating the parliamentary results of Akwatia Constituency by-election. Here are the vote cast. Solomon Asumadu had 15,235 votes. Bernard Bediako Baidoo of NDC had 18,199. Ousu Patrick LPG had 82 votes. I repeat, Asumadu Solomon, NPP, had 15,235. Bernard Bediako Baidoo, NDC, had 18,199. Osu Patrick, LPG, had 82 votes. Total valid votes, 33,516. Total rejected ballots, 303. Total vote casts, 33,819. With the figures mentioned so far, Director, with your permission, I, Eric Osu Jemfi, the returning officer of Akwatia Constituency, declare Bernard Bediako Baidoo as the parliamentary candidate elect, MP elect for Akwatia Constituency. Thank you very much.
So it's now confirmed.
Okay, so yes, Ebenezer, this is how far the good Lord has brought us. You have said it all. The confidence has always been there. It is not just mere confidence out of nothing. It was born out of the good work we have done. After engaging the people, we read their reaction towards the message we gave them, and we saw that it had really imbibed. They gave us a hope, some hope of a sort, which hope has resulted to what we see today. I mean, we've always been very confident. I told you, I don't know whether I told you guys that we've been in this game for a while. If you are in it and you are losing, you will know, except maybe if you don't want to be honest yourself. I told you what we were working out at that moment I spoke to was with regards to the gap. But as for the win, what are we witnessing? We've won.
Okay, so do you think we had a lot in the lead up to this election. The NPP spoke quite greatly. At some point in time, the Vice President made certain claims. He said he shouldn't have been in the race, amongst many other things. When you were hearing all of this, what was going through your mind at that time?
For me, I've always said that, you see, when you are going to such contests, there are a lot of things you will hear. But I don't focus on tangentials. The focus is on the main ball. My focus is to have my message delivered, the people accept it, and then they take it up and work to make sure victory is delivered. Indeed, you see, some of these comments, if you are not careful, you'll be swayed by them, and then you go outside the main target and then be dealing with, well, let me put it this way, unnecessary stuff. Because you see, I shouldn't have been in the race as in what? I mean, that I was disqualified, or it was an illegality on my part or what. And so we've gone past that stage. Elections were held. We have the results. Sorry? Development. We've always said that, you see, Akwatia's name has always been with regards to mining. You can't take away the mining. Okay, we only have to do it lawfully. That's what we're going to work on. Where we are now is a GCD property. Hitherto, just before Dramani Mahama came to power, the place was in darkness. If you recall, we did the same collation here, and we had to put on some solar panels and all, lamps and all that. Today, and it wasn't because of the by-elections, it was even done before. Today, we have electricity. It is the first step towards getting GCD back on track. which can employ thousands of people. There are other things we are looking at. Essentially, it is about development, and we will make sure we deliver. Yes, we've made that promise. It didn't come from, it came from the president. And of course, it's a central government policy. And we need to remind them and then make sure that they do the needful. I'm grateful. We would have an opportunity to talk more about some of these things. We are grateful for the opportunity the people of Akwatia has given us. It is a clear mandate, and we would not take it for granted. We will make sure we give them the best of representation and serve them well. We are grateful for...
Thank you.
Okay. It was nothing like this.
You can just
Let's hear from you.
We've seen it all play out now.
Projection was
Talk to us
53.
about how it feels like.
Is that what you got?
Well, that was what the exit poll projected, 53. But we said we're going to work and make sure that we get more than that.
Please, out. Bernard, out.
Please.
So, out.
Okay, so Rashid Tako Computer was asking that
Yes.
The projection was 53, but you got 54.
Of course, we worked towards it. We told you that we are going to get 54%, more than that. That was projected. The projection was 53, but we finally got 54 plus. And you can look at the difference as projected. There's no difference between our own collation and that of the EC collation. The same. It came to the same. No difference. That tells you that we are on top of issues, and you saw what happened. We have worked for it. We have a credible candidate, and we have good message, and the people bought our message. And then so we are not surprised. People thought we were just binding figures around, but the figures actually shows that we worked according to the figures that was given.
Are these votes organic?
Damn organic.
Are they organic?
Damn organic. I mean, you saw it. We worked for it. For the past 2 weeks, we've been crisscrossing the constituency, talking to the people, went to churches, mosques, and marketplaces to make sure that our messages go down to the people. And they bought the messages. They've seen the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and they've returned the verdict. And they've joined the ruling party. Of course, who doesn't want to join the ruling party? They've seen it. I told you they rigged the election in the 2024 election. Today, the results has exposed it, that clearly MPP didn't win the election.
So what about allegations about the fact that you used some national security personnel to intimidate them, especially with the deployment of heavy police personnel there? It also indicates that is the reason why some of the people did not come out.
I'm happy you said allegations. It's an allegation, so we keep it as allegations. You saw what happened. It was the police who handled all the polling stations. Nobody was intimidated. Nobody was prevented from voting. People went out there. He's a director of special duty at National Security Secretariat. This election is a national security issue. You heard utterances from remnants of our opponents threatening hellfire, saying that there was going to be showdown between them and the police. And you think the national security should fold their arms? Then tomorrow, the new media will be asking that we arrest people so and so, like Howard Kumsin style. We didn't want to have any Howard Kumsin style here. And that is why there was a top notch in terms of...
We didn't see any show of the NPP. In fact, they've not congratulated your candidates. There could be a legal showdown.
They signed the pink sheets. Their coalition agent was here with me.
Which means they've accepted the results?
Yes, they accepted the results. I can give you a copy. They've signed it. They've accepted it. In fact, they have graciously accepted defeat. And they've seen that the NDC deserves to win because we've worked for it. And the people realize that you don't vote for a party that will only deliver you press conference. You vote for a party that will bring you development, employment for your youth. And that is what we have done. And clearly, we have to give thumb up to the good people of Akwatia, executives of our party, led by our national chairman and the general secretary of the party. In fact, they've been here for the past week. They've not gone anywhere. Leadership of the party, all executives, slept here, worked across the distance. So the victory is an organic victory. A victory for the...
From here, we go to Tamale. To what extent is the NDC willing to go? You have too many seats in parliament.
Only Tamale. We are going to Michael Bayfi constituency.
He says he's apologized, and
we are not accepting it. Nobody's going to. We are not accepting the apology. He must resign. If he doesn't resign, Ghanaians will not take politicians serious. We must be serious. They must hold us to our words. Whatever comes out from my mouth, they must take me serious. I can't just stand here and make allegations, say certain things, and then within 24 hours, do you know that he came in here when we were about to start the collation, beaming smile, telling me that we were winning the thing, until I showed him on my phone that, my friend, you have lost the election, I'm coming to your constituency for by-election. Then he started perspiring. That's the time he got to know that things have changed.
I mean, don't you have too many seats in Parliament? I mean, some are saying it will become a rubber stamp Parliament if care is not taken.
The framers of the 1992 Constitution saw the need to put in what is known as Representation of the People Act. What does that mean? Representation. Every constituency must get a proper representation in Parliament, not numbers. We are not talking about numbers. We are talking of representation. Who is to represent you in Parliament? And that is why independent who can represent without political party. And so if a constituency deem it fit to have a candidate standing on the ticket of a political party, why not you deny them that opportunity and say because we have numbers, so they shouldn't send such a person to represent them? Michael Bay, if he will come to his constituency, we are going to test that one.
Is also to apologize, and he has apologized.
So Ghanaians, now you go and cause trouble and apologize. Is that what we are saying, honorable members? When you are called honorable, everything of you must be honorable.
But the General Secretary I spoke to also says that some of your members, including members of Parliament and ministers, have made worse statements than that of Michael, and Ghanaians have not told them to resign from their positions.
I'm saying the gentleman made a categorical statement. I will resign.
He apologized.
Let us go and test their strength in that constituency and see whether that's a strong hold of the MPP. That's why he could stand and say he will resign. He was here with us. We are going to hold him. If he doesn't resign, we will write to the Speaker of Parliament. And he must apologize in the floor of Parliament so that the whole public will see who he is, so that they know that certain activities of people like that should not be countenanced by Ghanaians. They must allow decency in our politics so that Ghanaians will respect us.
Thank you so much. And that's the Deputy Director of Elections for the National Democratic Congress. Obviously, he'll be acting in that capacity now, which gives us a sense of how authoritative his comments will be. Not a good day for the LPG, which has less votes than the entire spoils ballots for tonight. But the bigger victory is about the National Democratic Congress, which is now going home, and knowing that lawyer Bernard will definitely be returning or coming to Parliament for the very first time, and of course doing that on a ticket of the National Democratic Congress. We call it a night here from the Akwatia Collation Center, where we can confidently tell you that the National Democratic Congress has flipped the seats in a very dramatic style. Of course, not many were wishing that for the deceased MP, but now it is confirmed that the NDC will now be taking over from the late Ernest Kumi, who then had won the seats for the new Patriotic Party. From all of us here at the Collation Center, you can see lots of interactions happening. Probably let's see if we can chip in a few words from Mr. Jakpa. Good evening to you, sir. You're live on Joynews. I mean, Rashid Tanko was just, okay, well, no comments from him. He doesn't want to make any comments, but of course, Jakpa is here, and you've all seen him. What a night it has been. And of course, we couldn't get any words from him, but that's all we can tell you about what's happening for now. Until then, of course, it will be the same story about an electoral victory and the expectation of the populace waiting to see what the next member of Parliament will deliver for the Akwatia Constituency. Blessed Sugan reporting for Joynews, Akwatia.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nankwa, put this victory in context for me.
It's a very massive one. If you look at the margin the NDC lost the last election with, officially, 2060. So Bernard Bediako needed to claw that deficit of 2,000, which he did, and he added around 4,000 on top of that. That is a swing of about 6,000 votes. For Akwatia, that is massive.
Okay.
That is massive.
What is the significance of that for the NDC first and then for the MPP? What
it
does
gives
mean?
them chance to consolidate their position in that constituency.
That is NDC?
Yeah, and likely to retain it in 2028.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what does it mean for the MPP?
They have to strategize, look at what they can do, what best can they do, who can they bring to really take the seat. This was an opportunity which they missed big time by giving them the wrong candidate. Because I believe if they had given them a better candidate, we would have seen a much closer race, much tighter race than we have seen now. Even Bodia, where the gentleman comes from.
Where it comes from, Bodia?
Yeah, it was shambolic performance, to say the least. So it means the guy was not even accepted by his own people. So a lot of work needs to be done by these political parties in selecting candidates. Before you push someone, especially when there's no election, even those unopposed things, you have to really do very good work to ensure that you're not digging the grave for your own self. For MPP, we've seen that in Akwatia.
Okay, Musa Namka, thank you very much. Musa will take leave of us now, and I'll come back to Gary. I'll come back to Inusa, and then I'll hear from Winston before we wrap up. But very, very quickly, let's get a reaction from the community, because they voted tonight. And before we end, we need to hear from them. Boachi Yado, my colleague, is on the streets of Akwatia tonight.
Yes, Evans, we are live from the Bodia streets here in the Akwatia constituency. And earlier, we gave you clear scenes from this particular street where a number of residents had besieged in Jubilation, celebrating the victory of lawyer Bernard Bediako, the NDC's parliamentary candidate, who is now the member of parliament elect for the Akwatia constituency. And on the streets right now, we are waiting for lawyer Bediako and his team to make their grand entry to this place where they are going to have the Jubilation party. That is what we are waiting for now. We are told that they are all at the Collation Center and making their way to this place, and we'll still have our eyes on that. But then you can see on the sideways of the street, a number of people, supporters from Akwatia, are here. They are celebrating. You can see one man here. I want to speak to him briefly. Eja, when you have Japan victory, Akwatia NDC say I green, and then you hear any miracle enemy.
Mama, that is so. You're beyond say be green that. You can put to up chroma, input 20 in your chroma, and I'm showing you, Mama's wise honey now. That's the reason why we know the green, and everything has been possible for us.
Now you have the seat to yourself. You have taken it away from the NPP, so to say. What should the people of Akwatia expect from lawyer Bernard Bediako?
I'm telling the people of Akwatia to expect better things coming to the Akwatia constituency. And I'm assuring them that with the help of President John Mahama, everything is going to be possible.
You are making a sign right now. Can you do that again for us to see?
Oh, we'll kill them one time.
What does that mean?
Oh, we are killing them one time.
And you've done that?
We've done that. But this election shows that they're all stealing us. And we prove to them that if we vote free and fair, we are going to win the election.
Thank you very much. We are seeing that you're already enjoying inside your car. And so that is an NDC member and his team members in the car enjoying Nassis Kwenkwe, celebrating the victory of lawyer Bernard Bediako, the NDC's PC, who is now the member of parliament elect for the Akwatia constituency. And Evans, as I was saying earlier, on my left and my right, a number of people have gathered over here. They are all waiting for lawyer Bernard Bediako to come to the spot to begin with the jubilation, and then if possible they can hear a word or two from him. This is Bodia, the streets of Akwatia, and let me speak to one party agent. You are a party agent for lawyer Bernard Bediako. Where you were, tell us, how was the result over there?
Of course, I also went to Wenchi.
Oh, you went to Wenchi?
Yes, I'm at the Wenchi Palace Square B. The results over there, I can choose to say, as for the NDC, we are okay with it because last year we got 34, but this recently one, MPP got 194, and NDC also got 74.
Which means you are appreciated.
Yes, which means we are appreciated. I can choose to say the both A and B when you combine it with NDC get 150 votes from that sector. So.
Lawyer is here. We have lawyer also. Okay, that is the NDC's parliamentary candidate. You see him. And then they are following him all the way to his residence. That was very brief, Evans. That was very, very brief. He just moved out of his vehicle just to wave the NDC supporters who've gathered over here. We have been told that he's made a stop. Let's try and see if we can catch up with lawyer Bernard Bediako, the NDC's parliamentary candidate or the parliamentary candidate for the Akwatia Constituency, the the MP elect for the constituency. Lawyer Bediako just made a very brief stop at Bodria, a very, very brief stop at Bodria, and the crowd are chasing him. Everybody is chasing him right now. They are all chasing him. We are also doing same. If we can spot him, then we get a word or two from Lawyer Bediako. But that was very fast, Evans. And I can't even see his vehicle anymore. But then let's keep talking to his agent. It's now say baby now results the results were okay for you because you appreciated. We've seen lawyer swiftly moving. Where is he going now? Do you know where he's heading to?
Yeah, from here he's going to the place where the national chairman is. Okay. That's our the constituency chairman's house. Okay. Well, Chairman Bibi's house. From here, that's the place where our MP elect is going now. So if you don't mind, you can even take car. Then when you come to Akwatia, when you ask the place where our constituency chairman is, they will direct you to that area. So that you come there, then you will see him. My name is Isaac Anaman. I am NDC National Communication Team member. And of course, I am a polling agent over here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And he has told us about where he was as polling agent at Wenchi. Although the numbers weren't good for them at Wenchi, they've been able to win the seat for the NDC. And we just saw lawyer Bediako briefly moving out of his car, waving at the supporters of the NDC who had gathered on the streets of Bodria to join him in celebration. We're being told that he's going to the residence of the constituency chairman, and hopefully we would get to have lawyer Bernard Bediako come on the streets to join his people in celebration. And as I said earlier, Evans, if we go to the other edges of the streets, it's well crowded because almost every party vehicle belonging to the NDC and every single V8 you see here is moving towards the direction that lawyer Bediako went to, and that is why this place is starting to get choked. It's starting to get choked. It was a very brief stop by lawyer Bediako, but the crowd had to chase him so that they get a feel of how it looks like to have a new member of parliament, if I'm to put it that way. And it was rather unfortunate that we did not get to hear from him, but then we are being told that he's going to see the constituency chairman and then get to interact with the people later. When you're Japan, say Madin Kunim.
See Madin Kunim. When you're Papa say lawyer, I'll call parliament.
Now, lawyer, chairman, who no?
Papa, because she no father so. Because she
also go see a lawyer.
Papa.
Oh, chairman, who no?
Me who no? Many judges need ye go see
Okay, and so they said that yes, they came to see lawyer Bediako. He was in white, and so they are also going to join him in celebration. The streets keeps bustling up.
That's my head.
Abatuano, who want to say?
Abatuano, Equafampa, Namania Gibebre, say I didn't kunim. Now, Radi Akan, one boy, I didn't show you in your Anyajma. I have made Kojadakwa, boss.
That's it. And so, Evans, the streets of Akwatia bustling up as the supporters of the NDC just saw their newly elected member of parliament walk through the street. This is the Bodia street. What is happening here? And we've painted a picture. So much jubilation on the streets of Bodia as they are all excited about the election of lawyer Bernard Bediako as their new member of parliament. Over to you.
And that there is my colleague, Akwatia on the streets of Akwatia. In the studio with me still is Gary Nimako, who's the Director of Legal for the MPP, and is Hussein, his former Member of Parliament for Tamale Central and Winston Amwa. Gary, the die is cast now. The Electoral Commission has declared, ready to congratulate the NDC candidate.
Let my senior brother come back before I can talk. He's still, come back small.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah.
Let me say that subject to, and the subject is underlined, subject to the comments, complaints I'm receiving on my WhatsApp messages. I want to congratulate my younger brother, Bernard Bediako Baidoo, for winning the Akwatia seat. But let notice be said on him that I am going to investigate all the infractions sent to me. If I find merit in the infractions, then obviously there will be litigation after he has been gazetted by the Electoral Commission. And that notice, I believe he himself is aware that he has visited the same thing on my own client, Ernest Kumi. May he so rest in peace. So I will investigate it in a very open, frank manner. And if I find merit in them, I will pursue it in court. If I don't find any merit in them, I will abandon it. I will not do any personal vendetta as the way they did it their own. To the extent that when they realized that even Ernest Kumi won over 2,000 votes, they were pursuing him. He was gazetted by the Electoral Commission. They were pursuing him. I don't know how they were going to overturn it. To the extent that Supreme Court even had to quash contempt proceedings against the gentleman. They were pursuing him in the criminal proceedings at the CID. That notwithstanding, I still congratulate him as a spokesperson and as somebody who is a very fair-minded character. I think he won for election. He has won.
Let's talk about the bigger picture. What does this mean for your party? Musa Damka makes the point that this obviously is a further confirmation that your party is in disarray. And considering the fact that he had taken clawback 6,000 votes in total, that is quite significant, isn't it?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. You see, every election, the dynamics are different dynamics. I don't believe so. What I don't believe so is that, you see, for instance, Manoff, people didn't even go and vote because of security and insecurity in the area. Here in Akwatia, the security presence also prevent people from voting. Some say they don't go and vote. We were intimidated. They don't go and vote.
Yeah, we have here only 33,000.
Who didn't vote?
33,819 voted out of a total voter population of 52,000.
Exactly. So you see, for me, and now I'm going to have a discussion with the Constitutional Committee review. I think that they have to seriously reconsider this by-election thing and revoke it in the Constitution.
So that
a party that is already in Parliament will have the opportunity to replace a member who has resigned, a member who has died, a member who for some reason doesn't want to be part of the party again. The party will do its internal primaries and replace the person
in Parliament. Out of curiosity, would you have suggested this if you had won this?
Say it again?
Would you have suggested the same if you had won this?
Yes.
Still?
Yes.
Even if you won this, you would have suggested the same?
Yes, because at the end of the day, because, you see, for instance, we say Tamale Central will not even go. In memory of my own brother and my junior at the university, Murtala Mohammed, doctor. I remember very well Murtala came to the University of Ghana. He was very activist in Legon Hall. And I knew how enthusiastic Murtala was, so activist. I knew how he was doing his business. And I said, Murtala, you want to be a politician one day. He He said, oh, senior. I said, yes. And lo and behold, he rose through the ranks and became a minister in this country. And then he dies. And then the party says they're going to contest Mutala.
But how do you recover from this, though? I mean, because the optics aren't good. The signaling that 2024 was a disaster. 8 months on, you are still limping. In fact, it's worse now, as far as Akwatia is concerned, than it was in 2024.
When Mama lost elections, in fact, I'm telling you, there have been times that MPP has said that NDC was going to be in limbo, they will never recover. We are in this country. We are in this country. Look, October 30, I'm 50 years. So I've lived enough in this country to know what has been happening in this country. All right? We said the NDC will never recover. But what happened? NDC recovered. And Mama came back and now won elections and now is the president of the Republic of Ghana. So please, let no one delude himself that, oh, because we are now in a turbulent situation, MPP is down.
So you agree you are in turmoil as you speak?
Of course. I mean, nobody will tell you that a party that has gone for election and got 38% or whatever, 41% is not in turmoil. We are in turmoil. It never happened before. And you have to admit it.
And you think that after 8 years, eight months, you would have begun to see some fixing of the problem?
Even in politics, what do you need in politics is sober reflection. You see, when I was in the seminary, as a Hebrew seminary, there were times that we go into what they call recollection. Recollection is a period that you sit down to go back into your life, your own life. You sit down and then see whether what you have gone through, what you have been through, it was right, it was wrong, and you correct your own mistakes. A life without recollection is no life. So if you think that, oh, you are all too knowing, you know everything, then you are making a big mistake. I'm telling you, the party made mistakes. The party ought to sit down, come out and say, look, we made these mistakes, we are sorry. Ghanaians, forgive us. Let's correct these our mistakes and move on. And be humble enough to approach Ghanaian people with that sobriety and that humility.
A final question on that. 8 months on, the evidence tonight suggests that the people, at least in Akwatia, they don't believe that you've begun on this journey of sobriety. In fact, they've punished you even more compared to the 2024 elections in Akwatia.
But you realize that some even didn't vote in this election as well. Some didn't vote in this election as well.
That's true.
The same way it was reflecting in the general elections, where people didn't come out to vote.
Let me ask you, because you're from the party, do you honestly think the 8 months you've had so far, you have taken advantage of that to begin the internal reflections, and you're back now? You should be back on the path to recovery. Are you there yet? Are you satisfied with what the party has done so far?
I think that in politics, a day is even very, very important. I don't think that we are there yet.
Okay.
I think that we are still on course.
Inusa, for the NDC, you have not only a supermajority, you have more to spare. I mean, Tamale Central is a foregone conclusion. You are going to have 185 seats. This is unprecedented. You can go to bed, and this will just manifest itself in terms of a victory in 2028. Ghanaians just love you.
So we went into the elections with a clear view on what we want the people of Ghana to remember us for. As a party that is focused, disciplined, and with a vision. We went into Akwatia with a strategy. And you must be asking yourself why our candidate, a lawyer, contested against a galamsey or a minor. We deliberately choose somebody who will resonate with the people to stand in Akwatia. So if a party is bereft of strategy, that's what happens to them in an election, in a by-election. Now, we also knew that even though we've won Akwatia 4 times, we had to come out with a message that would connect with the people. And we did that. the 100, we now have 100, about 185, but in total we have 89 seats in Parliament because all the independent candidates are sitting, independent MPs are sitting with us. We do not intend to misuse our strength in Parliament. We promise the people of this country good governance. We will ensure that we push our policies through. We will not muscle out MPP, but we will always, when the opportunity presents itself, demonstrate to the people of this country that we are a party that is interested in their welfare. So we will contest any by-election that comes. You see, if we had lost this by-election, the narrative would have been different. So we knew that. We knew that. And so that's why we went into the election full force. Now, NDC, and it's exactly the same thing that animated the 2024 elections. A party that loses an election, or a party that is coming from opposition into government, ought to put certain things in place to assure the people of this country that when they are given the mandate to rule, they will do things in a certain way. I don't see that in MPP. I've said it and I'm saying it again. The default status of MPP today is disarray. That they appear not to have come to terms with what caused their catastrophic defeat in the 2024 elections.
In fact, many could say today was the first test of whether or not they're beginning to steer back to the track of recovery.
But the signs were clear, were very clear in the early days. Ernest Kumi dies. So he's out of the equation. What considerations went into choosing Yadom as their candidate? Or what is the name of that guy? Asumadu as their candidate. Look, as a dispassionate political observer of what is happening in MPP, it was one group of MPP still showing their dominance in the party, imposing a candidate on the party.
I don't think so.
On the basis of consensus. Because, you see, do you think that MPP has no candidate in Akwatia?
Hold on.
Listen to me. If you want to come back, what you said about recollection, we say it in Islam as reflection.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, you must sit down.
From the briefing I received,
Just a second.
the thing was that they met in this Eastern region and they all agreed on this candidate. That's the briefing I received.
Okay.
So when we say that they went and put the candidates...
So that's what make the point about consensus.
So you meet in Eastern region and you agree that you are going to present Asumadu. On what basis? Is it on the basis of his popularity?
All the candidates agreeing.
Well, you see, all the candidates agreeing is not strategy. Yeah. All candidates agreeing that they will put a candidate who will not win the election.
There's only one
strategy. Is that a strategy for
There's
a party?
only one ultimate evidence, which is the outcome.
The outcome. You can't agree that you're going to lose. So your party agreed that they were going into the elections to lose.
Anyway, I think that...
so you see, again, even Gary Nmaku's answer vindicates what we are saying. He doesn't give us evidence of what went into that agreement. The popularity, the status of that person within the party, the likability, and even a departure. In what we have seen in Akwatia, there has been a departure by their party from their convention of electing their parliamentary candidate from Wenchi, which is their stronghold. So again, default strategy. They lost even turnout in Wenchi. Because that's your traditional stronghold. So clearly, you see, don't say that you stop. I won't stop. I say that your party, we are satisfied, totally satisfied. And look, He's a lawyer. When we started as a party, MPP used to call us veranda boys. You remember?
No, you call yourself veranda
You called yourself veranda boys.
No, we formed a club, veranda boys.
Exactly.
We formed a club, veranda boys.
That's why I say.
And then MPP said, all of us were veranda boys.
And girls.
And girls. Today, we present a lawyer as our candidate for Akwatia against a galamsey or a miner, a small-scale miner.
Okay. You see, let me hear from you finally on this.
Yes, Evans, but you see, the NPP too would have done that. I am not privy to the kind of analysis they may have done. But, you know, in Akwatia, from 2000, as I remember, you know, Amase is the one with the best performance. But you see, Amase, even when she went to Parliament, people would mock her.
Yeah.
But you see, this is where
Amase is the Simpson.
The hairdresser.
The hairdresser. But this is where the NPP probably could have seen something. When Ernest Kumi showed up, and Gary, you know, when Ernest Kumi showed up first, even though he had not, you know, gone to the law, so there were those who called him lawyer.
Yeah.
And I've known him even before he showed up in Akwatia. So I know those who were calling him lawyer.
We call him as empire and all the
networks. Yeah. Lawyer.
But you know, he passed the law school.
Yes.
Posthumously.
But the way the way he was then able to beat Amase in the primaries would give you a signal of how things were beginning to change in Akwatia.
Yeah.
So that would have probably told the NPP, okay, how about you continue there? But also, look, again, I do not have, but I'm looking at it from this way, and qualitatively, based on my own analysis, I'd say the NPP could have said, no, let's get somebody to go and match the NDC. What is it that they did? Was it the case that, and this is somebody, Asumadu, and you hear the people saying, oh, he's been helping the people, you know, I spoke to some of my NDC friends who said, oh, the guy has been helping, the people like him, the young men like him, you know, and all of that. So you're probably thinking, push him into the race, who knows, he could do the job for you. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Look, strategy, sometimes people take a gamble.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
But here's the thing, this is a big question, and we'll wrap up on that. This is a party that wants us to believe they are in the rebuilding phase. However, we're now learning they're repeating the mistakes that led them to the ditch in 2024. 8 months after the defeat, everything else that went wrong in 2024 is repeated in Akwatia. What do you read into that?
You see, Evans, and that's why I make the point. Look,
this was their first opportunity to show us that they understand why they lost, and they're going to apply all the lessons in Akwatia to turn this around, and they haven't.
The thing about a by-election, Evans, the difficulty of a by-election, if you are an opposition party having lost an election, is the likelihood that you lose that by-election, unless it's a safe seat for you. Even in safe seats, governments are able to take it. Look, I'll give you a typical example. I use the Bimbila case. Joynews here knows. He knows that in the past, those times, Gukpegu Sabongira, 1996.
Yeah.
Look, you know, Honorable Safsedi, that a lot of the dynamics in Dagbon were post-2002.
Yes. It changed.
Watch this.
The dynamics, yeah.
So in elections, a lot of things would happen. So sometimes you go into it, and in post-2002, a lot of things changed in Dagbon.
But Winston, you didn't complete Bimbila. Let me tell you what.
I'll wrap up with you.
Okay.
Second, I'll wrap up with you. We just have a minute to wrap up.
Let me tell you, Bimbila,
so that I can.
That was when MPP had thinkers.
Yes.
That was when MPP had strategy.
But you also.
Let me come. Nitowul was not MPP. Okay. Was not MPP. Nitowul had contested the elections on the ticket of PNC. But when Chambers went to ECOWAS and the by-election was called, there was thinking within the MPP. So they did they looked at the dynamics of the constituency and thought that they needed a particular person or somebody from a particular ethnic group to be able to snatch the constituency.
Okay. So they went for Nitowul.
That is strategy.
Now, the point I was wrap up for me. Yeah, but just make that point.
That is strategy. But what strategy did they employ?
Where's the wrap up? The point I was making in Bimbila was that when Nitiwu went to Dan Botre in 2002 to say that you needed Nitiwu to contest the election, he asked him, "Who is this boy?" When the PNC and CPP had then selected Nitiwu to contest on joined this thing, then he realized and brought him to the MPP fold. But then I make a point. The campaign strategy of Nitiwu in 2004, post that by-election, made him lose the elections. He came back and ran a certain campaign in 2008, which I'm not going to repeat that here, and that's made him. So the point I'm making, Evans, is that look, sometimes you go into an election believing, and I make the Nitiwu point that Ibn Chambers, NDC, the MPP was able to take that seat. In Woolensey, they took it. Also because he had incumbency advantage. Today, the NPP may think that, they're going into this race believing that Asumadu may have done the magic for them. They also didn't want to go into a primaries because of even the challenges within the Akwatia constituency itself.
You manage the challenges.
And that is how come they felt that selecting this guy, this is a gamble gone bad. The strategy,
you don't bet on when the odds are against you.
Where I think the strategy didn't work is that when the NPP realized that the NDC was promising development, sympathy alone couldn't do the trick.
Okay, so where does that leave the NPP?
Well, I mean, they're still in a rebuilding process. Look, the NDC post-2000 lost all the by-elections in the first term of J.A. Kufuor. I do not see NPP winning any by-election in a swing constituency. In the scheme of things, the NDC still has the goodwill. And so the NPP would struggle in by-elections. If they put their act together, post the 31st January 2026, after the selection of a flag bearer, they must now begin to do proper introspection and go back to their roots. Enough of the choboi that brought them to power between 2016 and 2020. They must go back to their roots.
And that's a Wink thing. And thank you, Enusa. Thank you, Gary, and all those who join us. Enjoy the rest of your evening. This has been your election headquarters.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is? Oh, sure. Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a water cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the Black Stars stick to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach.
Why Fatika on to be dribble? The coach must go.
The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Have you acted? Mami Gobe Nubi. The Kokono. One Garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
As a young mom, you're not always sure that you're doing it right. Choosing a baby care product for your child can sometimes be difficult. I choose BabyMed hypoallergenic skincare products, specially formulated to suit my baby's fragile and sensitive skin. A complete range of products that makes every bath time a moment of tenderness and well-being. BabyMed, baby-specific care products.
Whitehall has sachets and in different sizes too.
You didn't know?
These fry-tol sachets that we all use to fry our meat and fishes, to prepare our favorite meals, and to refill our empty original fry-tol bottles.
Get your trusted fry-tol sachets today for affordability, convenience, and for the refilling of your original fry-tol bottle. You deserve a life of goodness. This advert is
Hey, new Wele.
Yes, so it's Printex.
It's new Wele.
So you want this one also?
Every dress be new Wele with Printex.
Rise and shine, it's another day to stay on point. Toast is Friday, it's still on point. Watch is Friday all day long. Still on point, yes, it's still on point. It's still on point. Watch is bread, it's still on point. For your bread, it's creamy. For your toast, it's still on point. It's yummy, delicious. It's still on point. Still on point, yes, it's still on point. It's still on point. Still on point, yes, it's still on point. It's still on point. For your toast, it's still on point. It's still on point. Fortune's bread, it's yummy, delicious. It's still on point.
Fortune spread, delicious, creamy, and always on point. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why won't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
You go be the luckiest, go be from to be luckiest, from not the block she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Bills mama official po afisa say na sika bebre abamo bia botomo ayede bills aka ne hu biomo yesi 2025 idie eni da so wo homo bia wotewo kwa oni adwumaye fa wani kire bills na beji loan na wo betimi dia ye wa wadwuma we eye loan don come wo hia hwe de wo hia ne wo Ghana card e wa na wo zaka wo sika na se we obi nso a wo ye wa wadwuma wo pesa wo tremu ana odumaye ni a wode busumi aketua ene bill se bre na beji lona wo fa bibia nsia wowa collateral ana se deposit ane wo hia mu bia
Enti afidie yesi obia woni adwuma bia ye wo betumi abeji loan enti se wotena fie na se wanya sika no bi dia eye wow
Fred bills se sia na wetumi atua wo bills nemo isi se kakra wo.
As a young mom, you're not always sure that you're doing it right. Choosing a baby care product for your child can sometimes be difficult. I choose BabyMed hypoallergenic skincare products specially formulated to suit my baby's fragile and sensitive skin. A complete range of products that makes every bath time a moment of tenderness and well-being. BabyMed, baby-specific care products.
Hey, new Wele.
But you won this so many times before.
Every dress be new Wele with Printex.
Every dress. Hey,
it's new Wele.
When it's quality, it always looks new. Every dress be new Wele with Printex.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why won't he be late? Obeying later. Of course. You go give me the luckiest. Go feel from your job, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel me luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go feel that luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your God up boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemists Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Mommy too, so refreshing. Mommy too, hey then too much. Mommy too, so refreshing. Mommy too, calipo, hey then too much. Mommy too, calipo, you feel I'm palm. Mommy too, calipo, so refreshing. Mommy too, hey then too much. Mommy too,
Calipo. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Obeying later. Of course. You go give me the luckiest. Go feel from your job, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel me luckiest. No matter why you're lucky. Everybody go feel that luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your God up boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Everywhere. Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you? What the cat never won? Hey! Now I'm back.
Between the fire and carbon.
Hey, madam, bye, menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a word pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yannick gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why, Eliki?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe Ben Abe Yusu.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No, hala. So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her. You so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was a thing. What the cat never won. You can catch him. Hey! Now, I'm by.
Between the high and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A sentence pipe. Me tono, Omukacham send a word them pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe banner you see.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carrier. No hala.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm mad. I'm the second coming. Into all this tension.